Once again, please, three surfers. You must bow in immediately, please. Thank you, por favor. Deben salir del agua inmediatamente porque vamos a comenzar. Ahí está. Okay. Okay, competitors, we're ready to start. Attention, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, he's off. Atención, comienza la serie. En el agua tenemos. Ya. Vamos a ver, buenos días a todos, bienvenidos al segundo día de competencia de este 2015 Arica Chilean Challenge en la hora del Arica. Estamos amaneciendo el día de hoy con esta serie, la número 13 de la general, la número 5 de la ronda, la número 2. Está con el negro, atención, Gonzalo, Mineiro.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of competition here at Flopos, the second day of competition at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. I'm Steve Action Jackson here in the commentary booth with APB Tour Director Alex Leon. Give us a little rundown of what we can expect to see, Alex.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Waves are absolutely pumping again today, boys and girls. It's in a sort of 6 to 8 foot range, a little bit bigger than yesterday, and a little bit of wind texture this morning, but it should clear up soon. And we've just got underway. We just heard the hooter go for the first heat this morning, which is we're up to heat 5 of round 2, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be a spectacular day today.
Yes, right now already out in the water underway, we have Louis Finnegan going up against Diego Sepulveda, Michael Pascal, and Gonzalo Pinheiro. So getting things started right off the bat, getting right into the action out in the water. Again, the back half of men's round 2, and then looking to go into round 3 non-elimination heats. There you can see the on-screen graphic, the breakdown of the riders in the water. Finnegan in red, Sepulveda white, Pascal in yellow, and Pinheiro in black. So again, they're out in the water, already underway, and we have sets rolling in, riders paddling for position. And it looks like
Louis Finnegan, will he get on this one? No, he's...
It looks like Gonzalo Pinheiro will be the one on that one, but not much to work with, so he decides to bail out pretty quickly on that. Meanwhile, here we have white Diego Sepulveda taking a look. He pulls out rather quickly. So some interesting. We've got more size this morning. Still the usual expected power here at Flopos, but position is definitely going to be key with these guys.
Yeah, definitely. And moving into the next round, we'll see priority system kick in as well, Steve. So that's going to definitely sort out the bunch. There's still a bit of hassling going on out there, which we won't see next round for sure with this priority system. But you can see that texture on the wind, that wind texture just on the face of these waves still. It's just still bright and early this morning. So we should expect that to clear up and the strong offshore kick in the next sort of 20 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, so the riders out in the water right now dealing with a little morning sickness on the wave conditions, but we've seen a bunch of bombs roll through already this morning. It'll be interesting to see how these waves come through, as again, we've seen some interesting forecasting for this.
Yeah, definitely. It's with the swell sort of kicked in. Here we see Michael Pascal from Chile up and riding. Let's see if he's going to pull into the barrel. Yeah, there it is. It's thrown over. It's pretty deep. I'm not sure he's going to come out of that. And just ran away from him across the reef. Geez, there's some big sets coming through out the back.
Yeah, there you can see Pascal scrambling to get back out there. As there's the sets lining up there, you can see on your screen. You know, just waves stacking up on the outside, and all these guys are paddling to get through there. You see ducking under. You know, you don't want to cop one of these bad boys on the head first thing in the morning, let alone any time during the competition.
Yeah, that was Diego just scraping under that one there. And we're going to see a bit of a decline in the swell later on today. The swell did peak this morning. But I think, there's still going to be, we're going to see some 10-foot sets steamrolling through till at least mid-morning this morning.
Now, you've been keeping tabs on the swell forecast. We'll get to my point in a minute as we see Diego Sepulveda up and riding on this right. A little bumpy on the face of the wave. You can see a little foamy, some texture, and you can see he was a little frustrated. That one really never set up the way he would have liked.
Yeah, no, it's still a little bumpy with this wind, as I talked about before, but, but it's going to get better. We're going to see some improvement this morning. And, we had the highlights last night. They just came out this morning from yesterday, and there's some pretty nice action went down yesterday. Some standouts, Cristobal City Alpha from Chile, Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii, obviously shredding again. And Louis Finnegan's up now, pulling in the right. Let's see if he's going to get a ramp here. It's bowling out on him. It's gone a bit of a cappuccino. Let's see if he can get a ramp. And Louis Finnegan throws a nice RS there. Yeah, nice move there for Louis Finnegan. Good to get on the board there. Nice start.
So I know yesterday after the event wrapped, Louis was out for a while for a free surf, and he was one of the standouts yesterday in that free surf session after we concluded heats yesterday. And it looks like he's picking up where he left off yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. Louis been here 3 or 4 years in a row now, so he knows the wave pretty well. And as you can see there, he's obviously we thought there'd be more left-handers today with the swell direction, but with the size and everything, it looks like there's going to be a fair few right-handers as well.
Now we're about to get into the swell forecast. We have another swell looking to fill in for this event. It's supposed to get pretty big next week.
Yeah, Steve, that's right. We do have a big swell coming on Monday afternoon, and it's going to get they're saying into sort of the 10 to 15 foot range for Tuesday and Wednesday. So that's going to be interesting. Whether we run or not, we'll have to wait and see the mornings of the event. But we'll be checking in every morning, and determined and motivated to try and run in these big conditions.
And it looks like we have some waves. We'll get to some live action as soon as we have some riders up. Meanwhile, a quick recap of scores that have filled in the meantime. Already on the board with a 5-point. Finnegan on that last wave takes the early lead. Diego Sepulveda with a 1.5. Michael Pascal with the 2.25, and Gonzalo Pinheiro on the board with a 1.0 for his first effort. So all these guys on the board with their first wave from there, and Louis Finnegan with the early advantage. Again, dialing in a 5.75 on the wave, that nice ARS on the right-hander.
Yeah, it was nice for Louis. We saw him get a 5th place in Brazil. Obviously, right in form at the moment, Louis Finnegan, the only Aussie left in the contest. Ryan Hardy was eliminated yesterday, which is a bit of a shame. The wild card, he went down in round 2.
So we have just over 17 minutes left in this 25-minute heat. Again, today we're running 25-minute heats. Top 2 riders in round 2 on to non-elimination competition in round 3. Top 2 waves, as usual, will be scored to determine who those top 2 advancing riders are. So, again, right now out in the water, Louis Finnegan in red, Diego Sepulveda in white, Michael Pascal in yellow, Gonzalo Pinheiro in black. And there you can see all 4 of our riders out in the water. Waves rolling through, some pumping sets to contend with, and these guys shake things out through the course of this heat. But again, right now, Finnegan with the early lead, sitting on top of things out there, waiting for his next wave opportunity. Real quick, while I have the opportunity, reminder to everybody, be sure to stay tuned to apbtour.com. All of the latest news, updates, press releases, video highlights, and live webcast coverage. Also, be sure to hit up APB Tour on all of the social media outlets. APB Tour on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the new APB Snapchat, as well as the APB Tour YouTube channel. Meanwhile, there you can see on screen situation out in the water as is right now.
Yeah, and obviously today we're going to be bringing in some riders to accompany Steve here in the host. I'll talk to this Louis Finnegan here in the red. He chooses to go to the left here. He pulls in the barrel, tucks up high. He's coming around. Let's see if he can pull in again, and he's going to run away from him just down the reef. Just too quick. It's still breaking nice at the start, but then it's just running really quick along the reef. There we see in black Goncalo pulling in just a bit of a closeout there.
Gonzalo Pinheiro pulling in to the left, so a couple of waves exchanged on the left-hand side. Barrels not being made, unfortunately. Meanwhile, split peak, Diego Sepulveda on the left. Meanwhile, staying with Michael Pascal on the right. Little cut spin off the top there in the foam. Trying to stay with this one and get a section, but he's going to duck out before it shuts down on that rock ledge on the inside there. You'll see that throughout the course of competition. Guys will take it as far in as possible, but there's that point of no return where if you go for a maneuver, chances are pretty good you're going to end up landing up on exposed rock shelf over there.
Yeah, that's right. It's super heavy, and, touch wood that we don't have any injuries this year. We seem to always have a few niggling injuries each year and a couple of serious ones in the past, but you can see the rocks there. You see how dangerous it is, and the best thing about this wave, though, is the bigger it is, the further it breaks out, and it's not as dangerous. The smaller it is, the more dangerous it is. It breaks right on this rock shelf here, and it's not a coral reef. It's like a volcanic sort of hard, like really hard rock that doesn't break off. It's just, it creates a really strong impact where, like the coral reefs, they sort of break off. You hit them and they sort of cut you and sort of break off along the reef. But this is just high impact. It's really dangerous, and you can get caught inside here along this left, and this is sort of the worst part of it, and just drags you straight across, especially if you get the first or second wave of the set. But like I said before, the bigger it is, I believe it's less dangerous to hit this reef.
Yeah, if you hit that reef, it's like slamming into concrete out there. And you're going to get cheese grated, but that impact is going to hurt that much more because there's no breakaway like Alex was talking about. So fortunately, with the bigger swell, as Alex alluded to, not as sketchy as the smaller waves. But, you've had plenty of experience riding out here, Alex. Just how hectic is it out there when it's big? You're saying it's not as dangerous as when it's smaller, but, the bigger size waves present their own set of dangers as well.
Yeah, it's you got to be aware of different things, and the conditions change too out here pretty quickly, especially with the big periods, long periods. And once it just breaks a lot closer, especially if it's in the 4 to 6 foot range. You got to be careful. Here we see Gonzalo up and riding.
Gonzalo drops into the right face, trying to set his line. And there, a little skip off the face, redirects, hits the roll, and then it's going to go foamy on him, so he'll duck out. But he already has 2 waves under his belt, looking for a better scoring wave still. Meanwhile, Louis Finnegan with a 3.90 for his effort on his previous wave. He maintains the lead right now with about 12:25 left on the clock. We're a little over halfway in this first heat, and here we have Michael Pascal up and riding.
Yeah, he goes for a little jam under the lip there. Didn't really barrel for him. It sort of, just pinched on him and chandeliered a little and just didn't run into that next section. But he needs to get a score on the board too. There we see Diego with a nice big roll and punches it out the front.
Diego going for the roll in a critical section, manages to power through the lip and complete the maneuver. So that will be more to his liking. That will get him on the board with a solid score, and then he can look to replace that 1.50 he had on his first wave. As all of our riders continue to work on their scores. Quick rundown right now. A 5.75 and a 3.9 for Louis Finnegan has him in the top spot right now. Currently in second advancing position, Gonzalo Pinheiro with a 2.0 and a 4.0. Michael Pascal currently with a 2.25 and a 3.25 as his high scores. And Diego
and Louis Finnegan up here on the left riding, and he's pulling in, setting himself up in the barrel there. Nice tube riding there for Louis, hanging in there for a while. Let's see what he can do when he comes out of this. Punches a roll right onto the rocks and has to just bail out just before he hits a really shallow section there. So Louis with his nice backup score.
So there you have it. We'll wait for that to filter in from the judges. Meanwhile, still waiting for that last wave of Diego Sepulveda to score from the judges. It looks like it'll be a pretty solid score for him. So again, just waiting for scores for Diego and Louis to filter in from the judges' booth, and we'll give you a situation as soon as those filter in. We have 10:30 and change left on the clock. And again, there you can see our riders outside with some more lines rolling in on the horizon. And just to take a quick look ahead, as a 4.75 drops in for Louis Finnegan on his last wave. And there we can see Michael Pascal emerging from the foam ball on that one. That was interesting. The foam ball seemed to come out of the barrel and spit simultaneously.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, 4.75 filtering in for Louis Finnegan, just waiting for finalization on Diego Sepulveda's last wave. We'll give you an update. But again, right now, Louis Finnegan maintains a lead. That 4.75 strengthens his backup score. He now has a combined heat total of 10.50 for the advantage at the moment. 9.5 minutes remaining. And there it is, 6.15 for Diego Sepulveda. He's in the second and advancing position, trying to hold off Gonzalo Pinheiro, who's looking for a 3.66, and Michael Pascal on the hunt for a 4.41 at the moment.
Yeah. Louis definitely got the lead here, but Diego's right on his tail, and Gonzalo's not too far away either. We saw Louis sort of picking off these lefts. He's trying to get in utilise that barrel section too, and it's I like what he's doing. Gonzalo going for a nice roll, punches it out the front. Let's see if he can stick this. Well, I don't know if that's going to be marked complete there, Steve, because Chico Garantano, the head judge here, has been really critical with the landings too. We had a talk with the riders yesterday about sort of showing front momentum as soon as you land these moves and then being able to bail out before you hit these rocks. So it's nice and critical. There we see a crossover. We're going with Michael. We'll bring a replay of Louis' left after this.
And Pascal lands underneath the lip, unable to complete that maneuver. And we'll see if we can cue up a replay of the other rider, Louis Finnegan, as we had a crossover split peak on that one. Again, right now, counting down to the 8-minute mark here in the first heat of the morning. Heat 5, round 2 of men's. As I mentioned previously, the top 2 riders will advance on to non-elimination competition in round 3. The other 2 riders, unfortunately, they will be checking out of the competition field. So scores coming in, and it looks like we're going to queue up that last wave of Louis Finnegan. So talk us through this, Alex.
Yeah, we saw the split peak here, and Louis opted to go to the left, and left looked like a much better wave. We see him pull in the barrel there. That's a nice tube. He's just sitting there using his legs to stall really nicely in good position. Good tube there at the start.
And so just waiting for scores to filter in on that last wave. That last ride should improve his situation, improve his overall combined score. He maintains the lead in this heat right now as we see waves rolling in out the back. We'll see if we have any takers on this one. And this one will roll through and reel on down the line left. No takers. So as you're seeing on your screen so far this morning, no shortage of wave action. And
yeah, it's pretty consistent actually. It's a lot more consistent, I thought. The period yesterday in the swirl was around 17 seconds, and today I think it's 14 or 15 seconds. So we're going to see a lot more action, a lot more consistent waves in, sort of 6 or 7 waves per set. Where we saw yesterday, it was in the sort of 3 to 4 range, and they were more spaced apart. That's basically what the period means, and the period drives from the ground swell out into the Pacific Ocean. And I do have word that swell that is coming through. It's hitting Tahiti as we speak, and it's quite large. So we're going to see that swell eventually hit here in the next few days. So we've got a lot of swell on hand, and we've got to pick our days to run the event. And it gets quite tricky, but we'll be fine.
Now, in the case that the waves are too big and conditions are too dangerous, what kind of protocols are in place for this event with the water rescue team, the ambulances on standby? There's a lot of things that are in place for this event. Tell our viewers a little bit about this.
Yeah, so we've got this actually where El Gringo, or Floppo's the wave is on an island. It's called Isla Arica, and this is a marine island, and there's a marine camp right here on the island which they protect and border. They have marines in place on jet skis, so we have water patrol on jet skis, plus ambulance on standby in case anyone gets seriously injured, which we've seen in the past. We had a serious injury, Diego Cabrera blacking out and smashing his head on the board, and spent a few here with bleeding on the brain, which was quite severe. So, we've had to implement there's emergency services for every event, and also the Marines will not let us, run the event here without that in place. And the most critical thing is, having the water patrol there, especially when it's when we've got 4-man heats as well. We need the lifeguards and water patrol on both sides monitoring the peak. If it gets big too, the guys are going to get swept right into the bay, and they're going to need that jet ski assistance if we do choose to run in these this next big swell.
Now, while we were discussing that, some scores fell into place. A 6.65 on the last wave of Louis Finnegan. That strengthens his overall combined heat score to 12.40. He maintains the lead. Meanwhile, Diego Sepulveda with a 6.15 and a 3.0 is enough to hold the second and advancing spot. He over Gonzalo Pinheiro, who's looking for a 5.16, and Michael Pascal in need of a 5.91 if they're going to change their situation any. Meanwhile, look at this, out the back, rolling in.
Yep.
Got sets.
Yeah, big sets here, and it looks like Diego's going to pick the right-hander off. A little bit of a skip there. You can see a bit of texture still on the face. Throws a nice forward spin. He could line up something down here, down the line. Let's see if he can smack this one. Ooh, goes for the roll. Lands a nice roll there for Diego, so that'll improve his second score. And he's still running through and just bails out.
So a nice solid wave there for Diego. We'll wait for that score to filter in. Now, we were talking about the safety protocols. We even saw it a little bit yesterday. During one of the heats, we saw Christian Fernandez lose his board. His leash snapped, his board washed in. The water patrol actually snatched him up and brought him in so that he could retrieve his board. He lost about 5 minutes out in the water, gathering up his gear and getting back out there, but it probably would have taken a lot longer, dangerous, if he didn't have the jet ski assist out there.
Yeah, for sure. It actually happened twice yesterday to him in the one heat. He lost it twice, and I think his leash was pretty damaged, so it wasn't connecting properly to his arm. It was pretty solid too on those right-handers yesterday, and there was a lot of current, and he was getting stuck in on the reef and that, so it was very lucky we had the lifeguards there. And fortunately for Christian, he was unable to advance through that heat. After his performance last year, I thought he was a standout in the event, and he managed to make it up to, I think, the quarterfinals last year. So he was the best local in the event, and a bit of a shame that he didn't get through. But there's obviously still a lot of Chilean and local guys in the contest holding it down for El Floppo's, the new bodyboard club that started up here.
Yeah, and Christian, one of the more successful Chilean riders here at this event. He actually is the highest finishing one in event history. Back in 2010, he made the semifinals, finished equal third. Last year, again, made quarters. Unfortunately, he will not be able to repeat that success here this year. But there's still a full field of hungry Chileans here at the Arica Chilean Challenge looking to plant the flag on the podium with a win on home soil.
Yeah, that's right. And, we've never had a Chilean win this event in the history of the ACC. So maybe that could be this year. You never know.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that the day that a Chilean wins this event, the majority of this country is going to go completely wild over the victory, because sports here, a lot of enthusiastic sports, really.
Yeah, it's they just won the Copa Football
America
Cup, and we were in Brazil when that happened, and it was all the Chileans were screaming "chi chi chi, la la la,"
Chi chi chi, le le le, viva Chile.
Hey, that's the one. Yep.
Oh yeah, I heard a lot of that in Copacabana around my local area. So some very enthusiastic Chilenos celebrating around the world when Chile took out the Copa America this year. Meanwhile, looking to take out the Arica Chilean challenge, or at least take out this heat, Michael Pascal trying to dig out of fourth, up and riding on the left. Doesn't look like he's going to have a whole lot of success as we count down the final seconds. Pascal taking that one to the... Counting down the final 15 seconds. And again, right now, it looks like Louis Finnegan and Diego Sepulveda will be able to hold on to the top two spots and advance on to round 3.
Yeah, well, that's good for the Aussies, I guess. Louis Finnegan holding it down for the Aussies, advancing through now to the non-elimination top 16 round. So congratulations to Louis Finnegan. And he'll just ride that one straight in and get ready for the next round coming up in the next couple.
So the horn has just sounded. We're already underway with the next heat. This is Heat 6, round 2 of men's, and out in the water right now. Taking a look at that one, Hermano Castro in red from Brazil. He's joined by Renato Ariano in white, Jorge Saavedra in yellow, and Francisco Alvarado in black. So a pair of Chileans, a Peruvian, and a Brazilian in an all-South American affair here in the water right now. Heat 6, round 2 of men's competition here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yeah, that's right. And anyone, feel free to write into the APB Facebook page. Give us a shout out from around the world, wherever you are tuning in. We appreciate the audience and the viewers. And just a shout out to Danilo in Brazil, our media manager. Thanks a lot, buddy. Doing well over there, promoting the sport of bodyboarding for us. Big up.
Yeah, Danilo holding it down in the South American leg for the APB. Meanwhile, trying to hold it down first thing, Francisco Alvarado. Actually, I think that might have been the rider from the previous heat. In that last heat, rider in was
Gonzalo
Pinheiro. Lo siento.
And here we see Jorge Saavedra up on the left here. Just setting himself up. See if he can get a ramp here. He's just sort of on the foam ball and just pulls off the back there. Just didn't do it for him. But we're starting to see it clean up a little bit. People haven't sort of watched this event before. In Arica, in northern Chile, it's every single morning. It's overcast, cloudy, till about lunchtime, and then the sun comes out, and that's when the onshore winds come. But every single morning, you will not see the sun until lunchtime here, and they've chosen not to have daylight saving this year as well, which is obviously delayed our times to start in the morning. Now, around 8:30 mark, we're starting, and they're shorter days, but you'll see this overcast every single morning, and the offshore sort of kicks in sort of mid-morning, and then lasts for a few hours until that sun comes up. And it's a strange place, Chile. It's they say it hasn't rained in 800 years or whatever it is in Arica. I think it's one of the areas in the whole world. So
part of the Atacama Desert, one of the driest places in the world. Also known as the land of eternal spring because of the in-between weather Alex was just talking about. Never really varies a whole lot.
Yeah, it seems to just be a textbook Groundhog Day every single time. And, I've been coming here for 8 or 9 years now, and it's just the same every single year. And actually, the water's a lot warmer than previous years with the El Nino weather pattern system this year. And normally we're wearing sort of 3.2s or fully sealed, or 4.3s, and it's this year you could almost wear a long arm spring in the contest. The water's actually one of the warmest I've felt, and it's smack bang in the middle of winter right now. And I was surprised. I had a surf with Mike Stewart and Tanner the other day, and a few of the girls, and I was surprised. I jumped in the water, and normally I get frostbite on the hands, but it was warm. It was good.
Meanwhile, action out in the water, up and riding in white. Renato Ariano, one of the Chilean representatives, gets a little cover-up little wash and rinse barrel comes out. So a nice wave there. Meanwhile, up and riding Hermano Castro right behind him. Hermano pulls up on the board, stalls, gets the barrel, comes out with the spit, and there he will kick out. So Hermano Castro looking like he got the better of that exchange, and not done yet. Jorge Saavedra up and riding.
Yeah, he just pulls in on the right there, and bottom turns around, but nothing sort of stood up there for him. There's still more sets coming through out the back, and we're going to see Francisco Alvarado. And opts for that one there.
So rapid fire wave exchange is going on out in the water, as we saw back-to-back waves ridden, and just waiting for scores to come in. It looked like Hermano Castro got the better of the exchange, but again waiting for the score. Meanwhile, here we have Francisco Alvarado up and riding on a foamy right-hander. So all riders on the board, quick wave exchange out in the water, and the judges will have their hands full sorting this all out as everybody decided to go one after the other in concession. So scores coming in, 5.0 for Hermano Castro, Renato Ariano with a 3.75, a pair of ones on the board for Jorge Saavedra so far, and a 1.0 for the opening venture of Francisco Alvarado. So again, all riders on the board, and it's the Brazilian with the early advantage. The competitive veteran, Hermano Castro, in the early lead. He has a 5.0. He'll look to back that up with something solid on his second wave. As we see him on taking a look at this wave, drops in on the left.
Hermano Castro sets up, gets a nice tube there, Hermano, and he'll just pull out of that one there. It's a great backup score for Hermano.
Way to start out the morning, a couple of barrels to get under your belt, and just ease your way into this Saturday morning. So looking pretty fun out there so far, day two. But again, some of those sets coming in looking a little nasty, and we can expect more nastiness next week when that bigger swell fills in.
Yeah, we're gonna see probably 4 to 6 foot on top of this size, and it's gonna be you're gonna have to be pretty fit to surf this swell coming. You got to be pretty fit to surf today, but this swell coming, it's got a lot of people on edge. I know a lot of the riders are pretty amped to see how it pans out, and turn up in the mornings and see if it's surfable, because they're amped to get amongst it. Especially coming off the back of Iracochiara, that big sort of 10 to 12 foot swell that we had, and it's shaped up really good for the tour this year, and it's creating some good media and hype, and it's hopefully the ball just keeps rolling the way it is.
Yeah, the APB Tour is started off with a bang, so to speak, so far in 2015, continuing that thankfully with the forecast in store. We keep talking about next week's forecast. What are we looking at tomorrow? Have you seen tomorrow's forecast?
Yeah, this swell decreases a little bit today, and a fair bit overnight into tomorrow. So we actually sort of looking at the sort of 4 to 6 foot range tomorrow, which we might get the women's underway tomorrow, the first or second round of that, and which will be interesting. I look forward to putting the women out in these conditions to see how they go. And we did a test trial 2 years ago here with the women's, and it went really well, and more successful than I actually thought it would run. So I'm pretty stoked to allow this to happen again this year for the women's. And the women have come here, and they were all super eager to surf out here. They're a little scared, obviously, for the big stuff, but it's the talent that we got now with the women is just incredible, and let me see, I'll talk after this. Renato Ariano, the Chilean, just goes for a nice roll for top here. He's setting himself up for another bowl, and they're just they're not linking up at the moment. It might be the tide, I'm not sure. It's just sort of getting that one section, and then it's fading out, these waves.
Now, we were talking about the women possibly hitting the water tomorrow. There's been local and regional events here. You mentioned the event a couple of years ago, a regional tour event here, and it was pretty big for that women's event as well. We're seeing a lot of firsts this year with the APB. You debuted the first event of a full Pro Junior Tour at Iracochara, the women for the first time, a Women's World Tour event here as part of the Arica Chilean Challenge, also the APB social projects. We'll talk about that in just a second, as Hermano Castro up and riding on his third wave, the current heat leader, drives down the line on the left and decides to kick out. So that will not factor in his top 2 scores. But back to the question I was proposing. Tell us a little bit about what the APB is working on to advance not only the World Tour, but the sport of bodyboarding as well. You guys have a lot going on this year.
Yeah. The last sort of 8 months after the final event in Sintra last year, we've had time to sort of collaborate our ideas together, the APB board and the riders and the representatives and the officials, and we've decided that that we've got to invest more time and focus our attention on the career path of the sport. And the most paramount thing for us is growing numbers and participant rates around the world globally, and it's there hasn't really been a career path for bodyboarders coming in through the youth teenage years into the World Tour. And we saw, obviously we tested, we did the Pro Junior last year at a couple of the events, and it had a positive feedback, on an international scale, which is good. And it's basically we're trying to sort of set up that career path for these professional athletes and give them a career from the teenage years into the Pro Junior, and then sort of develop them into preparing for the World Tour. And obviously that is male and female as well, but we're test trialing it this year with the males to see the numbers, what we get. And we're looking at possibly doing this for the women's as well next year, and trying to grow the sport on the feminine side as well. And it's there to it's there for the taking. There's so many bodyboarders around the world that can't sort of get onto the World Tour stage, but they're going well at national levels and national tours everywhere. And it's important to sort of embrace that and implement a system for these riders that they can tour the world at a young age and compete against some of the best 16, 17-year-olds we've got in the world, where we saw a perfect example in Brazil.
And here we have Split Peak out in the water, staying with the right-hander of Francisco Alvarado, driving down the line, looking for a section, getting a lot of speed, and he's just going to kick. That one did not really line up in his favor. So some difficulty lining up the rights. Still, again, today, some of our riders still attempting it. We've seen a couple of solid waves already this morning on the right-handers. But again, it seems to be the left-handers that have been the predominant side of choice for our riders out in the water.
Yeah, and just touching back on that, what I said in Brazil, it was a perfect example of sort of the talent that we've unveiled with the Pro Junior. With Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii, and then Mateus Bastos from Brazil. Two totally different riders. One's come from Hawaii, and one's grown up in Rio, has not travelled at all, and they face off in a Pro Junior final. And that's. I was just so stoked to see that go down, and they battled it out really well. They swapped first positions, several times, and there's so much talent in Brazil that we've unveiled in the last few years with Socrates and a few other guys, Gabriel, and it's amazing. And GT's obviously working with that bodyboard coaching areas too in Brazil, and with his brand and bringing up sort of all these new young riders. And here we see Jorge on the left here.
Jorge drops in on the left, pulls in for the barrel. You could see him stalling with his legs on that one, trying to stay in there as long as possible, and then he'll duck out. So a quick left-hander for Jorge Saavedra. He's currently in the 4th position, chasing a 7.06. There you can see the heat totals so far. A little bit of a low-scoring affair as these guys pick and choose their opportunities out there. As this has been a slightly slower heat. We saw this yesterday. We would have the heats that would be a little slow, and then at the end they would just light up wave after wave, and then we would have waves, non-stop waves for other heats where it was just one after the other for a full 25 minutes. So seeing a little bit of a lull here and there already this.
Yeah, that's right. And Hermano Castro on this left-hander just pulls into the barrel there, and see if he can come out of this thing. Sort of pinched on him. That wind's just capping it, isn't it? The wind's just chandeliering those lips on them. So we need that offshore really to kick in and make these conditions improve as time goes on this morning. Fingers crossed that happens.
Yeah, it seems like right where that bend is in the bowl of the wave around the rock ledge, there's not enough wind to keep it open, so you're seeing it pinch at that certain point, and if you're not just ahead of it, we're seeing our guys get stuck inside and can't find the exit. Such was the case with that last wave of Hermano Castro. He's still looking to build upon his 4.50 as a backup score. He has a 5 as his primary, but he maintains the lead currently with about 10:45 left on the clock.
Yeah, it's we got that wind. The wind's just sort of from the south, sort of southwest. It's sort of cross shore, and the rights are actually better at the moment with the wind. It's the wind's blowing the barrel open a bit wider than we sort of around. It's sort of becoming a little bit onshore as that left sort of wraps around the reef and faces the sort of southwest direction. But we still got some more sets coming through now. It's just really, really consistent. One of the most consistent waves in the world. This wave, obviously, I think it's probably the most consistent wave in the world. Every single morning there's wave. For 10 years we've been coming, 12 years, sorry, we've been coming here, and we're 3 feet ever.
This place is like clockwork out here, and free falling into the pocket there. Renato Ariano his rail, manages to get the rail into the face, comes out, little cutback, not much to work with afterwards, but that was a critical drop on that wave, and dropping in on this one, Jorge Saavedra.
Yeah, that's a nice little scoop there, and just managed. He got caught up there, I think. Yeah, a little shocky jockey inside, just clipped his fins, and that would have been good if he come out of that. He would have on his 3.9, and that would have probably put him into maybe second position there if he'd come out of that.
Unfortunately, the snowball monster grabbing him by the fins, and you could see his board go over the falls, and just got caught up inside.
Yeah, I like the way he used his leg too, his inside leg, scoop in under that sort of chandeliering sort of lip, scooped in and set himself nice. He had a nice rail, nice line once he got in there, but he's just unable to come out, which a bit of a shame there for Jorge.
So right now we are just under 9 minutes left in this 25-minute heat. Hermano Castro remains in the lead. Meanwhile, Renato Ariano currently in the second spot. And this man, Francisco Alvarado, currently sitting fourth, trying to chase down to 7.06, pulls in the barrel, comes out, and look at this right-hander standing up, pulls into another barrel section, gets spit out, still going, takes a high line to come out, and there you can see he's stoked, double barrel section, and he's going to kick out now. That was one of the best waves I've seen so far this morning. He should get a solid score as a result. There you see, little slap of the water. He's stoked right now.
He's throwing his arms around. It's that was nice. That was a solid set too, so he'll get rewarded for that wave choice for sure. It's one of the bigger waves we've seen today, and obviously at length of ride as well. But the majority of those points are going to come from that first barrel section for sure out the back.
And as you were saying, the right-handers, based on what the wind is doing right now, the right-handers seem to be staying open a little bit more than the lefts. And it looks like we've got more waves rolling in. We'll see if we can roll out a replay of that last wave. But right now, look at this, lines on the horizon. You can see the riders kicking for position before this one comes in. We'll see if we have any takers on this wave.
Yeah, and scores are dropping. They look pretty good for Francisco, and it's 9 point for him. So let's see what Hermano Castro can reply here.
Hermano on the left-hander trying to pull in, doesn't quite get into the barrel and will kick out. But as Alex was saying right before that wave, a 9.0 for Francisco Alvarado, the highest scoring wave of the event so far on that last wave. We'll see if we can queue up a replay in just a moment. But again, we still have wave action out, just lined up. It's like corduroy out there.
It's non-stop out there, mate. I want to get out there myself.
Yeah, Alex and I both jonesing to get out in the water. Our gear hasn't gotten out there much. He's had more water time so far, but there's work to be done. And meanwhile, out in the water, doing Renato Ariano taking a peek at that one, but ducks out mid-face. I was about to shut down on him.
Yeah, he just sort of hit a bit of a bump there in the face and skipped out a little bit, lost his line there, and he had no choice there but to bail out because he just lost a lot of speed off that. That first bump that he hit on his drawn-out bottom turn, which was a bit of a shame there for Renato because that one sort of barreled down the line pretty nicely. But, that Francisco in black, getting the better exchange out of that set there with a 9 point ride for that right-hand barrel that we saw, which was pretty good. Nice start for Francisco now. He's got a 9 and a 1, so he's not comfortable at the moment. He needs a good backup score here.
Yeah, that 9.0 enough to move him to the top spot from 4th, but now looking to put in a solid secondary score. Meanwhile, Hermano Castro bumped to 2nd. He remains in advancing position ahead of Renato Ariano, who needs to find a 5.21 to place on his scorecard, and Jorge Saavedra trying to track down a 5.61. There you can see the heat totals right now on your screen. All of our riders looking to better their scores and improve their position. Meanwhile, the current heat leader, Francisco, he has a 9, looking to replace a 1 as his secondary score and strengthen his hold on the lead with about 5:25 left on the clock. And real quick, Alex, you were talking a little bit about how you had gotten out in the water when you first got here. Obviously, water time's been a little scarce for you since the event started because there's a lot of work and you've been running around like a maniac. But what were the conditions like when you first got here and got out in the water?
Yeah, it was a similar day to today. Not as consistent. It was a lot less consistent when I surfed the day 2 days before the event started. But it was this sort of range, and I got to feel out the reef and obviously the setup. I like to surf and look back at the setup of how we've set the whole structure and, the sound and everything. So the waves are pretty good. It was a different swell direction to this, though, and we've seen this swell go a lot more south. Here we see Hermano coming around this. Not much showing off of Hermano, and, he's sitting in 2nd position, but he needs to get something. I was just touching on that before. Yeah, I like to sort of paddle out once the structure's built and look back and see, where the main peak is actually in line with and what these guys can, because they need a point to line up with something. And, managed to surf, and it was probably about 4 to 6 footer, and Jessica Becker and a few of the local girls were out there and giving it a see. And, the vibe was good, and the locals are good, and they're, welcoming us here, which is great. And, it was good. But, I don't get to surf much now once these events kick off. Since even the tour kicks off, it's hard for me. But here we see Renato Ariano pulling on the left here. Nice tube for Renato. Let's see if he can come out of this thing.
Oh, he looked like he was sitting pretty in that one. Unfortunately, it ran off on him a little bit, and he just got caught up. No exit on that one, unfortunately, for Renato Ariano. Meanwhile, here we have Hermano Castro up and riding. Nice barrel for Hermano, still driving through. Will he make it out? It pinched on him. It looked like he almost made it out, but as I jokingly said yesterday, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Meanwhile, Francisco Alvarado on a nice right-hander, a little foamy on the face, trying to get around this section. We'll see if he gets anything to his liking. He's just going to glide off the back of that one.
Yeah, no, not much there for Francisco. Unfortunately, that wave before his just sort of, put a bit of froth across and messed up the sort of faces on his one there, cappuccino face.
So quick wave exchange there. Francisco Alvarado with a nice wave, unfortunately no exit, and then Hermano Castro, not much working on that last wave for him, so those waves will not really factor into their overall combined score. Although I do have to say this, with Francisco Alvarado, he may slightly improve on that 1.0 from the judges just for the effort of it.
Yeah, the length of ride, he'll probably get a 2.5, but I liked Hermano's and Renato's left-handers. They were really nice and wide, probably the widest sort of barrels we've seen on the left so far, which is a good sign. It's starting to improve, and the wind's getting a lot colder now, so that offshore is starting to get, starting to kick in slowly. But, Hermano drew a really good line in that barrel, and I thought he was going to come out. It was just unlucky that it pinched on him. But, I think as time goes on, especially when we dive into this next round, we're going to see the action sort of step up a notch. The top 16, once they hit the water, they're going to be battling it out because it is non-elimination, but they all vie for that first position to skip around. It's pretty crucial, especially at the elite level.
And we've got split peak action out in the water, staying with Jorge Saavedra on the right, punches the tip, and gets lost in the wash. There you see his board pop up at the end there, unfortunately unable to hold on for the completed maneuver.
Yeah, very hard to make those waves if you don't get much projection. If you get sort of hung up, in the lip there. It's you just come right down with the impact of the force of the lip, and they're very, very hard to make, and it's heavy too, right there, sort of on that right hander. It gets pretty shallow, and there's some sketchy rocks. But here we see Renato Ariano on the lip, under this one here, pulling in the nice barrel. He's got to come out of this. Comes out with a roll, and let's see if he complete this. And I'm not sure if he's going to complete, but that was a nice barrel there for Renato, and he needed that backup score.
And here we have Francisco up and riding, driving down the line. He's got some clean open face, hits the invert, comes down, lands it, and looking to finish off. He throws a quick spin before. But nice invert there from Francisco Alvarado.
Well, he needed that. That's secured his first position now, with only 30 seconds to go. And that's Francisco. He's come back and he surfed this heat incredible. He left it right to the last 30 seconds to get that backup score when he had Hermano and Renato right on his toes, nibbling at that first position. But, Jorge as well got a nice score. It's come through as well, so it was super close heat. But Francisco, he's going to take this one out. Just waiting for some scores to drop there. They aren't the full total. Francisco still waiting for that last invert score. It looks like it's going to be in the sort of 6-point range, which will take him to about 15 points total. So Francisco will be moving through to the next round, and second position we'll have to see. We'll wait for the scores to come through.
Yeah, this is going to be close. If Renato Ariano had been able to complete that roll and ride out ahead and demonstrate that he had completed before having to pull off, it would have probably been a much better score. But it looks like it's going to be scored as an incomplete. And he needed a 5.21. And it looks like he's probably going to come up a little short score-wise. I don't have official score, but just from initial indications from the judges, not quite going to be enough. So it looks like Hermano Castro, by the skin of its teeth, is going to hold on and advance on to round 3 and continue on in non-elimination. Yeah,
that was battle for that second position. But coming up in this heat now, we have Mateus Diaz from Chile, the young Chilean who's ranked 19th in the world at the moment, who's absolutely ripping. He's in the red. Jose Otavio, the wild card from Brazil, in the white. Expect big things from Jose here. He loves big conditions, and obviously the same with Dudu Pedra. The Itacochara local. The wave shock is, you've seen photos probably and footage of Dudu. He surfs incredible in big conditions, and we saw in round 1 he really put on a nice show. And he's up against Dandon Carrera in the black from Chile as well.
Now, you had touched on Jose Otavio. He's no stranger to heavy conditions. He was actually one of the riders caught in that heavy heat during the Itacochera Pro. But meanwhile, pulling into this heavy little left-hander, Pedro, and it looked like he might slide out the doggy door, but that just shut down on him. No exit for Dudu, but getting things started off inappropriate here at the Arica Chilean. And there you can see he will gather his board and paddle back out to the lineup. We'll wait to queue up a replay on that one. But if you're just tuning in, I'd like to welcome you all to Day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. No stopping the action out in the water. That was Dan Correa pulling into left-hander, and no daylight for him on that one, as that one just shut down with him in the belly of the beast.
Yeah. Well, we saw that wind's just getting better now. It's just as I mentioned earlier. It's we see the lefts now. It's nice offshore wind, but that set's just cleaned up everyone. That's Dudu on there. You'll see in the right-hand side of your screen.
And there you can see in the black jersey, Danton caught on the inside in the middle of all that white water. He's closer to the rock ledge than he is the lineup, and that's just not a fun place to be.
No, I love the first exchange from Dudu. Just slid straight in that barrel with his legs. Beautiful scoop. I loved it. That's bodyboarding, to a T. That I loved it. The line he drew in, set himself up, and he was able to penetrate so much speed off the inside of that barrel and just shot him right through and almost come out of the doggy door, but just was a little unlucky there with the closeout, just too quick for him. But amazing exchange there, and I love watching Dudu and Jose Otavio surf. They're amazing in these conditions.
Meanwhile, we also had a wave ridden by Jose Otavio. I was starting to talk about him while we wait for the score to fall in. He was one of the riders that got caught in that massive series of set waves that came through during round 5 at the Itaquachera Pro, in which 2 riders lost their boards and the Chilean rider, Joshua Toledo, got sent to the hospital. And here we have one of the other Chileans that was there at that event, holding it down in his home country. Matias Diaz pulls into the barrel, manages to slide out. Wasn't the cleanest exit, but still finds a way out.
Yeah, it's a nice little runner there, sort of a 3-foot runner along the reef, and those ones have, a really nice shape, and just pinched on me a little bit as he slid out. So it wasn't the cleanest exit, which the majority of the points though will come for that first sort of setup in the barrel, but he'll be. It wasn't a big set, so I can't expect to see a high score there for Matthias.
So again, just waiting for some scores to finalize from the judges. Still in the early going of this 25-minute heat. And look at this, up and riding in white, Zé Otavio with the barrel. And now he's going to stall. He's going to get in there a little bit more, come out with a pocket spin, and he will duck out after that. But a nice wave for Zé Otavio.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Zé. Nice lines again, as I touched on before. Him and Dudu are just, so good at drawing lines from Itaquachara and Shock. And
you know what? Speaking of Dudu, we're going to look at a replay of his first wave. So talk us through this as we queue up. Actually, there we have Zé Otavio and scores filtering in. We're going to get into the replay of Dudu Pedra in just a second. There it is.
Yeah, so here's a replay here. Look at this line there. He sort of set up perfect with his leg there and got in really deep too at the start and just managed to get run straight through in that closeout. It didn't allow him to sort of come out the front, which was a bit unlucky there for Dudu. But geez, he got so deep at the start and it was just a real milkshake barrel too. It was real foamy and it was well ridden. Yeah.
My apologies for cutting you off, Alex. We still have sets rolling in, and look at the scores falling into place. 6.50 for Zé Otavio. We'll see if we can get a replay on that wave as well. But a 6.5 to open things up for Zé. 4.75 for Dudu. A 4.25 for Matias Diaz, and Danton with a 1.75 on his opening venture. So there's your rundown right now out in the water. Otavio first, Pedra second, Diaz third, and Correa in the 4th spot. And again, Zé Otavio coming out with the advantage of 6.50, stalling for that barrel ride. And as you were saying, seeing those lefts starting to open up, which is definitely a positive indicator of things to come.
Yeah, definitely. That wind's, slowly getting better, and we're going to see some more open barrels. And here's something out the back here, some action coming through.
Look at this. Dropping in, Dudu Pedra on another left-hander. Bomb of a wave. Pulls into the barrel, it spits, he comes out, and he will duck out before this thing runs off. So if he had a 4.75 on his first wave, I have a feeling that one's going to better his previous ride.
Yeah, well, that was a big set. That was a big barrel. That was in the 8-foot range there for Dudu, and he loves that sort of stuff. He went out there and he's waiting for those sets to come through, and he rode that so well, Using that inside leg there for kids who are watching at home, using that inside leg to scoop into that barrel, that's where all your rail drive comes from, that inside leg and the inside flipper. You dig that into the face, and that's going to set your perfect line up. And, Dudu's just a perfect example of how to sort of lock that leg in and set yourself right into the barrel by keeping and penetrating speed. Really well ridden. And it comes out the front, and then... yeah, it's well ridden.
It doesn't seem like much, but it's very technical. The detail in being able to scoop into a wave that cleanly and, set your line and go from there.
Yeah, that's right. People look at the bodyboard too and they think there isn't much rail. It's only 40 inches of rail, but it's not. You've got another 60 or 70 inches by your leg, and it creates this really long rail, and it can move, and using your fin and your leg, you'll be able to create that length of rail into the face and dig, and sort of like a it's like a rudder, on a boat. It sort of steers yourself, and a lot of young people too that I said before were watching need to sort of capitalise on that and start to try using their legs and fins in steep conditions.
Well, we're going to show you the replay, and you'll see exactly what Alex has been talking about. Here we go with a look at that last wave for Dudu Pedra.
Yeah, you see him here. You can see that inside leg there just sort of scooping in, and it's allowed him sort of get up high in that barrel, set himself a little bit, get the points, and then come down the front. But you'll see the outside leg will sort of flow out a bit while his inside one sticks in.
And initial indications for the score coming in, this is going to be a very big score for Dudu Pedra. It is a 9.25. So Dudu Pedra dialing in a big score on that big barrel.
Yeah. The majority of those points they're gonna come from that first setup. There's a long. I know Chico loves the long, drawn-out bottom turns, when he's head judging these events. Dudu does them perfectly, and majority of those points are that from that long, drawn-out bottom turn to set up and the size of that barrel. It's definitely one of the biggest set waves we've seen today, and as compared to, say, Mateus got, maybe a longer barrel, but it was a smaller wave, and hence that's why he has a 4.25 on his.
So 16 minutes remaining. I'm Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with tour director Alex Leon calling the action out in the water. We have live action again. Here we have Dudu Pedra wasting no time, this time on a right-hander, looking to set this up, holding a high trim line, drops back down, and this thing's really not going to line up for him, so he'll duck out. This will not factor in his two top scores right now. Again, sitting on that 9.25 that he just dropped, but still looking to strengthen that 4.75 as a backup score. And there you can see on your screen the current standings out in the water, the combined heat totals. And here we have Danton Correa up and riding. Airs it out on the roll, comes down, lands clean, and will duck out. So nice maneuver, quick one maneuver wave, but still nice maneuvering nonetheless from the Chilean rider out in the water, Danton Correa.
Yeah, it's a few points there for him to start his campaign. He's sort of left it a little he's now 10 minutes into the heat, which is not great for Danton. He needs to sort of get the ball rolling now and try and pick off some of those bigger sets. Obviously that's where the points are going to be. And if you can get barreled on those big sets, he's in for the run.
So just to give you a quick rundown, with 14:45 left on the clock, Dudu Pedra in the lead on the strength of that 9.25. He's looking to replace a 4.75 as a backup score, but he maintains the lead. Meanwhile, Danton Correa with a 4.75 and a 1.75 is enough to hold the second spot. Meanwhile, Zé Otávio with a 6.50, still looking for a secondary score to change his situation out in the water. And Matias Diaz with the 4.25 on his opening wave. He still needs a backup score as well.
Yeah, we've got some technical issues too today with the scoring system. We're changing servers today, so we're unable to bring those scores live on the webcast on the webpage. So sort of bear with that today. I'd just like to apologise for that, but we will have that fixed, and we're all ready for tomorrow. So I do, and to the fans and the audience watching, bear with us today, and we will be bringing the scores to you tomorrow on the webpage.
Keep in mind, we're kind of on an island here. Ex-Isla Alacran used to be Isla Alacran until the man-made road was filled in, connecting it to the land. So it's now technically a peninsula, but it is basically an island that was connected by man to the mainland road. So running the electrical equipment, the video equipment, all of that stuff is always a technical challenge. And fortunately, we've got a really good technical staff here at the event. They know how to patch up any emergencies and keep things rolling so that we can bring you all of the live action here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yeah, that's right. And a big shout out to the sponsors that have got behind this event too. Tomato Surf Shop, the Municipalidad of Arica. They're a great help every year with this event, and they invest a lot of money into having the world tour here in Arica, and it's we've got to thank them for that, and the community here and the locals for allowing us to use our wave for 2 weeks, 10 days. It's we want to thank them as well.
Also, you mentioned earlier Palawan Bodyboard Club. Something new here. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz up and riding on the left. Didn't really like the look of it, so he's going to duck out the face on that one. Again, he's looking at a score of a 2.26 to climb out and advance. Dudu Pedro's created a bit of distance between himself and the other riders. Meanwhile, Danton Correa trying to battle it out with a couple of guys for the second spot. He currently holds the second slot. Here he is on the left, rolls off that end section, but he got caught up with that whitewater wall that was rolling behind him. It kind of crosses together, and it's like a steamroller over there. You just kind of get caught up between two walls of water. Meanwhile, streaming down the line here, Zé Otávio hits the roll on this foamy right-hander and then kicks out. So quick wave exchange there. And here we have Dudu Pedro up and riding again. Dudu will kick out. Again, Dudu Pedro maintains Correa, Otávio, and Diaz battling out for a second spot. Currently, Correa holding on to the second position. Meanwhile, Otávio needs a minimal score. He may very well have it again. He scored a 6.50 on his first wave. Needs a secondary score to move into the second advancing spot. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz trying to track down a minimal score of 2.26 if he's going to change his fortunes out in the water. There you can see the current standings right now, the current combined heat totals. Dudu Pedro firmly in control, again on the strength of that 9.25 barrel ride. Meanwhile, it's a battle for second place between the other three riders out in the water at the moment.
Yeah, we saw Dudu actually. He's got a right-hander right there, so we'll try and get a replay for you. There's a pretty big barrel, so let's see if we can dig that one up through the webcast.
Meanwhile, we still have waves rolling through out the back. You'll be hearing me say this all day, every day, pretty much the entire time the contest is running here, as no shortage of waves here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, and no shortage of action out in the water with our competitors. There you can see Matias Diaz in red paddling over. He's still looking to improve on his score, again with a 3.50 falling into place for Zé Otávio on his last wave. That bumps Danton Correa to third. He needs a 5.25, and now Matias Diaz needs to track down a 5.76 if he's going to advance out of this heat. We have less than 10 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time to get the job done, but need to pick the right wave and use it to full advantage. Meanwhile, Alex Leon is going to duck out of the booth and get back to his directorial duties here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. We'll let him scoot out. Any last words, Alex, before you go about business as usual?
Yeah, just like to say thanks to everyone tuning in around the world. Thanks to the sponsors here, and all the news and information surrounding the tour and this event will be at apbtour.com. And I'll try and get some riders in, and we'll give you some interviews with the riders, especially Ryan Hardy might be coming in soon, so that'd be good to hear from him. We haven't heard from him in a while, so thanks everyone around the world.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Alex, for spending some time in the booth, and look forward to getting some guest commentators in here throughout the course of the day. We'll see what they've been up to and get some guest commentary for the action out in the water. And up and riding, rider in red, pulling in, but no exit. That was Matias Diaz. Again, he's trying to track 0.76 right now. As we get deeper into the heat. Again, 8:35 left on the clock, and it's Dudu Pedro in the lead, Zé Otávio, Danton Correa, and Matias Diaz trying to battle it out for that second advancing spot, looking to move on to the non-elimination heats of round 3. So again, right now at the moment, out in the water, 8 minutes left on the clock. Dudu Pedro with a 9.25 and a 4.75 holds the lead. Currently in second, Zé Otávio from Brazil. A 6.5 on his opening wave. He paired that with a 3.50. He holds second currently. Meanwhile, Danton Correa in third spot trying to track down a 5.26. And Matias Diaz in the red jersey resides in the fourth position, trying to add a 5.76 to his scorecard and climb his way out of the basement in this heat at the moment. So that's where we stand. As you can see, all 4 of our riders out in the water waiting for the next sets to roll through. And again, my name is Steve Action Jackson, hosting the commentary here out in the water again today, finishing up round 2, and then we will go into round 3 non-elimination heats as we work our way through the men's end of things. We'll probably see the start of women's competition tomorrow, but again, that all depends on what the waves do forecast-wise and with here tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, out the back, set rolling through, Matias Diaz taking a look, up and riding on the right-hander. Down the face, sets his line, driving down, and he's going to kick out the back in a dramatic fashion. As, he's trying to chase down a 5.76 right now. That wave, unfortunately, is not going to get the job done. So, again, counting down, we're on the back end of business here in round 2, heat 6. As we get down to the 6-minute mark. And again, I apologize, it's actually heat 7, getting my heats mixed up. But heat 7, round 2, men's action out in the water right now. There you can see the current standings. Dudu Pedra with a combined heat total of 17.75 leads the way as he nailed down an 8.50 on his last wave. We'll try and get you a replay of that in just a second. Meanwhile, up and riding, Denton Correa trying to track down a 5.26, up and riding. Throws the roll, comes down, and then it just gets eaten up as he slid up into the barrel and got engulfed by the foam ball on that one. Again, Denton trying to chase down a 5.26, 5:25 left on the clock. And here we have Zé Otávio currently sitting in the second and advancing spot. Taking a look at this. Drops in on the left-hander, comes off the bottom, hits a nice drawn-out looping roll, repositions himself, gets a quick little in-and-out barrel ride. He's looking to replace a 3.50 and strengthen his hold on the second advancing position. He may very well have accomplished the task on that one. We'll wait for the scores to filter in from the judges. Again, sitting on a 6.5, looking to replace a 3.50 to strengthen his hold on second position. And 5.65, that pushes Denton to third, needing a 7.41, and Matias Diaz in fourth now needs a 7. Zé Otávio increasing the gap, so to speak, creating a little more distance between himself and the other 2 riders. So unfortunately, it's the 2 Brazilians in control of the heat and the 2 Chileans on the outside looking in. 4 minutes and change remaining. Still time to play catch-up, but they need something to roll their way. And here we have Dudu Pedra up and riding on this one. Dudu on the left sets his line, not really lining up how he would like, so he will duck out. He's already sitting on a 9.25 and an 8.50, so that wave will not factor in. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz looking for a 7.91 up and riding on this left-hander, trying to slide up into the pocket, but having trouble getting around the section, and there it clipped his legs and turned him sideways. He went up the face and then over the falls, so that wave really not cooperating with Matias Diaz. 3:35 left on the clock, and we're going to throw into a quick replay. So we'll check this out. Again, 3:20 left on the clock. Dudu Pedra holding the lead. Zé Otávio currently holding on the second. Denton Correa looking for a 7.41. Matias Diaz trying to chase down a 7.91 with 3 minutes on the clock. Here's a look at the replay for Zé Otávio on this last wave of his. Long, nice, drawn-out roll, arm extension, the whole 9, and he got a 5.65 for his efforts on that wave. That was enough to give him a new secondary score and strengthen his hold on that second advancing position, as now we're down to 2:40 left in the heat. And the Chilean riders out in the water, Denton Correa and Matias Diaz, they have work to do if they're going to take away that second advancing spot from Zé Otávio. Meanwhile, Dudu Pedra in the drive.
y un 8.5 sus dos mayores ondas. Branco posee Otavio, posee segundo, tiene un 6.5 y un 5.25 sus dos mayores ondas. Dando Correa, atención, está tercero, necesita 7.41 para ser segundo. Color rojo, perdón, Matías, necesita su 7.91 para ser segundo.
We are inside the 2-minute mark remaining here in Heat 7, Round 2, here on Day 2 of competition at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, right now out in the water, the big story, the heat leader, Brazilian Dudu Pedro with a 9.25 and an 8.50, doing some damage here in Round 2, looking to punch his ticket to Round 3 non-elimination competition, where he'll go up against some of the top riders on the World Tour. The top 16 ranked riders will be coming up in. But still some business to tend to here in Round 2. Dudu Pedro leading the way. Zé Otávio, his fellow Brazilian from Itacoatiara, in second, trying to hold off Matias Diaz, who is up and riding on this wave. Matias looking for a 7.91, drives down the line on the right-hander, trying to bank the reverse, and gets caught up in the whitewater. Unfortunately, unable to complete the maneuver. So Matias Diaz trying to battle back, still not, but time running out. He needs a 7.91. 30 seconds remaining in the heat as time ticks down. And as of right now, it looks like the two Brazilians from Itacoatiara are going to advance out of this heat. Dudu Pedro and Zé Otávio with the top 2 spots. Dan Correa, again, still chasing a 7.41. Matias Diaz needs a 7.91. And unfortunately, the ocean has chosen a very poor time for the Chileans to have the ocean go quiet. And there it is. The final horn has sounded. It will be Dudu Pedro and Zé Otávio, the two Brazilians, advancing out over the Chileans in this heat. They will move on to Round 3, non-elimination competition, which will be coming up shortly. There you can see the final heat totals from that. Again, Dudu Pedro, José Otávio advancing on to Round 3. Meanwhile, the horn has sounded, marking the start of the final heat of Round 2 out in the water. We are going to see in red Minea Fabish from Tahiti, Kalani Latanzi from Brazil, Alexander Whitman in yellow from Chile, and also fellow Chilean Diego Barrios out in the water, rounding out the field of competitors here in Heat 8, Round 2, the final heat of the second round, underway out in the water. Minea Fabish, after an unexpectedly early exit at the Itacoatiara Pro, came here to start on practicing for this event. Meanwhile, finishing third at Itacoatiara, the first event of the 2015 APB World Tour. Kalani Latanzi, not a regular competitor on the World Tour, usually a wild card at his home break of Itacoatiara, and then spends a lot of his times chasing big surf. We all have seen his exploits from earlier this year in Puerto Escondido, Mexico. But with his third place finish, he decided to take advantage of the ranking and compete here. We will get into this heat a little bit more right after this commercial break.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz.
Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
And welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. We are already underway with the final heat of round 2 out in the water and up and riding. Kalani Latanzi pulls in, looking for the left-hand barrel, but unfortunately could not find the exit. So we have 22 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored. Top 2 riders will advance on to round 3 non-elimination competition. The other 2 riders, unfortunately, they will pack their bags and prepare for the next event, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, which will be coming up right on the heels of this event. Meanwhile, Alexander Whitman driving through the barrel. Looked like he was going to find daylight, but unfortunately got caught up. We've seen it on a lot of waves so far this morning. There's a bit of a surging foam ball in the back of the barrel that tends to move forward, and it's been snatching riders by the legs and just keeping them from finding the exit. Meanwhile, trying to find the exit on this barrel in red, Minaya Fabish from Tahiti. This man is no stranger to pulling into big left-hand barrels, but unfortunately could not find the exit on that one. And here we have Diego Barrios getting on the board, finds a right-hander, drops in, waiting to set this wave up, and stalling, waiting for it to stand up there. He finds a section, throws a quick air roll, comes down, and then collides with that oncoming section of whitewater. Diego Barrios on the board, so we now have waves ridden by all 4 of our riders, all of them with at least 1 wave on their score sheet. They can build from here. Kalani Latanzi and Alexander Whitman, minimal scores on their first waves, as well as for Minaya. But Diego Barrios is going to get the better of the exchange as we wait for scores to finalize from our judges. And there it is, a 5.0 for Diego Barrios. He will take the early lead here in Heat 8, Round 2, looking to continue on into Round 3, which we'll be going right into following this heat. So again, day 2 of action out in the water. We've got men's round 2 about to conclude the second round and then go right into round 3, non-elimination round, where we'll see the top 16 riders on the World Tour getting into the action here at Flopos at Ex Isla Alacran. Meanwhile, out in the water, doing battle in the waves of Flopos. Riders waiting for sets to roll through, and wish granted here. We have a couple of riders taking a look, and it's going to be Kalani Latanzi dropping into the left-hander. Slid up into the pocket, hoping that would barrel, and unfortunately that wave just kind of avalanched down the face, didn't open up for him. So he will kick out and look for something a little better. A couple of minimal scores on his scorecard so far, but you have to watch out for Kalani. He knows how to suss out those bigger barrels. He'll find a way to get the job done if given the opportunity, as will his fellow competitors out in the water. Minaya Fabish coming to us from Tahiti, no stranger to the bombastic barrels of Chopu. And again, joining them out in the water, a pair of Chileans looking to get the job done in the country. Alexander Whitman and Diego Barrios round out the field out in the water. Minaya in red, Kalani in white, Alexander in yellow, and Diego in the black jersey. Is set rolling in as the scores pop up on the bottom of your screen. That's the current situation out in the water. Meanwhile, it looks like we have a set rolling in out the back, and our competitors paddling to get through this one, ducking through the face, as this one is going to reel off on the left and break down the line on the right. Nobody in position for that one. Meanwhile, more waves behind this. No shortage of action out in the water. here on day 2 of the Arica Chilean Challenge. Even yesterday, getting things started with round 1 of the men's on day 1, we saw a lot of action out in the water. We had some lower scoring heats, but we still had guys able to find the big scores, putting it together out there. And here we have another set rolling in, trying to put it together on this wave. Alexander goes in, big gutting barrel comes out, and he will duck out. We've seen a couple of 9s already today, 9.0 and then a 9.25 in the previous heat from Dudu Pedra. And we're starting to see these barrels open up on the left and right. Still not super consistent. Open, there's some major scoring potential out in the water, and we've seen some of the riders taking full advantage of those opportunities. And Whitman with a 6.50. He didn't quite get the deep barrel that he was looking for or the length of ride, but still a very solid ride there, a good score, a 6.50. That's enough to catapult him to the top spot. So Alexander Whitman flying to the top of the charts with a bullet. He's the current heat leader right now at 6.50. Now he's just going to look to back up that wave with a better secondary score, looking to replace a 1.75. And we're going to take another look at that last wave from Alexander. So here we go, queuing up the replay. Alex Whitman drops in, nice sizable left-hander. Gets into the barrel, quick in and out, comes out, and then ducks out. And again, a 6.50, the highest scoring wave of this heat so far, is enough to put Alex Whitman in the early lead. Still 16 minutes on the clock in this 25-minute heat. So again, a 6.50 on that last wave. Whitman now looking to replace a 1.75 as a backup score to strengthen his hold on the top spot. Meanwhile, a 5.0 for Diego Barrio, still looking for a second wave to strengthen his hold on the second advancing position. Meanwhile, some minimal scores for Kalani Latanzi and the Tahitian Manea Fabish thus far. So, those guys still have plenty of time to get some work done. They just need to be patient and choose wisely. All right, so Alex Leon popping in the booth real quick, give me the heads up. We've got Begonia Martinez, one of the women's competitors, and my colleague from the ISA World Bodyboard Championship last December, cruising into the booth. And how you doing? How's everything going?
Oh my God, I'm so stoked to be here man, with you. I was just like dreaming to be here. I'm great. I'm impressed on whatever it's been happening here. The waves are something else, right? The guys are being ripping, and yeah, man, I'm so excited to be here. Amazing.
Now, I was just given a piece of news. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on this, but I've just been informed that Alan Munoz is withdrawing from competition due to a rib injury he suffered. Do you have more information on that?
Yes, I do. It's actually three different injuries from a very, very strong wipeout on the biggest and most dangerous wave in the Kike, La Cosa, while doing a video. He's got a sprained knee.
Woof.
I don't know how to say that. A discopatia. It's in the
dislocated disc in the back.
Right. And also 2 broken ribs. So
ooh, ow.
He tried to surf yesterday, and it was so, and actually he has trouble to breathe. So yeah, he's withdrawing from the competition and from the rest from Antofagasta and Sintra. He needs at least 3 months to heal. So bad news, but you know.
All right, so now that Begonia's mic is actually working, maybe you can give us a quick rundown again of the injuries suffered to Alan Munoz that forced him to withdraw, not only from this event, but also from Antofagasta as well. He's going to miss the remainder of the South American leg. As you know what, actually we'll get back to that in a moment as we've got sets rolling through. Look at this.
Oh my God. If you could be here, I can tell you, I guarantee you guys, whatever you see on the webcast, it's not what it looks here live. It's so amazing, it's so impressive, really. So yeah, going back to the situation of Alan. Oh, look at that.
Whitman, his right-hander, this nice sizable set wave, trying to set this up, stalling, and it's going to stand up, get a little foamy on him, but there he is, drop for speed. It tweaks out a big invert and then takes a header. Amazing. After landing. He landed, bounced, and then he decided to duck out. So quick wave, big invert for Alex Whitman. He's the current heat leader. He had a 6.50, was looking to back it up. That will definitely get the job done. Meanwhile, on the previous wave, we saw Kalani Latanzi dial in a 6.15. That's enough to move him into the second spot. And here we are. Steve Action Jackson in the booth with Begonia Martinez, fellow commentator, and one of the competitors here in the women's division for this event. And you were just telling us about the injuries suffered to Alan Munoz, forcing him out of competition here at this event, having to with big roll off of that critical section. And you can hear the crowd down on the beach applauding his efforts for that one.
Local guy, he's been training so hard for this. It's one of his dreams.
Now, just to get back to the injuries of Alan Munoz one more time as this closeout set rolls through and everybody tries to get into position. Alan Munoz suffering, you said, 2 broken ribs, a dislocated disc in his back, and he injured his knee as well. Yep. In Iquique, one of the more dangerous waves in Iquique.
La Cosa, that's right. We have the footage. When you guys see it, you're going to be amazed. Yeah, unfortunately, he's not in good conditions to compete. Not even here, but also in Antofagasta and Sintra. So, yeah, he's retiring from competition. I say, and probably from the whole year.
So a 3-month recovery period expected for Alan Munoz. Our best wishes go out to Alan. And this is unfortunate because he's always one of the crowd favorites here in Chile. And to lose one of their biggest hopefuls for an event champion, that's got to be a little bit of a downer for the Chilean contingent.
He thought about it till the last minute. Actually, we just spoke with Alex right now when his heat is about to come, and he was actually trying the best, like trying and thinking and overthinking, and you know to actually to see if he could give it a chance. But no, you know, it's actually very, very dangerous. What if he by I don't know, he just hurt himself again, like lands on his rib, and he can get actually like a perforated lung. Really is really delicate. He's got 2 broken ribs, a dislocated disc on the back, and a knee sprained knee. How do you say?
Sprained knee, yes.
So yeah, he's actually real bad. And who's that? Oh, good decision. Kalani Latanzi there.
Latanzi taking a look at that one. So again, for those of you just tuning in, Alan Munoz, who was supposed to come up in the first heat of round 3 non-elimination competition, one of our top 16 ranked riders on the World Tour, has been forced to withdraw from the event due to broken ribs, a dislocated disc in his back, and a sprained knee suffered in Iquique while filming a video segment. So unfortunately, Chile losing one of its highest ranked ambassadors in the sport of bodyboarding on the World Tour, out of commission for the next 3 months. And meanwhile, we're going to take a look at that last wave from Diego Barrios, queuing up the replay for everybody at home. So we'll bring that up in just a second as we have live action. Diego Barrios back to it, driving down the line on this right-hander, eyeing up this section, hits the roll under the lip, project out. Nice clean maneuvering there from the local Chilean. He knows how to get it done out in the water here at Flopos and going to town. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look at his previous wave on the replay. The last wave of Diego Barrios at 6.50. Now we'll await this score to filter in as we count down to the 8-minute mark.
Amazing what it's living, what we're living right here. Can you tell it's different what you see live down there in the beach and what you see in the webcast, right? It looks actually easier on the webcast.
You know what? If the waves look really good on screen for the live webcast coverage, it doesn't even do it justice out here because it has just been pumping out in front here at Flopos, and these guys have had their work done. I mean, yesterday and again today, some heavy waves rolling through. We've got just off to the right of your view screen, we've got the Water Patrol on skis waiting to jump into action if need be. We saw them put to use yesterday. Unfortunately, Christian Fernandez losing his board twice during his heat. He was having issues with his leash, and they continued. And fortunately, we had the Water Patrol assist in getting him to his board so that he didn't have to paddle all the way down to the right and get swept out into the bay.
Oh my God, yeah. So you see now, Alexander Whitman, he's from Iquique. He's there's not too many Chilean competitors right now, and he's on the lead right now, and he's been doing a very good job. So congratulations for him and for all the people back in Iquique that are watching right now.
And here we have Alex Whitman, speak of the devil, up and riding. That one not really lining up for him, so he ducks out mid-face. Meanwhile, out the back.
Oh, my God. This is what I don't want to happen to me in my heat, man. This is what I am afraid of.
There you can see Alex Whitman ducking under as he's going to have to try and paddle through these sets. Caught on the inside. Not a fun place to be.
Not at all.
He's going to take another one as this one's going to blow up right in front of him.
He knows what to do. You see, he holds. He doesn't even paddle. He knows he has to just hold there, wait for the set to leave, and then, just try to, not hit the turtle. The rock right there is called a turtle.
Meanwhile, the Tahitian pulling into the barrel, Manea Fabish, and unfortunately cannot find the exit. Got a little caught up on the inside there.
I've seen Manea surfing by himself, first light in the morning. I got here the first day, and it was dark, and he was by himself, and the first day was really, really big, and he was the only one taking lefts, and he was just closing out. He's so pumped.
An interesting story about Manea. I was staying with him in the same house during the Ida Quachera Pro. He didn't get the result he wanted at Ida Quachera. He cut short his time in Brazil and left the next night in the wee hours of the morning, changed his flight ticket, and left to come here so that he was training in here at Flopos.
Oh my God.
So he's been here for over a week now, training in these waves. And meanwhile, check this out. Diego Barrios airing it out and unfortunately unable to stick the landing. But, I mean, he's firing on all cylinders right now. No holds barred, just going for it in front of the home crowd.
Amazing. He wants it, He really, really wants it. He surfs here every day. It's a kid. Actually, he's I think he's 19 years old. So he's very, very amped. Or pumped.
So the Chilean young gun putting it together out there. He's sitting on a 5.0 and a 6.50 right now. He maintains the lead. Meanwhile, Alex Whitman, fellow Chilean, sits in the second spot looking to fend off Kalani Latanzi, who needs a mid-range score of a 4.86 to move into that advancing spot. Meanwhile, Manea looking for a 9.01. He's teetering on the brink of the ever-dreaded combo land. Not quite there yet, but at 9.01, he's either going to need to dial in a huge score or break that into two new scores. And as we get down to the 4-minute mark, he's got his work cut out for him. But again, right now, it's the Chilenos leading the way. Diego Barrios first, Alex Whitman in second. Alex looking to replace a 4.50 and strengthen his hold on that advancing position with just under 4 minutes remaining.
It's amazing. Well, guys, any of these two guys, Kalani or Manea, they're guys to watch. It doesn't matter that there's only 3 minutes and left. Anything can happen here. We saw Kalani really surfing amazing back in Itaguachara, and anything can happen. We see a set coming through. Oh my God, look at that.
We've been seeing this all morning long, and it's not looking to stop anytime soon. Up and riding. He pulls in just under the lip, unfortunately gets caught up there. You see he got sucked up and dragged back over and down into the whitewash. So Kalani not having fun on that one.
And there's something coming down there, so hurry up, Kalani. You don't want to get caught in there. Oh my God, this is so much so much fun to watch this. It's so much fun to watch and not being out there because it's so scary. Like, thanks God, they're waiting for the swell to a little bit for us, the girls, and it looks like we're gonna be competing next week until Friday. It's not official yet. We're gonna see how it's tomorrow, but it's probably gonna happen next Friday. Oh my God, look at that! Those guys are there. What's gonna happen? Alexander, he just wanna. Now he's going for the right. Look at that! Oh
Look at this right-hander setting up. Opens up. He's driving. Gets a little barrel. Comes out, and he's pretty stoked on that. That had some good size. He got a little in-and-out barrel ride and just drove down the line on that one. So a nice wave for Whitman. Again, he's looking to replace a 4.50, create a little bit more distance between himself and the man in third position, Kalani Latanzi. Again, Kalani looking for a 4.86, a mid-range score, which is very much attainable out there. He just needs the right wave to work with.
Exactly. And yeah, man, it's these heats are so exciting. Everyone here really surfs. I think. Well, I mean, everyone that's been surfing has a very good level. And I don't know. I mean, you couldn't be registered here if you don't trust in your surfing, because this is a real dangerous place. I might call it the most dangerous wave in Latin America.
A lot of people believe it's one of the most consistent waves in the world, and it wouldn't be surprising to hear people say it's one of the most dangerous waves in Latin America. I mean, you've ridden out here in big conditions a couple of years ago with a regional tour event. What is it like being out there in bigger conditions?
It's so crazy. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how the waves look when you are out there. It's like a mountain of water coming to you to eat you. You know, it's it's amazing. Actually, you know, a crazy fact from 2013, from when we competed on the Latin American tour, they actually let us have a coach out there. So we were all the girls, like 4 girls competing, 4 coaches, and the jet ski helping us. And still everyone was freaked out, really, you know. And so even the best girls, they have a lot of respect for this place. It's a really dangerous place.
And there the horn is sounded. That's it. And it looks like the Chilean riders are going to come out on top with Diego Barrios and Whitman. There you can see the heat totals at the end. Barrios and Whitman. The Chileans holding advantage over the other 2 riders. Meanwhile, making their way in from that heat. We're going to sound the horn for the start of round 3, heat 1. Again, keep in mind, Alan Munoz has withdrawn from competition due to serious injury. He'll be out of commission, unfortunately, for the next 3 months. So, again, we send our best to Alan Munoz for a speedy recovery. Meanwhile, out in the water, left to battle it out, Eder Luciano from Brazil going up against Brazilian young gun, or Super Grom, rather, because he still hasn't hit 18. Still the young age of 17, David Barbosa, and they will be joined by the South African Ian Campbell. Again, here in the booth, Steve Action Jackson with Begonia Martinez. Welcome, everybody, if you're just tuning in. For the rest of you, thank you for staying tuned with us here on day 2 of competition at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. And you were mentioning in your quote for one of the press releases leading into this event, referred to this wave as a monster, and that you were doing a lot of mental training more than physical training to prepare yourself for this event. Tell us a little bit about how you prepare yourself mentally to take on, you know, what they're forecasting, the 12-foot surf, you know, here at Flopos.
Well, I mean, it's been said a lot. You have to remain calm and trust on whatever you have. Just you know, try to concentrate on doing what you know what to do. Not thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna get the biggest wave and I'm gonna do this amazing barrel. No, you know, just trusting on what you got, on what you know how to do, what you know to do. And I've been just trying to concentrate on that and you know, just to think that I have been living in Iquique now for 3 years, and I'm really used to surfing with a lot of rocks on the bottom. Like it's all the waves in Iquique are really shallow, So I just try to like think that this is another Punta Dos or Intendencia wave, And yeah, I don't know, man. Like everything, I cannot tell you I have a proven technique or mental technique to be calm, because it depends on the day. I just I remain calm the whole day, and then I go to sleep and then start like a little bit in Asians. But yeah, I mean, I think I just gotta remain calm and not be caught in the inside and try to pick. I think the best thing here is to pick the good wave.
And meanwhile, there you can see the breakdown of competitors out in the water doing their best to dial in some scores and not get caught on the inside. Again, unfortunately, Alan Munoz withdrawing from competition due to injury. Out in the water right now, the first heat of round 3, non-elimination heats. We have in the water Eder Luciano, David Barbosa, the two Brazilians going up against South African Ian Campbell. So these guys are going to battle it out in what is now a 3-man heat. Again, unfortunately, Alan Munoz withdrawing due to injury. And you know what? While I have you in the booth, if you could be so kind as to give all of our Spanish viewers an update in Spanish with what's going on with Alan withdrawing from competition. And take it away.
I'll be pleased. Bueno, para todos los que están escuchando, bueno, les contamos que Alan Muñoz se tuvo que retirar de la competencia porque tiene 3 lesiones básicamente en este momento. Tiene 2 costillas rotas, una rodilla esguinzada y una discopatía en su espalda, bien seria. Realmente es una lástima. Alan esperó hasta el último momento para poder declarar este retiro, pero no puede continuar en competencia y de hecho no va a competir aquí, ni en Antofagasta, ni en Sintra. Más de 3 meses para recuperarse. Así que pues para todos los que están en casa, lamentablemente a poder competir esta y tenemos solamente a Ian Campbell, ahora que está en ola de hecho. Incredible. Oh my God, he didn't make it.
Ian driving, looked so close to making the exit but got pinched. Meanwhile, on the wave before that, we saw David Barbosa on a nice size left-hander reverse off the top, reset his line, got a quick little in and out barrel ride, made a clean exit and ducked out waiting for scores to register from the judges. We'll give you an update in just a second on those scores. So apparently the barrel of David Barbosa wasn't a barrel. Score-wise, he comes out with a 3.15 to start. Ian Campbell with a 2.75 for his efforts. So Barbosa with the early advantage with a minimal score. Campbell on the board, now just waiting to hear from Eder Luciano. And
oh my God.
Once again, look at this, folks. We have a set rolling in. And it may not look that heavy on your screen, but looking out my front window here, that's a heavy roller out there. And for the competitors out in the water, yeah, that can't feel entirely comfortable out there, seeing one of those bad boys roll through and just cleaning up the lineup.
It's so much pressure, because you wanna. There's so many things in your head. You wanna do a good job. You wanna deliver a good performance. You're thinking on that. You're thinking, oh my God, this is one of the best waves. I wanna stand out. I wanna do something amazing. But then you see this monster coming to you, and it's like, oh my God, I don't know if I'm ready to do this. And it's not me. It's not because I'm a girl. I've been talking to many guys, and they can assure me they are scared. I mean, people, it's afraid of this wave worldwide. Even the best. I'm not saying names, but I've been talking to many guys, and yeah, man, it's an gnarly wave.
Well, you said it in the quote that was used in the APB press release I was making reference to before. This place is no joke. I mean, seeing it on film, seeing it live on your TV screen or computer screen doesn't even do it justice. This place is so heavy and so sketchy in so many ways that, yes, even like the top competitors on the world tour, when it gets big, it's something to be concerned about. It registers in the back of their minds that, you know, I need to be a little cautious out here, or else I'm gonna pay the price.
Definitely, and it's so much on your plate. You know, you want to do a good performance. You wanna take care of yourself. You know, and you want to win the competition. So it's so hard. It's so much pressure. You're there, man. You end up red as a tomato. I'm telling you, you can't breathe. Like I'm using a 3-2. It's freezing here, but I'm using a 3-2 because it's so hot out there with the pressure and with everything on your head. Plus, you have to, like, if you go right, you have, like, right, they say it's a little bit safer, but then you end up too far away from the peak, so it takes too much time to get back. Oh my God, there's a big set coming. Oh my God, I shake everything every time I see this.
Yeah, we're cheating and looking out our front window, and there are sets stacking up on the outside.
No
Whoa,
way.
Out in the water. Look at this bomb dropping in. Eder Luciano on the big right-hander. He's going to throw the big arm extended roll, comes out, and that was a beast. And there's another wave just reeling off, breaking behind it, just spewing, spit out the left-hander. And again, I mean, what you're seeing on your screen doesn't even do justice. You know, this is why I normally ask to be in an enclosed room, because I keep looking out the front and I'm like, are you kidding me?
It's just kidding me? Look at that spit. Oh my God.
I mean, it is just so heavy. I mean, and this isn't even the biggest. It's going to be heavier, bigger, sketchier once we get into next week. I mean, tomorrow is supposed to drop a little bit and then fill in the new swell Monday, Tuesday. They are going to be bombing out here.
Yeah, they actually said that there's a big chance that the Navy guys shot the island. This is called the island because it looks like an island, but it's not. I mean, it's got.
Used to be an island.
It used to be an island, right? They did a little causeway in there, right? But there's a big chance they close the island because it's going to be massive. If you go to Surfline, actually, it says 27 feet. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be 27. But here, man, 10 feet, it's gnarly. So you don't, like, if it says, it's always like that. If the report says something, here is at least 2 or 3, 4 more, you know? So yeah, I don't want to see that.
Something the viewers need to remind themselves of. Washes out when it gets really big, so you have to be careful. And look at this, making it out of the barrel.
God,
David Barbosa, 17-year-old kid from Rocinha, one of the locals at San Conrado there, making it out of that one.
Fala, galera la Rocinha, galera de la Rocinha, San Conrado. Amazing. David Barbosa, I'm staying with him because he's on my team. And he's such a nice little kid, you know. He's so much fun and he's always happy, and he's terrible talented. I'm telling you, it's amazing how the talent he's got. Another set coming. Like, everything that didn't happen in the last heat, it's happening here. Big set coming, guys.
And we're going to take a quick look at that last wave from David Barbosa. This is going to be a solid score for him. Here we have queuing it up. Talk us through this, Begonia.
David Barbosa, I saw, like, that was beautiful. And look how he double barrels in there. Double barrels. Beautiful. Little cut back there. I believe that was a very, very good way to ride a wave. Really, for a 17-year-old kid, it's amazing. Look at that. It's a big wave. Ian Campbell.
Ian's using his legs to stall, unfortunately stalled too much.
Right.
As soon as he set his position, that wave just took off down the line on him, ate him up. But we're just seeing reeling barrel after reeling barrel out there.
Oh my God.
And David Barbosa, 7.0, we just showed the wave on the replay. Again, a 7.0 for David Barbosa. One of the young super groms coming out of Brazil, the next generation of riders. There's a handful of guys that we've mentioned previously and we saw at the first event in Brazil. You know, these guys are kids to watch in the future. Again, David Barbosa, only 17 years old, and as you were saying, this kid is all smiles all the time. You know, always goofing around. He's got a smile on his face. You know, very easy to be around this kid, and tons of talent. No shortage of talent whatsoever.
It's amazing, and it's showing it here. even though he is scared, he's afraid of this wave. He has told me so many times. But this is when you see the importance of being calm. He just he said, yes, I'm afraid, but I want this. I wanna stand out, and he's making it. He's actually showing a lot of control, showing a lot of talent, and man, this is one kid to watch for the future. Oh my God!
Just to give a quick update, David Barbosa leads the way. He has a 7.0, looking to replace a 3.15 as a backup score. Eder Luciano has a 6.25 on his first wave, still needs a backup score, but that one wave is enough to have him sitting in second position. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell with a 2.75 and a 2.0, trying to set up the barrels, but hasn't had a luck finding the exit so far. He sits in the third spot, trying to track down a minimal score of 3.51 to move ahead of Eder. But again, Eder, he only has that one score. He's still looking for a backup score, so things could change before all is said and done. And again, Barbosa and the replace a 3.50 with 16 and change left on the clock.
This is a very, I'll say, very smart surfing here, because you definitely waves. Actually, you guys have seen in all the heats, they don't take too many waves. Here we have Ian Campbell. He wants it. He determined. Oh, look at that. Beautiful ride, battle ride, and then a nice roll. That was a nice wave for Ian.
So that will be a score more to Ian's liking once that fills in from the judges. Could change things out in the water standing-wise. Keep in mind, we are using four-man priority for the round 3 elimination heats. Of course, with only 3 riders in this heat, it'll be 3-man elimination. It's easier for these guys to pick and choose what waves they have.
Yeah.
And we're going to show a quick replay of that last wave from Ian Campbell. Talk us through this one more time, Begonia.
So Ian taking a nice size wave, perfectly entering the barrel. Wow. Coming out with a nice roll. Perfect landing. He was actually looking for a second maneuver there, but that was enough for him. It's too dangerous to hit it down there. It doesn't look the way it is, definitely. Actually, I saw the whole webcast on Itacoachara, and it looked like nice, And when I spoke with everyone, they said, oh my God, this is crazy here, And it looked nice, like just a mid-size wave. Look at that.
That inside section at Itacoachara, typical of beach breaks. A lot of moving water, a lot of current, and definitely testing the physical fitness of all of the competitors there. Meanwhile, testing themselves out in the water right now, there you can see the current heat standings. Again, keep in mind, Alan Munoz withdrew from competition. He is not out in the water right now. He sustained injuries that forced him to remove from competition. Here, as well as Antofagasta, he's out of the water for the next 3 months, recovering from injuries. So again, to Allen. Meanwhile, the rest of these guys trying to battle it out in the water. A 7.50 on that last wave for Ian Campbell. That's enough to move him up to the top spot, bump David Barbosa to second. Now Eder Luciano in third. He only needs a 3.91 to improve his position. He still only has one wave ridden, that's 6.25, so he's on the hunt for a backup score.
With 14 minutes, you have a lot of time here. You just need, you know how it works, just 2 good waves, and that can happen. Anything can happen. These guys are really, really talented. They can do anything, and we'll see a nice set coming down there. And yeah, man, para aquellos que están en la casa, que están sintonizando, repito en español para que sepan, Alan Muñoz se retiró de la competencia debido a sus lesiones, múltiples lesiones, y por eso no está en este hit, ni va a competir en Antofagasta y tal vez en Sintra. Vemos una ola entrando. There's a nice wave coming. There's someone there for sure. Oh my God.
Here we have Ryder dropping in. Eder Luciano airdrops, skips on the face, sets his line, and here he's going to set up this barrel. A big foam ball. He's going to throw the roll there, but pulls off the back. So some difficult maneuvering there for the Brazilian veteran out there.
Yeah, it looked like it wasn't like he actually and he couldn't get into the barrel. And I think that actually, when that happened, it's like, oh my God, I didn't plan this. I know I should have been in the barrel, so I'm not. And probably that kind of did just take the focus out of him, and that's why he couldn't like hit it on the end. It was like he invented roll there, but it didn't happen. But now it's okay. Like anything can. Anything. Sorry, I'm too honest. But anything can happen with Eder. Eder is a very good rider, and there's still 12 minutes left. And man, he just needs one good wave. You know, it's not too much, just one.
And there you can see on your screen what we've been talking about in that last image. That inside comes up real quick, and that rock ledge there, not someplace you want to get washed up on. We've seen riders in the past have some nasty run-ins with that rock ledge. It's not, as I mentioned yesterday, it's not even really a reef in the typical sense. It's more like a rock slab covered in barnacles. So you hit that, there's no give whatsoever. It's like slamming concrete when you're skateboarding. Only the barnacles that make it a bit like a cheese grater. So you're going to get shredded out there if you hit that rock ledge. And since I have you here and you have experience riding this place, have you ever had any bad run-ins with the rocks out there?
No, not really, thanks God. I mean, I've been. That's why I say it's a good. I've been too cautious, too careful. You know, sometimes you have to risk things to get the best out of you. But no, I'm very careful while I'm surfing here. Here's David Barbosa again. His barrel. Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Yeah. There you go. Oh my God.
You could see he was really leaning forward on his board on that one, trying to get as much speed out of his rail as possible. And Rosa finds the exit on that one. So racing the left-hander.
It wasn't too deep, but it will count for sure. I mean, I think he will definitely change that to 0.75.
He will definitely strengthen his overall combined heat total. Just waiting for that score to finalize. It looks like it'll be a nice mid-range score to help improve his situation. There it is, a 5.25. That's enough to move him back into the top spot. Ian Campbell bumped down to second. Eder Luciano, he's on the hunt for a 4.01. Still very much attainable, but he needs to find that secondary score. He's still sitting on that 6.25, but he needs to replace a 1.75. Meanwhile, there you can see riders getting ready to hit the water in the next heat. These guys are about to jump into that sketchy keyhole and make their way out to the lineup. Coming up, we're going to see Lucas Noguera, Alberto Bruno, Chris Raffia, and Antonio Cardoso hit the water. Antonio Cardoso, the gentleman with the black helmet on, wearing the gaff. Always wearing the gaff. He wears that to protect his ear. He has a hearing condition. He needs to keep the water out of his ear. So he'll be making his way out. Meanwhile, out in the water, we're going to take a look at that last wave from David Barbosa. We're going to cue that up on the replay. We'll let Begonia talk you through this one.
David Barbosa trying to generate as much speed as he can to reach the barrel. He actually makes it. Not too deep, not in the best place, but it was enough to get him a 5.25 to launch into the first position. That was very wise for him. Yeah, I always seen Antonio with a helmet, and I didn't know why. I thought it was like protecting from rocks, but then I saw it in Itaguachara with it, and I was like, "There's no rocks in there." It's probably so. I thought he might have a little condition, but I didn't know it was his ear, so that's why he always wears it.
Yes, during the Itaquachara Pro, Antonio spoke a little bit about it off camera and gave an explanation, because I know a lot of people had questions about that. So Antonio Cardoso clarifying the helmet is to protect his ear and try and keep some water out of it. But apparently it helps, and it showed in his performance at Itaquachara, part of a group of young Portuguese riders coming over to compete in South America, and Antonio having solid results at Itaquachara. Here he is in non-elimination competition at Arica, looking to make a solid event as well.
Yeah, I've seen them surfing really, really good. The Portuguese guys have a very, very good future. We have Teresa Almeida here, man. She's the gold medalist from the past event, and it's been amazing. Yeah, The girls we don't have too many girls at the moment, but I think they're very good girls, and we're gonna have a very nice show. There we have riders for the left and the right, man. Oh,
and it's going to be Ian Campbell pulling in deep on this. Left-hander gets spit out. Are you kidding me? He's still going, wraps it around, connects it with the reverse. So big, deep barrel to wrap around, cut back, spin, and nice wave from Ian Campbell. There you could see dialing it in the way. His first couple of waves didn't really line up for him. Then he knocked out a 7.50, and this wave, this is going to be in the excellent range, I have a feeling. Just waiting for that to filter in from the judges. And there it is, an 8.25 for his efforts on that one. So Ian Campbell building momentum out in the water. That's enough to move him back to the heat lead. And we're going to throw into a quick replay of this wave. And as always, we'll let Begonia have the honors of talking us through the replay.
there we have Ian Campbell, again generating speed. Very good barrel from the back, real deep this one. He cuts back, trying to reverse it. Didn't make it, but it was, the barrel was good enough to get him a 8.25 to launch in again to the first position. There we have David Barbosa. This is the answer from the last wave. There you go. Oh my God. Almost get caught there. Oh my God. Look at that. Oh, I'm so excited for this kid.
Oh, and he finds daylight. Gotta love it.
How's that, man? This heat is really tight. We see the guys really active. It's not. We haven't seen the past heats. The guys taking too many waves because you don't wanna get caught down there. But with this heat, I think it's very, very active. We saw Ian Campbell on a very, very good barrel, and then we saw right now David Barbosa trying to get back his first place, and
another 8.25 falls on the scoreboard. So we're going to take a quick look at this last wave of David Barbosa. Again, an 8.25 falling into place for this wave. Talk us through this.
David Barbosa, the answer from last wave of Ian Campbell. He almost get caught right there, but he can hold it. He holds the position, open his legs, and made this nice little barrel. Comes out from the little doggy door there.
Squirts out there at the end, and again, an 8.25 for David Barbosa, answering back to Ian Campbell's 8.25. And right now, Campbell maintains the lead. Barbosa in second, and that puts Eder Luciano needing a 9.01.
It can happen. It's not something impossible.
And here's Ian up and riding again, pulls into the barrel. Lose sight of him a little bit. Nice camera angle, though, on screen. And he's going to pull out. Nice little exit with flair.
Oh, my God. Every time they do that, I shake because I don't know if they're going to hit it or whatever. Okay, so the hit's ending right now. And it looks like Ian Campbell. So far, Ian Campbell and David Barbosa made it. We have to wait for the finals. But, yeah, definitely looks like these two guys passed through the next round.
That was a tough heat for Eder Luciano. He came out with a solid 6.25, but unfortunately he just was never able to back it up. So it looks like Ian Campbell, David Barbosa, they are moving on.
Anything can happen here, guys. This is a very challenging wave, and we have very, very good riders. And the good thing is that they have a good time. They have, I said 25. Oh, the next heat.
Yeah, there we can see on screen the next heat. Underway out in the water, Lucas Nogueira in red, Oberto Bruno in white. A couple of seasoned veterans from Brazil going up against Cristobal Serafia, who had a very solid performance on day one, finds himself here in round 3, non-elimination action. And Antonio Cardoso, the representative, the young gun from Portugal, one of several young guns in this event. Unfortunately, down, have a little difficulty in his heat yesterday, unable to advance on. A little bit of a shocker, and here he is. Cardoso up and riding right away, drives through one barrel section, and he's going to duck out before that wave sections off on him.
That was a smart move from him. Very nice barrel. I saw it like wide open, like a good space on the barrel. I liked it. Yeah, Cristobal Charafia, it's another guy from Iquique. Another very recognized rider from Iquique. He loves these waves. He's actually a big guy, and yeah, there's many to see.
And there we can see on screen a quick recap of that last heat. Ian Campbell with a combined 15.75. The Brazilian Super Grom David Barbosa with an 11.0. Advancing on, both of those guys will carry on deeper into competition.
Oh my
surviving.
God.
Well, actually, what am I saying? It's not an elimination round, so you have to excuse me. But the results from that last heat, David Barbosa and Ian Campbell taking the top 2 spots. Ian winning the heat. He will skip around. He will go right to round 5. We will see Barbosa and Luciano again in round 4.
Oh my God, Roberto Bruno, he just don't cares about anything. You saw that? He just like did a spin on a crazy leap there and end up in all the worst part of the rocks. How do you call it? Like in Spanish it's called picoroco, that seashell thing that it's in there. It looks like a knife.
Oh.
You've been saying it.
It's like a barnacle.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's like a cheese grater out there.
Oh my God, you won't believe it. Like they said in el frontón in Spain, they have it, but they're small. They call it sacabocados. It's like it takes a piece out of you. But in here, they're so big. They're like 2 knives together, like a Caesar. It's crazy, like an open Caesar waiting for you. What we have there, oh my God, this wave is looking amazing.
Cristobal driving in the left-hander, finding a little shade on a gray overcast day, and punches the roll at the end there.
That will count for sure.
Nice solid wave there, and there you can see on your screen the rocks coming into the picture very quickly. Waiting there all the time, always looking to slice and dice one of our competitors out in the water.
My God, so much danger in there, and the guys are just doing it excellent. Cristobal Charafia from Iquique just rode a perfect barrel and then came out with a roll on the rocks. Can I get a roll on the rocks?
Now, just to kind of make a little analogy using skateboarding as a reference, just imagine you're ollieing off of a landing dock and you end up landing on your side on busted concrete. That's about what it feels like for the riders out in the water, just getting slammed into solid rock, and it doesn't feel good. But meanwhile, feeling good on that last wave. We're going to show a quick replay after this. Antonio Cardoso driving. He's going to get caught up in the barrel.
Why they do that, man?
But the last wave of Cristobal, an 8.0, we're going to take a look at the replay.
Here we have Cristobal Charafia generating the best of his ride here. He just perfectly rode a barrel and then ends up with a nice roll on the rocks. The most dangerous part, it's right there. But if you land well, and the way he did, he'll be safe. It's okay. I don't know how they haven't hurt himself. I mean the people haven't been hurt more. I've seen really gnarly wipeouts, and I don't see anyone bleeding or anyone actually hurted. That's a good thing to know. But I don't know how. It's that place is so crazy, guys. Really, you wouldn't believe it.
Between the waves, the rock ledge, and the keyhole, yes, it's amazing. I think to everybody that we don't see more injuries here.
Look at that. It's Cristobal Charafia taking one from the inside. He's crazy, dude. Look at that. No
nice
way.
Big roll, looping it out.
That is Cristobal Charafia. This is he's like 33 years old. He wants to show all his potential here. He actually thought about it because he was paddling in a parallel way in order to get in the inside to get an inside wave, which is very dangerous because if you get caught there, if a set's coming, you probably can drown in there, man. It's so big. And he intentionally paddled in a parallel way to position himself in the inside, and he took that wave and he rode it perfectly. Beautiful roll. It reminds me to Andrew Lester's rolls. like round and a big wave. Very nice.
Yeah, and we've seen in years past guys like Tamega and Winnie really, throwing it out there, putting their body at risk. It's just, it's part and parcel to this event.
Tamega has been, I think, the craziest. Remember that time that he got this amazing big barrel, and when he comes out, he rolls not in the rocks, in the crazy rocks, but in the worst part, which is the turtle. They call it turtle. It's like a big rock, more to the right, and it's like the most dangerous place, and he rolls there.
And look at your screen. We've got corduroy on the horizon. Just waves stacked up for days here at Flopos. And it's about to get real interesting, I think, out in the water. We've got, Lucas Nogueira in red, Alberto Bruno in white, Cristobal Sharafa in yellow, and Antonio Cardoso in black. We've got an interesting heat so far, but you can see Stets on the outside. We're going to throw a quick replay right now as these waves work their way in. And here we can see a look at that last wave from Cristobal. The big looping roll on that one. He got a 6.65 for his efforts on that wave. Meanwhile, the live action out in the water. Look at this rolling in. Our rider's getting over the back of this, punching through the face, trying to get the way out of the way of this bad boy, as this thing's going to shut down all the way down to the end. You were talking about the turtle. That whole stretch of beach, past the keyhole, past the turtle, that thing just closed out.
Oh my
the
God.
whole stretch of Flopos.
This is too much. This is too much emotions for a day, man. No. This is crazy, people. Like, whenever you have a chance to come and see this contest, please do it. You have to see this once in your life. This is a very, very amazing wave to watch. The skills of the guys are really proven here, man. Like, here you can say, if you actually pass rounds here and heats here, you can say that you're really ready to ride anything in the world.
Meanwhile, there you can see the current heat totals for the riders out in the water doing battle here at Flopos. And Cristobal just going to town. Has a solid hold on the lead, a combined heat score of 14.65. Break that down as two scoring waves so far. He has an 8.0 and a 6.65. He holds the lead here in this 25-minute heat. He's followed by Antonio Cardoso. Cardoso with a 7.0 looking to replace a 2.50 as a backup. Meanwhile, Alberto Bruno with a 5.75 on his opening venture. And Lucas Nogueira, unfortunately, a 2.0 to open things up, needs to start working on building his score and getting back into the mix of things. Again, round 3, heat number 2, non-elimination heat. But all of these guys want to take that heat win and skip around. Again, just to break it down for our audience at home, round 3 non-elimination, 4-man priority heats in effect. The winner skips around, goes straight to round 5. The other 3 guys are going to battle it out in round 4.
There you go. Oh my God, another set coming for you people. Oh my God, I don't even know what I say. I'm so nervous. Imagine if I was out there. Another set coming. It just doesn't stop, man. It's not, like any other places, you have like gaps, like nice gaps. In here, it's just like every minute there's a like 5 or 6 wave set. What is it,
just
man?
Heavy sets rolling through here at Flopos. And it's really hard to maintain composure watching these waves roll in and just thinking how big and heavy it is right now with the competitors battling it out here on day 2. And they've got bigger, heavier conditions in front of them as we get into next week. So, if Ida Quichera scored the goods at that beach break wave, this Chilean reef break, so to speak, is scoring the goods as well. So, a solid start for the 2015 APB World Tour and some heavy conditions for all competitors involved.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Really, I just can't describe with words what's going on in here. And yeah, man, even if you were in a beach break, this will be a big size, for beach break. And imagine having big waves, rocks, competition, You know, so many things in mind. This is really for skilled people. Not. This is not for any how do you say that, beginners.
Not a novice wave whatsoever.
That's why we don't have any juniors in here. No way, no. Even though I'm telling you, juniors really impressed me back in Itacoachara. They're like no juniors, and they serve so good. Like,
well, you were touching on it a little while ago. This is a wave where if you want to push your limits, challenge your riding level, this is someplace you need to come to, sometime sooner rather than later. And if you are a real bodyboarding enthusiast, this is someplace that you definitely want to visit and watch this competition live at least once in your lifetime, because it is the perfect bodyboarding arena. And then you take into consideration the seating here for viewing and the wall in front. You can watch guys riding waves like this. Here you can see Cristobal has the heat lead up. But I mean, the viewing here is unbelievable. You've got the bleacher section, and you've got the wall in the middle where most of the fans sit and watch with front row view, and the action is right there in front of everybody.
There you go. That is right. And another beautiful thing that happens here that every rider talked to me about. Have you seen how many people ask for autograph down there? Like, they just want anyone to sign them, their board, their posters. It's so nice. Like, even the Aussie guys, 2 years ago, they used to tell me. I remember Lachlan Cramsey and George Humphrey used to tell me, "Oh my God, I have never experienced something like this. I just come out of the competitors area, and I get so many kids asking for my autograph that I didn't even know they would have known what I am." You know, it's like, people is really supportive here. That is a very nice thing. I think that thing actually helps you to your best out there, because you have so many people watching, and it's not like the bodyboarding people. It's what is? Oh my God! It looks like it's shaking here. It's
you can
very,
feel
very
the
nice.
waves vibrating through the event structure.
We don't want an earthquake here.
No earthquakes, just pumping surf, please.
Yeah, you know, we live the Chile is like a very, very sensitive.
Active.
Yeah, it's a very active earthquake wise. Yeah, we have a little pausing here, not too many waves coming. The guys are just being cautious and staying up there, because they know any minute can come another massive set. But you see, Cristobal, he doesn't care. You know, he's just there in the inside. He says, "I'm just scoring more." There you go.
There he throws an air roll spin off the left-hander, smaller wave, but still, you know, staying busy, putting together some solid maneuvers and some strong barrel riding to currently hold the lead. Again, he's sitting on an 8.0 and a 6.65. This last wave, a smaller left-hander, nice air roll spin. Probably going to be a good mid-range score, but won't factor into his overall combined heat score. Up and riding, Antonio Cardoso on the right-hander, driving, nice size wave, looking for a lot of speed, and this thing's going to shut down. He's going to try and backdoor that section, and he basically drove face first into oblivion on that one.
Oh my God. I think he should have hit it instead of going for the barrel, because it wasn't impossible out of that. We had Lucas Nogueira on the right. Didn't do too much for him there. Also close out. But still is going to help him a little bit, because he away for 2 points. So with that, he will have 2 waves, and he will definitely pass Roberto Bruno, which only have 1 wave.
Now, while we wait for those scores to register and for the next waves to be ridden, you had mentioned you've been living in Iquique for the last few years. You're living there with your fiance. How are the waves in Iquique and other places in Chile different from your home breaks?
Oh my God, I'm from Venezuela, so you can. For those of you who have seen the previous events in Venezuela, we had many events, like I think 10 editions of the Margarita Island. The waves are very small, very inconsistent. We have good breaks, but we never have swells, so it doesn't matter, you know. It's like there's good breaks that could be good waves, but no swell. We have Cristobal again. I'm telling you, this guy doesn't want to stop. He's just having fun there, you know.
Cristobal, a machine out there. Unfortunately, there trying to throw into a forward pocket spin and got eaten up as he was trying to come around. But
He's
again,
just
staying
like a
busy.
normal day. It's a normal day for him, you know. He's just there, like, I'm surfing here, whatever I want. I'm staying on the inside. It looks like there's another set coming, another big one. And yes, like I was saying, the difference is huge from my country to here. Like I can say for sure, I learned how to surf again. I moved to Chile, man. This is so much difference. Like, this is like nothing. Like, here we have Roberto Bruno on this nice left. It's gonna work for him. Yeah, that was a nice wave. Little speed on that, little roll, good combination in there. That would definitely pump him out. Second position, and then there's another nice wave. No one in there.
And while we wait for the next wave to be ridden, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this. And we're back here on day 2 of competition at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Steve Action Jackson in the booth here with Begonia Martinez, the transplant coming from Venezuela, living here in Chile the last few years. Compete in the Women's World Tour portion of the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Oh my God.
No short task to speak of. Definitely a tall order, but we've got the best women's riders on the World Tour here to throw down out in some heavy conditions here at Arica later on this week. And meanwhile, she's joining me here for some guest commentary. It's nice to have you here in the and. What have you been up to? I know you've been cruising around. You had Ryan Hardy staying with you and your fiance. You were cruising him to some spots. What was that like?
Man, I can tell you for sure, Ryan Hardy is one of the nicest guys I ever met. He's so nice with everyone. We did autograph signs, and he signed like crazy. Like, I don't know, say like 500 autographs. He was so nice with everyone. He actually coached me a bit. I'm very honored to have him coaching me. He's an amazing guy. He's so talented. Like, I can say I have never seen someone so committed to coach. You know, it's so natural for him.
Look at this outside. Oh no takers on this one, but a beast of a wave nonetheless.
Oh my God. And everyone got a little bit caught on the outside. Look at that. Oh my God, guys, you won't believe how this look here live. I'm telling you. Like,
Mad scramble to get through the face on that one.
No ways. You know, we thought, like the girls, yeah, well, maybe tomorrow we're going to compete because it's a little bit smaller. Yeah, right, it's smaller. It's like a feet less and it's huge. No, this is too much to take care of, you know. a heat to make, you know, you're worried about doing a good performance, worried about passing the heat, and then you're worried about not getting killed. Oh my God. This is bodyboarding, though, you know. This is what we've been signed for, you know. This is what difference from other water sports. We don't ride regular waves. We ride really dangerous waves, really hollow, and this is what we want, you know. So when I see someone complaining about these conditions, I say, yeah, but then you will complain when they throw the competitions on bad waves, you know. So this is bodyboarding, you know. If you signed up for this, for bodyboarding, you signed up for this kind of situations, you know. This is what actually make the difference.
This is what it's all about, folks. The best bodyboarders in the world battling out in the best bodyboarding waves in the world. And right there towards the top of that list, Flopos, here in Arica, the Arica Chilean Challenge, we get waves year in and year out. This has got to be one of the most consistent waves in the world. I don't think I've ever seen this place completely flat.
Never. You know, whenever it says, like, the report says 1 feet, here's, like, beautiful, you know, like, perfect, small, but not so small. It's never, ever, like, small, like, no waves, ever, you know. It's amazing. It's so consistent. Really, it's, like I tell you guys, Chile, it's an amazing place for bodyboarding, and it's definitely worth the to come here and to give it a shot to compete in this wave. And actually, this year in Antofagasta, they changed the spot. It's going to be in Nilda, and that Nilda is actually one wave to look at. There you go again.
Look at this, Cristobal pulling in deep. Unfortunately, not going to find the exit on that one. So while we wait for things to shake out in the water and get ready to go into the next heat, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
And welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Here in the booth, Steve Action Jackson with Begonia Martinez, our guest commentator. And right now there you can see the situation out in the water. Cristobal just dominating. But give you a quick rundown. Roberto Bruno currently in second with a combined heat score of 11.0. Antonio Cardoso currently in third. Lucas Noguera in fourth. Having a little bit of a shocker out in the water right now. But again, this is round 3, non-elimination heats. The winner will skip around and go on to round 5. Meanwhile, the other 3 riders will have to battle it out with one extra time in round 4.
Yes, that's the way it's going to happen. We see a little calming here. It means that at any minute a beast will come, for sure, a couple beasts, because the sets are so long. Like it's like 6 waves or something, you know. Usually it's like 3 or 4 waves. So we have a high period at the moment. That's why we have many waves coming, and. Yeah, man, look at that. This heat is almost done, and we have seen good performance from all the riders, especially from Cristobal Charafia from Iquique, who's determined to do the best he can to show a lot. I think he's got like 25 years of experience surfing the best waves in Iquique. You have to see this guy in Intendencia. Have you heard about that wave?
I've heard of it. I've never actually seen it, though.
Man, that wave is so perfect, and it's like a beautiful left. And this guy, he sits where no one sits, you know. He drops from the back, like I say, he drops from the kitchen, you know, on the back of the house. He drops and he makes it all the time. He's perfect. Cristobal is a very talented rider, and he's showing it right here in Flopos. He's been surfing so comfortable, huh?
Yeah, he's looked very comfortable out in the water here. And I think that might be a key for a lot of the riders. You would probably be able to tell me better than any experience I have. Feeling as comfortable as possible out there definitely helps, doesn't it?
Definitely. But you cannot be comfortable in El Flopos unless you have ridden here a lot. Look at that. That was a beautiful invert from Antonio Cardoso in the very last seconds. That's Kelly Slater type, you know?
So at the horn, Antonio Cardoso, and look where he comes in, right in front of that rock ledge.
At the very end of the heat, there we have the final results in here. It's Cristobal Charafia from Chile, 14.75 on the first position, Roberto Bruno on the second position. But wait a minute. That doesn't have the last
Actually,
spot.
the last wave of Antonio Cardoso, a 6.10. He needed a 7.66 to move into the top spot, so situation remains the same. Cristobal will win the heat and skip around. Antonio Cardoso, Roberto Bruno, and Lucas Noguera will have to battle one extra time in round 4 elimination heats. So
there you go.
They all move on. It's just 3 will battle it out in elimination format. The winner moves on to the next round, and we'll go straight to round 5. Meanwhile, the horn has just sounded. We are underway with the next heat out in the water.
Antonio Cardoso did it on the last minute. I love those things, when that happened. It lets you know you can give up until the very last second. He just made it on the last seconds. That's impressive.
A little bit of a buzzer beater, or as Yogi Berra, the famous New York Yankee, used to say, it ain't over till the fat lady sings.
That is right. Oh my God, you're so American.
So, or as Will Smith used that phrase in the movie Independence Day, and Jeff Goldblum's response, I don't hear no fat lady. So Antonio Cardoso battling it out right to the very end in that last heat. Meanwhile, out in the water, battling it out now, Alex Uranga in red from the Basque Country. And I'll let Begonia give you the complete rundown of who's out in the water right now.
Eliton Loureiro from Brazil on the jersey, and we have Airam Cabrera from the Canary Islands on the yellow jersey, and then Sasha I never know how to say that. Damjanic. Sasha Damjanic, he's a local guy. He's not from here. He's from Antofagasta, but he's been surfing really good. I saw him really surfing good on Itaquatzara. So many surprises, many things can happen in this heat. It's a heat to watch, and we have a very nice set coming up, so we'll see what the guys do with this.
Yeah, Sasha Damjanic coming off an equal 9th at Itaquatzara, the season opener in Brazil, and now here he is in event number 2 on home soil, looking to equal or better his opening performance on the 2015 World Tour. And he's out in the water right now, and so are some of these sets rolling through.
Oh my God, no!
Oh, man, reeling, spitting, you gotta love this.
You gotta love this, it's amazing. Oh no, someone dropped the board. Oh, that's bad news. That's bad news. Oh my God.
And here you can see Water Patrol jumping into action, streaking across your screen on the ski. We have a rider without a board out in the water now.
It will be, I think it's Eliton, because it was a versus. Yeah, Eliton. Oh my God, Eliton Loureiro. Oh, he's a very good rider as well. He lost. This is something that definitely you don't want to happen on your heat. It's a shame. It's a shame that he just started. Good thing that he just started. It gives him a lot of time to recover. But it's something that actually gets you out of your concentration, out of your focus. Losing your wave just in the first set, in the first minute, it's something that you don't want to happen to you. But I mean, he should be all right. Thanks God, and thanks God we didn't have a big set coming, and the jet ski could have taken him, because if we have a long set coming, he will be, lost. Because the jet ski cannot go in there. He can get actually. Oh my God! Look at that. Look at
this bomb. Sasha Damjanic dropping in. Barrel, another, and squirts out.
Oh my God, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Sasha Damjanic, and look at this. The answer real fast from Alex Uranga right in.
Oh my
perfectly.
Lord.
No.
And it comes out. Are you kidding? And the claim at the end. I don't blame him for claiming it. He was deep. He was in there for a while, and he made it out. And we're not done yet. Here we have Aerodom answering back.
It's not going to make it, unfortunately, I think. Oh. Wait. Oh, my God. No way. This is just happening in the first minutes of the heat. We have Sasha Damjanic, the local Antofagastian guy. Oh, I don't know how to say that in English, but the Antofagastino. He did an amazing barrel, came out perfectly, and then seconds later, we have Alex Uranga on a big wave, answering, saying, I'm here as well, I can make it as well. So we have to wait for those scores. I want to see what's happening there. Unfortunately, Airam Cabrera, who also rode an amazing wave, he couldn't make it. He couldn't close out for him.
And we're going to take a quick look at the replay for Alex Uranga's wave. That was unreal. Check this out.
No way, man.
Just when you thought he wasn't going to make it out, he was super He was in there for a while. He actually came out after the spit, so he took a little shower in the barrel there.
Oh my God. He disappeared and reappeared,
and this score is going to be absolutely massive. It's from the indicators. There it is. Perfect 10. The first perfect 10 of the event. Alex Uranga dialing it in. Perfection personified. A 10 on that barrel. Alex Uranga just nailed it.
He's been surfing great. He's actually a very, very talented rider. He rides big waves, so this is nothing for him. I think he probably wants bigger waves. And yes, man, it's amazing. He deserves that 10. But I want to see also what they gave. Oh, Sasha Damjanic, he got a 9. Very good score as well. Airam Cabrera is also coming through. It was he will get a nice score as well because he didn't make it, but it was a big wave. A lot to risk in that. Oh, I think judges also are considering that, the risk you're taking, right?
And you know what? We're going to take a look at that 9.0 from Sasha as we queue up another replay. We'll let Begonia talk us through once again on the replay on this one.
The local guy, Sasha Damjanic, scooping there, opening his legs to get inside the barrel. That was a very nice barrel, but he didn't disappear as much as Alex. That's why I believe he got a 9. It's well deserved.
And look at this rolling through. I can't help but feel like a kid on Christmas Eve right now every time one of these sets rolls through. Just completely amping here in the booth with Begonia.
Oh my God.
Both of us just watching, with eager anticipation as each successive wave rolls through. And, that opening exchange for this heat, just unbelievable. A 9.0 for Sasha Damjanic. A perfect 10 for Alex Uranga. Meanwhile, a little drama to start things off. Elton Lorera lost his board in the beginning, so we've seen a little bit of everything. A little misfortune, a little bit of grand fortune out in the water so far. And we're still in the early goings of this 25-minute heat, and it's just been unbelievable out there.
I don't know what to expect. Anything can happen, Oh, my God, a perfect 10, the first one. Huh? Is it fair?
Seeing a 9 and a 10 back-to-back in round 3. This is still early portion of the men's. You would obviously expect big scores as we get deeper into the field and closer to the finals and guys are pulling out all the stops. But we're in round 3 and guys are already pulling out the stops and going big out there. It's almost as if there's no other option. You've got these massive sets rolling through, some really heavy sections, some wide open barrels, and you have to go for it.
Oh my God, yeah. You have to. This is your chance, It's a chance to stand out, and they have to seize it. They have to take it. Oh my God, that was so impressive. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I can't believe what I've just saw. This is el Flopos, people. Amazing.
And we're gonna take another look at the replay of Alex Uranga's perfect 10. Here we go, queuing this up. We'll let Begonia do the honors. Here's a look at the tail end. He's coming out. Gone. It looked like he had gotten eaten up in the... And
amazing. Like you guys couldn't see the beginning of the wave, but it was a very big wave. He rode it perfectly. It actually almost backdooring it. He got into it, disappeared. We thought he couldn't make it, and when you didn't, think he wouldn't make it, he just comes out. And that's why they got perfect 10. Very well deserved for Alex Uranga. I loved it. Amazing heat. And there's still 18 minutes to go. 18:45. It's a lot.
And I think we're going to take one more look at that. One last look at the perfect 10 of Alex Uranga. We're going to cue that up and take another look. Here we go. One more time. The end of that perfect 10 for Alex Uranga. Finding daylight.
That was beautiful. I have to say, perfectly ride. Really good. I'm very happy for him. He did an amazing job. You know how comfortable you can be on a heat when you take your first wave and you make the biggest score of the competition right there in the first wave, in the first minutes of the heat. You're just cruising, you know.
And you could see it from his expression afterwards. He pulled off the back of the wave and just threw his fist in the air. You knew he was pumped.
You know, the Basque people, it's a very strong people. It's a very strong population, really mind determined. They come from. They actually call themselves the most ancient, the oldest population in the world. So it's. I think they have strong beliefs, and you can tell by Eunate Aguirre. She made it. The second year she was competing, she ended up world champ, and here Alex Olanga also have improved so much.
And you know what? We're going to get back to that point in just a moment. We'll talk a little bit more about the women's end of things. But right now we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
And welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. And we have Alex Rodranga up and riding again. He had a perfect 10 on his last wave. Pulls up into the pocket looking for the barrel. Disappears from view. Still driving there. You see him get sucked up and over. Not quite the same luck as he had on the last wave. And right behind him, non-stop action. Aram Cabrera up and riding on this wave.
Elton wants to do something because he just got out of the heat at the beginning.
Now, I do believe Begonia needs to step out of the booth, so we're going to let her cruise. But real quick, before you go, would you like to give any shout-outs or props to your sponsors? Or?
Well, yeah, I mean, thank you, Steve. It was be here with you. I want to say hello to everyone back in Iquique and back in my house or in Venezuela, everyone that's watching. Los quiero mucho, mi gente. Yes, thank you to my sponsor, South American United Erizo Surf Brand. And yes, I'm stoked to be here, Zion Wet. Thank you very much for letting me be here. It was amazing, and I'm glad I was here.
Well, thank you for joining me here in the booth. Meanwhile, out in the water, joining with this barrel, another cover-up for Sasha Damjanek. We'll wait for that score to register. Begonia will make her exit from the booth. Thank you again, Begonia, for taking time to do some guest work here in the commentary booth. And non-stop action out in the water here on day 2 of competition here in round 3. Non-elimination heats. All 4 of these guys will compete again, but the winner of the heat will advance on to round 5, where the other riders will battle it out in round 4. We're going to take a look at that last wave from Sasha Damjanek. And here you can see this wave, a 6.25 for his most recent effort, goes with a 9. So Sasha Damjanek moving to the lead on the strength of a 9.0 and a 6.25. Alex Uranga currently in second, has a 10.0, but needs to replace a 3.0 as a secondary score. Meanwhile, Aram Cabrera currently in third. Elton Lorero in the 4th spot. Elton with a little difficulty at the beginning of the heat. Lost his board on his first wave. There you can see the current situation out in the water. The combined heat totals so far, Damjanek sitting on a combined total of 15.25, and the lead, looking to skip round 4 and go straight to round 5. But Alex Uranga again sitting on a perfect 10, needs to back it up and replace a 3.0 with something more solid. At the moment, he needs a 5.26 or better, as we've seen this turn into a barrel fest out in the lineup for this heat. Guys just trading barrels back to back to back. Aram Cabrera has come close, but not quite. His last wave looked like he was going to find the exit, then got eaten up. He got a 2.75 for the effort. He currently sits in the 3rd spot. Aram and Elton both in combination situation if they're going to take the top spot away from Sasha Damjanek at the moment. So again, quick rundown of this heat real quick. The big highlight, Sasha Damjanic dialed in a 9.0 barrel ride, followed up immediately after on the very next wave by Alex Uranga scoring a perfect 10. So trading barrels, exchanging blows like heavyweight boxers out in the water right now. Alex Uranga and Sasha Damjanic battling for that top spot. Meanwhile, Adam Cabrera and Elton Loureiro not having the best of luck on their first couple of waves, looking to get back into the swing of things with their next wave riding opportunity. And meanwhile, joining me here in the commentary booth, I've got 9-time world champion Mike Stewart. Welcome to the booth, Mike.
Thanks, Action. And action there is.
Non-stop action out in the water so far today. You were out for a free surf yesterday. What were the conditions like?
Yeah, it was right when the wind started to pick up a little bit, but it was still pretty fun. You could definitely tell the swell was kind of on the rise. And look at this live action here.
Here we have Sasha Damjanic, not done yet. And he's going to duck out the face again. He's sitting on a 9.0 and a 6.25 for the lead right now, looking to leapfrog round 4, go straight to round 5 at the moment. But again, Alex Uranga with a 10.0 looking for a solid backup score. And there it is, Steve Action Jackson in the booth with 9-time world champ Mike Stewart holding it down on the commentary. So welcome to the booth again. And this is someplace you seem to really like. You've had success here. You've won it in years past. And how much does it mean to be able to return to this event?
Yeah, this is, I was telling someone earlier, like I don't travel a lot to a lot of places, and this is one of the places I go to, and there's a reason for that. It's just because, this is a nice roll.
And there's that backup score Alex Uranga was looking for. He's looking to replace a 3.0.
Yeah, Alex is on fire in this heat.
I'm going to venture a guess and say that wave will definitely improve his overall combined score.
Yeah, that was a real nice flow to that roll. It hit it just with tons of projection. That was sick. Yeah, like I was saying, like this is, the waves, as you've seen on the screen, they're pretty amazing. This is so consistent. It's like a funnel for swell. It's just kind of located up in the nook of between Central America and South America, right up on northern Chile, and there's a big channel that runs the whole length of Chile, and full swell magnet. Any swell that's anywhere in the Pacific and even under the Pacific, I would venture to say that those big Indian swells would get up in here as well. So the Indian Ocean swell. So this place is for some reason the focal point for waves, and this reef in particular out here is really well suited for bodyboarding. It's just a big hollow bowl, and I would say up until today it's been a little bit awkward. It hasn't really been like it normally is, where it's draining all the way through. I think you saw earlier in this heat, Alex Uranga got that 10-point ride. That's how we like to see it, when it's just fully top to bottom and draining all the way through. Do that now, and so it's kind of really coming to life.
And here we have another set rolling through. We've seen a lot of sets stacking up on the outside. We'll get a little bit of a lull and then just wave after wave. And here you can see one behind the other. So some solid conditions out there. Now, you've got probably more experience than anybody riding in these waves. You know what? I'll get back to my point in just a sec. We're going to take a quick replay and look at Alex Uranga on his last wave.
Yeah, check out the timing of this. This is just falls so well into the judges' criteria of just like a clean executed move, and landing with speed. It's just when it pops up, you'll see it's a pretty nice roll.
Yeah, so we'll be getting into the replay in just a moment. Again, Alex was looking for a 5.26, if I recall correctly, to move back into the top spot. He received a 6.75 on his last wave, enough to move him ahead. And here's the replay coming up for you all at home now. We'll let Mike talk you through this.
Yeah, so you can tell him here, he's looking at this wave, he's drawing a nice long bottom turn and just eyeing that section, just hits it perfectly. Nice extension, lands with speed, and then, yeah, it's like cool. And here we are, live action.
Yellow up and riding, Adam Cabrera, nice roll on that wave, and then gets a little caught up in the whitewater, can't really get around the section after that. but he was looking to put something solid on his score sheet, a couple of minimal scores to start off with. That should get him back into the mix out in this heat. But as I was saying before the replay, you're no stranger to competing in big, heavy waves. You've basically made a career out of it. And so how do you prepare for, what we're expecting to see in the forecast later this week?
Yeah, I think it's, it starts really right now. Like you start preparing for it years ahead of time, or, you make it a target and you start working smart about it and working out, eating right, living a healthy lifestyle. All those things come into play, but it all culminates in, conditions like this when all really pays off. You'll see guys that are kind of really super fit right now, like Amaury Laverne coming up in this next heat. It'll be good to see him apply his physical strength to this wave, because he's quite a specimen when it comes to fitness. He's super fit.
Talk about being physically fit and preparing for conditions like this. We're going to see Tanner McDaniel, one of your riders, coming up. For someone like him who's 16, he doesn't weigh a whole lot, how difficult is it to prepare for these events and even be able to handle the conditions out in the water?
Well, Tanner's actually no stranger to big hollow surf. I mean, he's been surfing like second reef pipe since he was like 13 or 14, so he's actually pretty well experienced in these waves, believe it or not. He is smaller, and so that is definitely a challenge for him, because he can't, water doesn't scale. And so for him, the waves are definitely bigger, right? Because but he's getting a little bigger, and he's starting to get some muscles on him. So he's a strong little kid. He's not really a little kid anymore. He's a strong kid. He's growing up quick. He's not really even a kid.
I was teasing him the other day because he took a bit of a growth spurt since the last time I saw him, but he's still kind of lanky. To me, he reminds me of a young Pat Caldwell with the frame he has.
Yeah, he's definitely going through a growth spurt right now, for sure. But he's strong too. He's like we were trying on different fins the other foot. Man, he's got like some funky kick in his foot. And I was looking at my foot. I don't know if I have those things. So he's like he just surfs so frequently that he's just a little machine.
Meanwhile, back out in the water, Elton Lavero trying to get back on track after losing his board on the first wave. Nice little left-hander reeling off there. So
nice
Elton.
Wave out the back forming up in black.
Oh.
This is a nice one. Stalls in, gets in the barrel. Let's see if he can come out. Comes out clean. Goes for a roll. Oh, got a little hung up there on the landing, but still pulled it off.
So a nice wave there for Sasha Damjanic, still doing work out in the water. He holds the advantage on that top spot, looking to. We'll see how that registers if it factors into his top two scores. Again, he has a 9 and a 6.25. We'll see if this replaces the 6.25. Meanwhile, Alex Uranga
up, stalling for the ball. Drops down, weaves through the next section. Just gets caught up on that end bit. That end bit is got so much juice. It gets real shallow there. There's a shallow part of the reef that just is like a little plate in there, and everything just converges right there. It's really hard to get through that if it breaks.
And here we have Aram Cabrera up and riding on this one. Stalling a little bit. Can't quite get the barrel, so throws the roll. A nice pocket spin to combo. So Aram Cabrera trying to work his way back 0.50 on his last wave. Still needs a sizable 9.76 if he's going to take that top spot away from Alex Uranga and skip around. But still a solid effort there on that last wave from Aram Cabrera.
Yeah, Alex has got a pretty good lead right now. If he can better his 6.75, he's really going to just put a stamp on this heat. But still, I think he's still pretty good. Got a pretty good lead here.
Meanwhile, just waiting for scores to filter in. Aram Cabrera with the 5.40 on his last wave. Waiting for that wave to score for Sasha Damjanic. There it is, a 7.50 to go with his 9. He remains in second position, though, behind Alex Uranga. He needs a 7.76 to take that lead away. Meanwhile, just a quick look ahead out in the water. Again, coming up, we're going to see two-time defending champion Amaury Laverne And I'll give you a rundown after this quick replay. As we get ready to cue this up, I'll let Mike talk us through this wave.
Okay, let's see which one this is. Yeah, so this is a good barrel. He got in there, he stalled well. Got a little crumbly, you notice, chandelier, and then went right into the roll. And he landed, he kind of almost over-rotated there, landed with the nose of the board kind of heading in. And here's Alex Aranga's wave. We just got to that end bit and it just shut down on him. And
so there you have a look at the last couple of waves ridden, and it looks like is going to take the heat win and skip around. Meanwhile, the other three competitors, Damjanic, Cabrera, and Lorero, we will see again in round 4 action.
Okay, here's Alex scooping in. Or is this the next?
This is
the next heat. Sorry,
this is Amaury Laverne up and riding,
Laverne.
already underway with the next heat. Again, out in the water, Amaury Laverne in red, Brahim Edosh in white, Tanner McDaniel in yellow, and the Argentinian Nicolas Chiara in the black jersey assignment. There you can see the on-screen graphic, giving the breakdown of the riders out in the water.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. You know, you have oh, here we go. Final results of the last heat. Wow, Dominic, I'm not sure how to pronounce this correctly. Damjanic. Man, he was right there actually. It's 16.5 versus a 16.75. I think he needed like a 7.5 at the end, which was totally in that guy's realm. That was close.
Yeah, the young Chilean, he finished in Ida Quichera. Here he is looking pretty solid out in the water so far. We'll see him again later in competition.
Yeah, he just kind of like marches through the heats. He's quite good. Oh, here's a deep one. Oh.
And rider in black, Nicolas Chiara, gets blown out of that barrel. That one spit. And nice wave there for the young competitor.
Okay, young McDaniel up. Oh, this has got a lot of wall on it. What's he got here?
This one's going to run. And he makes it out. Sick. Wow.
And that's Tanner.
He was flying full speed ahead. It looked like he was too deep. And somehow to get through that one, comes flying out. And I have a feeling that's going to be for the young Hawaiian.
I thought he was done, actually. I'm like, well, I don't know, Tanner, if you should take off on that one. But that was he charged it. Did really well to get through that.
So waiting for scores to register. We're going to take a look at that last wave from Tanner. Mike, talk you through this one.
Okay, so he was kind of desperate. He didn't catch a wave out of that set. He got out of the first one, and he just like backdoored this section. Really difficult to navigate that with speed to come out of that. So he did great to get through that.
So just waiting on the first round of scores. Amaury with a wave ridden, Nicholas, Brahim, and then there Tanner. And we're going to see some pretty solid scores from not one but several of our riders. An 8.0 falling into place for Amaury Laverne, so the two-time defending world champion and defending event champion with an 8.0. Brahim Edosh with a 6.75, a 6.50 for Nicolas Chiara, but a 9.0 for Tanner McDaniel on his opening wave.
Wow.
So
massive.
You're the protege, I guess we could say, dialing it in on that opening wave.
It's pretty interesting to see the dynamics behind the scenes. Like everybody kind of knows Tanner, and like in this heat, I know Amaury was pretty, he psychs up like he usually does in the competitors area, and it was interesting to see just the whole interaction with everybody up there and how I think they know. I mean, they know Tanner's here, and it's like. Hey, it's a force to reckon with.
Yeah, the kid is definitely a threat. I mean, coming off an equal fifth in the men's pro and a win in the junior pro for the first event of the year. The kid's showing that he's progressing out in the water, and his competitive skills are progressing as well.
Okay, here's an amazing wave. It looks like forming up for Amaury Laverne.
Oh, look at this.
He's drawing out his bottom turn. He's lining this thing up perfectly. Nice ball. Weaving through that. Yeah, nice.
And he comes out. Wow.
That was a good wave at Arica.
So
that was sick.
I was jokingly saying before that this is turning into a barrel fest here on day 2, and the big scores come down the pipe is, guys just pulling in, lining it up, slide up, and then off to the races.
Yeah, it does run off there, after the initial takeoff. A lot of times it's just, it'll run quickly from the get-go, but most times it's like kind of a tight takeoff, and then it just starts running after that. So,
well, we're going to take a look at that last wave from Maz. We're going to cue that up, and we'll let Mike.
Okay, so he stalled here a little bit. He knew it was happening. Slow bottom turn, just kind of like check turn, and just stalls and just gets barreled the whole length of the reef, which is pretty cool. Yeah, just clean riding from Maz.
And a 9.75, the result of that ride. So Amaury jumps ahead of young Tanner, take the top spot here in the early going of this heat. And we've got about 20 minutes left on the clock in this 25-minute heat. Laverne with an 8.0 and a 9.0 in his first 2 waves. A couple of big scores. He's followed by Tanner McDaniel with a 9.0. And here we have Brahim Adosh looking to work off a 6.75
Actually, I think this
wave.
is a rider in the earlier heat just coming in.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I believe you are correct. But meanwhile, out in the water, as I was saying, Tanner McDaniel with a 9.0 on his opening wave, looking for a backup score. Brahim Adosh with a 6.75, looking for a backup score, as well as Nicholas Chiara.
So I'm glad that the cameraman's kind of following this, because this is one of the more challenging parts of this whole situation out here, is getting in and getting out. Getting in, a total nightmare.
Yeah, getting in through that keyhole does not look like fun for anybody attempting it.
Yeah, just kind of the wave just deposits you in there how it wants to, and it's really hard to control coming up in through there. So it's like getting through a pinball.
Meanwhile, out the back, it looks like we have another wave rolling in, and it looks like Black taking a look at this. Chiara up and riding.
Okay, bottom turn, looking for a section here maybe. Okay, it's running, gets to that shallow zone, and that's really hard to make it once he gets into that zone. So it looked like at first he was maybe eyeing up the lip, maybe he's going to do like a lip move, but then probably saw that wave run down and figured he'd just give it a go down the line.
So again, just under the 20-minute mark right now. Amaury Laverne in the lead on the strength of an 8.975. Nicholas Chiara with a 6.50 and a 2.0 on his last wave. Currently sits third. Tanner McDaniel with a 9 holds the second position, looking for a backup score. And Brahim Adosh with a 6.75, also looking for a backup score. He is currently in the 4th position. Again, round 3, non-elimination heats, 4-man priority system in effect. The winner of this heat will skip around and go straight to round 5. Second, third, and 4th place finishers will battle it out once again in round 4. So here in the booth, I have a 9-time world champion
Tanner.
Mike Stewart, and
Taking
Tanner.
off, I think he's probably going to look for probably a flip ball or some sort of. Well, that thing just drains down, goes for it. Kind of a, well, kind of. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're going to give that a make or not. It's kind of tough because you can get stuck in the whitewater here, and you can normally make it out. But if you got all those rocks and stuff in front of you, it's hard to keep pushing out. So, yeah, that was pretty sick though.
And there we can see the current situation, just waiting for that second wave from Tanner to drop in. And it looks like they're going to score that as a complete maneuver, not maximizing the score because, again, he was not able to ride out as cleanly as he would have liked. But at 5.0 falling into place nonetheless, he maintains the second spot, trying to catch up to the heat leader. So time counting down here in this round 3 non-elimination heat. Again, this is heat 4. We're going to get into this heat a little bit more and look ahead to the next heat right after this commercial break. And welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. I'm Steve Jackson here in the booth with 9-time world champion Mike Stewart. We're watching out in the water, 2-time defending world champion, event champion last year, Amaury Laverne, go up against Brahim Adosh, Tanner McDaniel, and Nicholas Chiara out in the water. And right now it's the defending event champion, Amaury, with the advantage on the strength of an 8.0 and a 9.75. Give us a quick rundown of what we've seen out in the water so far in this heat, Mike.
Well, Amaury started off with a pretty strong score, and now you got Tanner kind of been scrambling a little bit, trying to stay busy, maybe trying to get a score. He's pretty good at getting big scores out of this could be a huge air section here. Oh,
whoa,
there we go.
Big invert from the Super Grom.
So that's kind of what he's been thinking of trying to do, is like get these backup inside waves that have like pretty big ramps, and that was pretty sick. So yeah, just different strategies. You see Amaury kind of just waiting, focusing in on those like the biggest and best waves, and Tanner just kind of being a little bit more scrappy in his approach as far as like getting whatever he can get and just finding little odds and ends and trying to get scores out of them. So 2 different approaches. I think Tanner might feel a little intimidated at the peak with everybody. You could kind of see that at the first exchange when he was kind of in position, and then Nicholas actually got the wave from him. Like, if it was me, Well,
we're going to take a quick look at that last wave from Tanner on the replay. We'll let you talk us through the replay.
Yeah, so he's looking for an air ball or some sort of air section here. He's kind of holding up his speed, and then you can see him take off right here, just lining it up, and boom. That was pretty sweet. Single move, not the biggest wave, but great, nice action.
Still enough for an 8.0 to fall in from the judges, so he's got a 9 and 8.0, but still trying to play catch up to Maz. Maz with an 8.0 and a 9.75. So at the moment, Tanner needs an 8.76 or better.
Yeah, that was a and that works to Tanner's advantage, right? Because he's a little smaller, and it just, he's got the technical ability to do the big moves, and when he does them on a wave, he'll get more height, more. It just looks more spectacular a lot of times, and it is, fair enough.
And the beach announcer giving the situation update out in the water. So now Tanner finding out he just scored an 8.0 to back up his 9. But again, like I mentioned, Tanner trying to chase down an 8.76 or better if he's going to take that top spot and skip around. But Maz, being the 2-time world champion and the defending event champion here at Arica, he knows how to get the job done. We've seen that right off the bat. He only has 2 waves ridden, but an 8 and a 9.75. He's going to be tough to catch up to out in the water right now.
No, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some 10-point rides still, in this. Here is, that looked like a massive air ball on the right.
As this right-hander is just going to reel off down the line. Meanwhile, a set behind it. We'll see if we have any takers. Looks like everybody's just getting into position right now.
Yeah, it looks like this set is a little bit more out of the west. It's kind of pushing over a little more west.
So again, count about halfway through this 25-minute heat. And it's Amaury Laverne in the lead. Tanner McDaniel currently in second. Chiara in third. And Brahim Adosh in fourth. Both Chiara and Adosh in
Okay, split of the peak. You got Amaury Laverne on the left. Big section here. Goes for a nice air.
Staying to the on view screen. Tanner pulling into the closeout on the right, and it's going to be Amaury Laverne getting the better of those 2 waves.
Yeah, that was a good air by Amaury. And, there you go. That just shows you the experience Amaury has, right? He heard Tanner get a pretty good score, saw him do a pretty big air. And, I'm going to do that, So it's just this full one-upsmanship.
And we're going to take a look at that wave from Amaury on the replay.
So he waited a while for this wave. He had priority, he waited a while for it. It was a good He could have pulled in easily, but I did section up. nice air, land smooth and out.
Something the judges look for, variation. So Maz, like you mentioned, you know, he got a big score on his barrel. Tanner got a fairly big score on his invert. And they're at 9.25 for Maz. Meanwhile, up and riding, Brahim on this left-hander. Brahim getting on the board with his second wave. But again, that previous score, that 9.25 on the invert from Amaury Laverne to go with his 9.75. He's sitting on a combined heat total of 19 points out of a possible 20.
This is gnarly. I mean, I think everybody's comboed basically at this point.
Yes, at this point, Tanner McDaniel needs
9, higher than a 9.
Yeah, he needs a 10.01. So basically, all three of the other riders out in the water have been comboed by Amaury Laverne. That's pretty impressive riding out there by the defending champ.
That's gnarly. I mean, that is, you know, with 11 minutes to go, that is a tough feat to top. But it's doable.
Now, what do you do in a situation out in the water like this where you're trying to play catch-up to somebody and he's put you in combination situation? How hard is it to stay focused?
Yeah, it's all in as far as I'm concerned. There's a couple, that's a nice left barrel into a good air roll. Almost over-rotated, yeah, sick. That was nice.
So the Argentinian putting it together on that wave, that'll be potentially his best scoring wave of the heat. He has a 6.50, was looking to replace a 2.0. He definitely will replace that 2.0 as his backup score. Scores filtering in. This may very well improve. This will be a 7.40, so he improves his best score and gets rid of that 2.0, bumps his 6.5 to his secondary score, and actually takes himself out of combination situation. Still needs a 9.61 to catch Maz and try and take away that top spot.
Yeah, that's a tough feat.
Tall order trying to top a combined heat score of 19 out in the water. But you know what? These guys aren't giving up. They're going to battle it out until the last second. We'll see how things unfold from here. But right now, Amaury Laverne looking dominant in this heat. I mean, we've seen some big scores come in from Tanner McDaniel, and the other guys are doing their best to stay in the mix. But Maz putting it down with those 2 9-point rides.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Meanwhile, wave rolling in.
Okay, good. Tanner taking off on an inside one. Oh, no, backing off. Probably a good call. That thing looks like it closed out pretty quick. It would have been hard to get to the lip on that one.
Yeah, that left-hander just took off and reeled off down to the keyhole. Would have been a no-make. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick look at that last wave from Nicholas Chiara, again scoring a 7.40. We're going to cue this up on the replay and let Mike talk us through it.
Okay, just waiting for that.
So we'll get to that in just a moment. Meanwhile, it looks like we've got some lines starting to come in on the horizon. And we'll get to the replay in a moment because it looks like we might very well have live action out in the water as these waves roll in.
Looks like a nice, another little set rolling in here. This actually could be a pretty sick wave.
And here we have Brahim Dosh, the Moroccan, up and riding.
Okay, Brahim looking for section. Does it roll right on the pretty critical section there and pushes through. Sort of. Yeah, that was tough. Super thick portion of the lip where he hit. Just got almost like stuck in the lip as he went over. But he did really good to come out of that. It looked like he might have just gotten pile driven down, but he actually was able to come out of it. So,
and
good commitment from Brahim.
Just looking inside, Brahim got washed pretty far in, trying to work his way through the wash on the inside over by the keyhole. He'll make his way back out. Meanwhile, the other competitors waiting for the next sets to roll through. We've seen this a lot. We'll get a lot of swell activity, a lot of wave action, and they'll go a little quiet for a while, and then we'll get another series of 5, 6 waves. Yeah, flurry, exactly.
Yeah, these swells are probably traveling quite a ways, and you know, when they kind of bunch together over distance, that's when you get those sets. So there's so much space, so much fetch that these waves are coming from. Probably really accentuates that, you know, that it just kind of comes in sets that are fairly infrequent.
Yeah, so as we count down the tail end of this heat, getting down to the nitty-gritty, so to speak, out in the water. Again, Amaury Laverne with a 9.75 and a 9.5. He holds the lead. He's looking to punch his ticket to round 5, skip round 4. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel currently in second, Nicholas Chiara in third, and Brahim Adosh in the 4th position. Basically all of those guys in combination situation. Nicholas needs a 9.61. He's got the better situation of the two. Meanwhile, Tanner up and riding. Tanner. Look at this.
Tanner pulling in. He's got a super deep section. I doubt he's going to come out of that. But good commitment from young Hawaiian Tanner. Good
Tanner
to see him
McDaniel.
going for it. And that's kind of what I mean, like Hail Mary, all in. You know, if you got you're chasing high 9s or 9s or 10s, it's like you got to go for it all the way. And that was it. Had he made that, he probably would have got a 10 and, you know, could have changed this heat.
Full commitment from the 16-year-old out in the water. Unfortunately, not quite able to find the exit on that wave.
So Amaury Laverne putting the pressure on everyone, you know, pretty squarely. Fortunately, it's a non-elimination round, so all these guys get to surf again, but nobody likes to lose a heat, you know, if you're competing at this level. And, you know, Amaury kind of putting a shot across everyone's bow. Hey, I'm here. And, yeah.
And we're going to throw into a quick replay. We're going to throw into a replay before, but we had wave action out the back. But here's a look at that wave from Nicholas Chiara.
Nicholas just pocket riding there, finding the roll, big extension, lands, almost gets sucked back over, and manages to make it through that bowl.
So there you have the last wave of Nicholas Chiara, 7.40 for his efforts. Again, he's currently sitting in third behind Tanner McDaniel. Tanner, Nicholas, and Brahim all trying to play catch-up to Amaury Laverne, who dialed in a couple of sizable scores, 9.75 and 9.25. And now we've got pretty hefty-looking set rolling in, and it looks like it's going to close out the left and reel down the line on the inside with the right-hander. But no takers riding-wise. There you can see on screen the current situation. Amaury Laverne sitting on the lead with a combined heat score of 19.0 out of a possible 20 points.
That would easily be the highest score so far this event, right?
It's definitely the highest heat total, yes. And 9.75, the second highest score behind Alex Uranga's perfect 10, which we saw earlier here in round 3. So guys really starting to drop the hammer out there.
Yep, this is the top 16. This is where the guys are training all year to do it here at Arica. And here we go, Black up and riding. Big ball. Oh, big flip. That was pretty sick.
So Nicholas Chiara, the Argentinian, throwing it out there, completes the maneuver.
Yeah, that was well done. Just Hail Mary, big flip. You know, when you're behind like that, you got nothing to lose. You got to go all in.
And no holds barred for these guys trying to catch up with Amaury Laverne as we count the last couple of minutes of this heat. And here we have another set rolling in. And it looks like Amaury taking a look. He's got the lead. He's not done doing work. Pulls in, gets barreled right off the bat. Comes out, sets up the line. Big air roll spin. And comes out. So Maz not done yet. And it'll be interesting to see how that scores. He got the barrel right off the beginning, and then a solid closing maneuver off that end section.
Yeah, I didn't see the ending. I'm not sure if he how cleanly he came out of that. It looked like it was kind of surrounded by whitewater.
Away in 8.0.
Jeez, that's a pretty good heat there for Amaury. Jeez.
So there you can see Brahim making his way in. And we're getting ready to start Heat 5, Round 3. And the horn has sounded beginning Heat 5, Round 3 of men's competition here on day 2 of the Arica Chilean Challenge. There you can see it, the results from the last heat. And yeah, you're not seeing things, people. That's not a mistake. Omri Laverne with a 19.0 combined heat total to take the win. The defending event champion and 2-time world champ looking very strong out in the water.
Yeah, that's just going to give Omri just a ton of confidence going into the next rounds.
Meanwhile, out in the water, we are underway already. Right now,
and this is going to be a crazy heat. You got Jared. Here we go, pulling in. Oh!
The man in red, Ori Valadown from Brazil, the 2008 world champion, out in the water right now with Jacob Romero, Louis Finnegan, and Hermano Castro. So a pretty stacked heat out there.
This is going to be full on. This is a great heat. Whoever's tuned in is fortunate because they're going to be seeing some craziness out here.
So we have the former world champ, the flying Hawaiian, the Australian young gun, and the seasoned vet from Brazil. There you can see the breakdown on your screen, the color assignments. Valadown in red, Romero white, Finnegan yellow, and Castro in black. Again, we are underway with Heat 5, Round 3, Day 2 of competition here at Flopo. And here in the booth with me, Mike Stewart, helping with some running us through these heats as we work our way through Round 3.
Yeah, so here we are. You know, the waves are cranking today. If you haven't already noticed, it's kind of firing Arica, which is not uncommon. And it's probably like 6 to 10 feet, maybe 6 to 8 feet on the sets. Yeah, there's some amazing lefts, amazing rights. Guys are hitting the ramps, getting airs, getting long barrels. Perfect rides are happening. It's all happening. And this should be a really good matchup. You know, you got really distinct different approaches here and riders, right? You got Uri Valadao, former world champion, knows how to compete and has really tried to emphasize surfing bigger, heavier waves. And I was out here the other day, one of the bigger days, and it was just me and him out for a while, and he was surfing it pretty darn good. So just, you know, watch him. He's going to go for it. Jake Romero has waited all year for this event and to go massive on. Just wait until he goes. You guys are going to see some craziness. But if there's a big right that comes in and he's on it, there's going to be some crazy fireworks going on in that wave. Louis Finnegan, one of Australia's top riders, is no stranger to big, heavy surf. If you've seen any of his clips, he rides massive waves in the south of Oz, and so this would be like beach break for him. So he's going to be going nutty out there too. And then Hermano Castro, who's kind of Brazilian, he's going to stick to probably barrel rides and kind of sticking to the barrel game more or less as I kind of watched his first heat. So yeah, that's the kind of the rundown of the riders. Kind of different personalities and different riding, and should be quite exciting.
It'll be interesting to watch Ori Valadown out here. He's coming off of a finals appearance in the first event of the year. So he's currently ranked second on the tour. He came into the year ranked third. He was in the mix for a second world title right up until the very last event in Sintra last season. Unfortunately, that last event really didn't go his way. He finished third overall, and he comes out of Itaquachera ranked second. Here he is out in the water looking to back up that result.
Yeah, so here you go. Here he is right now on the right. Oh, cuts out. So probably didn't see what he wanted to, obviously, on that one. Jacob eyeballing the right. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Jacob Romero from Hawaii taking off. He's going to be looking for lip.
We've seen him pull big maneuvers here in years
nice
past.
Nice roll through the ceiling there. Not an easy move to do on this wave. The lips here are pretty thick. So that was a pretty nice move from Jacob Romero.
Yeah, Jacob Romero, one of the more memorable moments in recent years here at the Arica Chilean Challenge a couple of years ago in 2013, had that massive air on the right. One of the local artists drew a rendering of a T-Rex to scale, and it looked like Jacob Romero was trying to jump dinosaurs out in the water here at Flopos. And since then, it's been a bit of a going joke with a lot of people about him coming back to Arica to try and jump some more dinosaurs out in the lineup here.
If you check out the APB Facebook page, I think there's a clip of him hitting it out here and just going absolutely crazy. And that was one of the bigger errors I've seen. And he hit it and got so much air, he actually over-rotated in the air and ended up going almost back towards the wave and just pretty much got smoked after that. But it was very impressive to see the gutsy bravado that he had on that wave. Is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that level of commitment, just another level to the bodyboarding to the sport of bodyboarding. How he didn't break ribs on that landing, I think a lot of people are still curious about that one.
Yeah, he landed, he kind of got his feet under him and then just got sucked right over the falls. And I think that's where most of the damage was done. He did smash the bottom, but I think it was mainly from the wave, actually, the wave impact of getting sucked over.
So we'll see what he can put together out in the water. Again, he's going up against the former world champion in Ori Valadown, a Brazilian competition machine with Hermano Castro, and this guy, Louis Finnegan.
Keep your eyes glued to the monitor, folks. Good barrel riding. Let's see if he easily comes in and out of that. Smooth spin on the out. And he's out of there. And out the back, we got Uri Valadown. And a little
Ori
too deep again.
Out.
Yeah.
Wave exchange, Louis Finnegan, smaller left.
It was a nice from Louis. Not the biggest wave, but nicely ridden. Just right all the way through.
Stacking up outside.
Oh, boy. Okay, we got sets.
And we have scores filtering in. A 6.50 for Louis Finnegan on his first wave. A 5.50 to open things up for Jacob Romero. And the 6.5, Louis Finnegan takes the early lead. He has the advantage at the moment. Now looking to back up the score, but still in the early going, just inside the 20-minute mark here in this 25-minute heat. Again, for those of you just tuning in, we are in round 3 competition, and we're going to take a quick look at that last wave from Louis Finnegan. Again, a 6.50 on this wave. Let Mike run you through this bad boy.
Okay, so he takes off. Nice little peak here. Stalls just a little bit. You can see him adjust his rail, and then he just is in the pocket, right in that pocket, and just fits nicely in that. Nice spin to come out with, and he's out of there.
Meanwhile, wave coming in
Live
out the
action.
back. Louis up and riding again.
Oh, that one looks like it might have ran from him a bit.
So Louis Finnegan getting pinched on that one. Looked like he might find daylight, but unfortunately not the case. So out in the water right now, quick rundown, Louis Finnegan in the lead. He has a 6.50, now looking to replace a 2.0 as a backup score. Meanwhile, Jacob Romero with a 5.50 in second spot, looking to get his second wave under his belt. He's followed by Ori Valadown, who's had a little trouble putting it together so far. He's taken off on a few waves already, but ducking out of them just as quickly, not lining up like he would.
It's kind of strange, you know. He's usually got a pretty good eye and wave selection, but I think he's just so amped to do well. I mean, he's number 2 in the ratings. You know, I don't know if that heat rattled his cage a little bit with Omri and Tanner, but you know, I think he wants it so badly that he's probably making some judgment calls that might be a little anxious. So just needs to take a breath, slow down a little bit, and kind of regroup. And I mean, this guy's capable of massive scores. So the heat's far from over. You know, we're just at the beginning. But you're right. He's taken a few it's been bad selection, bad wave selection.
So he will wait for his next opportunity out in the lineup. And just to finish the rundown, Hermano Castro currently in the 4th spot. He's got a couple of waves under his belt, but nothing substantial to speak of so far. 4th position, looking for his next opportunity. So again, Finnegan first, Romero second, Valadown third, and Castro 4th. That's the rundown right now here in this round 3 heat. we'll get a little more into that right after this commercial break. And welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge out in the water. Right now we have Heat 5, round 3, non-elimination heats, 4-man priority system in effect. The winner will skip around and go to round 5. The other 3 guys will have to battle it out one more time in round 4.
Big
and
set.
Look at this out the back. Jacob Romero taking a look at this right-hander.
Okay, Jacob Romero on. He'll be stalling and waiting for that air section. It looks like it might be running from him. Yeah, too bad. That one just kind of ran away from him towards the end there, and he just elected not to go. You know, if you're not going to get a good move off of it, or you can't think you're going to get a good move, it takes you so far in if you try that it kind of just will eat 5 or 6 minutes up of the heat. Now he's only got a 5.5, so he knows he needs some bigger scores from Jake.
Wait for the next waves to be ridden. Just a quick look ahead to the next heat coming up in Heat 6, round 3. We're going to see Diego Cabrera, Jared Houston, Francisco Alvarado, and Diego Sepulveda. So Francisco and Diego looking solid in yesterday's round 2 action. They will be going up against Diego Cabrera, who is no stranger to this place. He's had some really good results and some not so good incidences in the past as well.
Yeah, he's definitely put his time in here. Yeah, he charges this spot, and he's charged in the past to the point where he's been injured. So he got a serious head injury, and he was stuck down there for a couple months. It was that bad. It was super heavy. But it's going to be an amazing heat as well. You know, hopefully there'll be some pulsing sets through his heat, and those guys will get so there'll be some good action.
And joining them out in the water in the next heat will also be South African Jared Houston. Jared has been spending a lot of time charging the reef brakes in Port, where he now his wife and daughter. So he'll be coming up next. Jared, no stranger to Arica as well. So that'll be an interesting heat coming up. Meanwhile, out in the water, looks like we might have some swell activity rolling in as our riders take a look and let this one roll on by. Again, right now, Louis Finnegan with a 6.50 and a 2.0. That's enough to hold the lead. Jacob Romero in second needs 0-1, a minimal score. And Ori Valadown looking for a 5.16. Hermano Castro trying to track down a 5.56 as everybody vies for the top position in this non-elimination heat, because as we mentioned, top spot skips around, goes straight to round 5. The other 3 guys have to ride that extra heat in round 4.
Yeah, and that's super competitive, and that's not where you want to be. You know, if you're trying to progress through this contest, it becomes just a elimination bloodbath. And yeah, those are heats that are usually super competitive. Jacob Romero up on this right. He's got some speed. He's looking for the end. Okay, maybe we're looking for reverse air here.
Oh, big
Let's see how can he get out of it? He went pretty high, but he maybe too high, not out enough. And
meanwhile, on the left.
Yeah, up and riding, trying to thread through this barrel. Just can't make it. Wow, that was a pretty big punt from Jacob. Could kind of see that coming. I just, sometimes when you try to go too big or too high, the wave gets underneath you and you just can't pull it off. So I think what ended up happening is he just landed a little bit too on the top of the wave, and the wave got underneath him. So unfortunately he didn't make that, but that was a great attempt.
Yeah, so Jacob a 3.0 for the attempt.
Yeah. I mean, in reality he did land it on the wave, but then the wave just gobbled him. So I'm glad that they're scoring. He gets something for that.
Now, this is something we've been seeing with the progression of the judges' criteria. They've been awarding points for the effort and size of wave. as opposed to just giving everybody sticks across the board.
Right, for no makes.
And
yeah,
I think we're going
that's
to take
smart.
a look at this wave. We'll get one more chance to look at Jacob boosting on this wave. We'll let you talk us through it as he sets
so
this
he's
up.
got a high line here. He's got one thing on his mind, which is just to smash this lip. And he hits it, nice rotation, gets it around, and you can see him kind of struggling right on the other side of the explosion, and he just can't come out of it. So tough break for Jacob. That would have been a massive score, probably, up easily into the excellent range had he made that.
Now, we are talking about the adjustment the judges have made in recent years with awarding points for effort, size of wave, criticals, maneuver attempts, as opposed to just giving ones for incomplete maneuvers across the board. How has this helped with competitive bodyboarding?
Well, you can see here it makes a difference. It's for Jacob, that might be one of his scoring waves. If something happens strange in this heat. So, it makes sense to, judge on what is being done. And yeah, if you don't complete it, obviously you don't get a high score, and they don't usually judge a high score if it's an incomplete. But if it's absolutely massive, then they'll give you points, and they should.
And there you can see the current combined heat totals out in the water so far. A bit of a low-scoring affair, a little quiet, but we have sets rolling in, and there you can see plenty of people gathered here on Ex Isla Alacron watching the action out front at Flopos, and set rolling in are ducking through that one. That one's going to spew out on the left-hander, not once but twice. A little bit of a compression chamber on that one, but no takers. Meanwhile, out the back, looks like our rider's still trying to paddle over this one. Jacob turning around.
Deciding to go for it. Swings around. Let's see if
Jacob
we can
on
get
the right.
There we go. He's going to aim. Boom. Nice big air. So he came around that section. And that was interesting. I think he got that under priority of Yuri. I think Yuri was on that. And he just didn't go. And so Jacob's all, fine, I'll take it.
Yeah, last minute decision there. Just swung around and went. And a 7.75 for that judgment call.
Yeah, that'll put him, well in the lead at the moment.
So now Louis Finnegan bumped to second, now needs a 6.76. So a solid wave from Jacob Romero on that last wave, a 7.75.
Okay, yeah, so that was a good call on Jacob's part. He didn't really have a huge score yet, and so that's good. That was a good call to just swing around and get that one hit. So here we go. Here's Louis up on a nice looking wave, really nice looking wave. He's gonna scoop down here, little top turn, kind of in the pocket. Comes out. See if there's anything on the end of this. Kind of slowed down there a little bit. And Yuri Valadao up and riding on this right. Nice wave, scoops in, gets into the barrel, and it pinches again.
Oh, tough one for Ori.
Oh man, I can feel for him. He's having a tough heat. Definitely not what he wanted to have happen.
Definitely a bit of a shocker so far for Ori Valadao as we get down into about the last 8 minutes of this heat. So the Brazilians having some hard luck out in the water right now. Hermano Castro with a couple of minimal scores to start things off. He's been a bit quiet out there since.
Yeah, Hermano waiting for those bombs, and it's just they haven't really come in this heat quite like they have in the heats previous.
Meanwhile, Ori Valadao, as I said, having a bit of a shocker. His two high scores are a pair of 1.90s. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick look at the replay for Louis Finnegan's last wave. 6.15, he remains in the second spot, but here we have him again.
So here he goes, slowing down here, just pulling into the pocket. Just good pocket riding from Louis. Thing gets a little tight, pinches in the end, and he just kind of gets through it. So, a good wave, not an amazing wave, but with 8 minutes left, it may or may not factor in.
All right.
And so poor Uri, man, he's just, the good news is it's not an elimination. So he's going to learn from this. He's probably going to get really ticked off and come back fighting like he does. I mean, he's a former world champion, and this guy charges, man. he's notorious for riding smaller waves and doing really well in small contests, but he's got a big wave game as well. And I'm sure he'll be very amped in the next round.
All right, so we have about 5 minutes remaining in the heat, and again, quick rundown of the situation out in the water. Jacob Romero with a 5.50 and a 7.75 holds the advantage. Louis Finnegan, meanwhile, in second spot, has a 6.50 and a 6.15, now chasing a 6.76 to overtake Romero. In third, Ori Valadown, as I was saying, sitting on a pair of 1.90s, having a bit of a shocker. He's in the third spot. Meanwhile, Hermano Castro, a couple of minimal scores for him as well. Time running down again, a non-elimination heat, so we'll see all these guys again, but all of these guys looking to get the heat win and skip around.
Oh, here's a big set coming in. Nobody going. Yeah, that was probably a good call. Not a lot of tube on that wave.
So time counting down, and on the previous screenshot you could see our water patrol streaking across the water. Be interesting to see if we'll be able to get much deeper into round 3 and maybe finish round 3 off, as the onshore winds have kicked into play a bit here. So we'll see how that factors in out in the water. Right now, fortunately, we still have some big clean conditions, but the onshore winds could start folding the lip over a little bit and
it gets
creating
pretty dangerous when the winds come up. You know, I surfed the last couple of days. Anytime that I'm out here and the winds turn on shore, it actually turns into a pretty dangerous scenario where you can weave through the tubes, and when it's glassy, when it's crumbly, it just pinches and you get swatted. Okay, here's a good split of the peak, and we're on with Jacob Romero, looking for another air section, and gets another air. Nice landing. That was a good air. Nothing too, amazing, but decent. That was a good solid score for Jacob Romero.
So Jacob looking to strengthen his 5.50. Opposite side of that, on the left-hander, Hermano Castro with a quick in and out wave. That'll probably be his best score of the heat so far. We'll see if we can get a replay on that. Again, split peak, Jacob Romero on the right, Hermano Castro on the left, waiting for scores to filter in. This should be a pretty decent score for Jacob. He should improve his overall combined score. Meanwhile, waiting for that last score to register for Hermano Castro as well. This will definitely help improve his situation out there. This will be the best score of the heat for him so far. We'll queue up a replay for Hermano Castro's last wave as we stayed with Jacob Romero on the right-hander. Meanwhile, live action out the back. Sets continue to roll in here at Flopos. It's just been non-stop today. The occasional lull, but you can't rest on your laurels too much out in the we've seen on several occasions riders kind of waiting out there, waiting, and then they have to scramble for the horizon. Someone who we saw waiting finally dials into a solid score of 7.40. We're going to take a look at the replay of Hermano Castro.
So we didn't have an opportunity to watch this, but this was a good wave for Hermano. Stalled, got in the barrel, and just rode that pocket nicely to the inside. Looks like he might have another. Oh, no, just kicks out on that.
So again, a 7.40 for Hermano Castro on that last wave to move him ahead of Ori Valadown. Again, Ori Valadown has been somewhat
Here's
quiet.
Here's a nice wave from Louis. Oh, runs away from him and he dives off.
Yeah, that sectioned off, and I guess Louis didn't think he could backdoor the section, make it through. Sure, it's a little difficult now with the onshore winds waffling things a little bit, and also once you get over to that the area in front of the keyhole, it seems to wrap around and pinch a little bit. It bends at the end there.
A lot of times it'll prematurely break over there and kind of crumble down, and if there's any wind at all on it, it just kind of accentuates that. It makes it that much worse. So it just gets kind of dangerous and really challenging.
And just taking a look at the situation out in the water again as we close down counting down the final seconds of this heat. It's Jacob Romero with the lead, looking to advance to round 5. And we're going to count down the final 5 seconds. So it looks like Jacob Romero able to hold on. And he has a 7.75, a 6.85. That advances him straight to round 5. And we're going to let Mike sign out and step out of the booth. Any last words before you duck out, Mike?
No, just stoked to be here. Thanks for Chile having us, and thanks for having the event. We're stoked. Everyone's good action.
All right, and thanks,
All right.
Mike, for joining me here in the booth. Always
Cool.
stoked to have you in here for a little commentary work.
Awesome.
And we'll see if we can get you back in here later on in the event.
Right on.
But hopefully not too soon. Hopefully you drive deep in this event. Meanwhile, Mike making his exit. There you can see on screen the results from that last heat. Jacob Romero taking the win. He advances to round 5. And now making his way into the broadcast booth and jumping into the guest mic seat, we've got Australian vet Ryan Hardy.
Cheers, Jacko. Stoked to be here again. This, well, it's kind of no surprise. Arica just pumps every year, but it's really been insane waves the last few heats. And yeah, no better place to be in the commentary and hyping things up. And we've got some incredible heats coming up. Tell us about the next 2 heats, and this heat especially.
All right, well, out in the water right now, we have Diego Cabrera going up against Jared Houston, Francisco Alvarado, and Diego Sepulveda. We saw impressive performances from Alvarado and Sepulveda yesterday. Diego Cabrera, Jared Houston, we know they're capable of big performances here at Arica. So, we are underway with this heat already. Again, 25-minute heat. Round 3, non-elimination action. So we'll see these guys again. The winner will go to round 5. The other 3 guys will have to battle it out in round 4. We'll talk more about that right after this commercial break.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
And welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined here in the booth by Australian legend Ryan Hardy. Thanks for joining me.
For sure, Steve. Yeah, stoked to be here. It's been a sick day of performance already. I watched the heat before with Tanner McDaniels and Amori, and that was a really insane heat to watch live. That's something I've missed, not being on tour for a couple of years, is just seeing some of the best bodyboarders in the world give a performance under competition pressure and epic waves like this. That was really good to see.
Now, you're no stranger to getting the job. You were the winner of the inaugural event back in 2004, and you've spent a lot of time riding this wave. What does it take to win this event?
It takes more than anything. You've got to almost treat it like it's a beach break out there. You've got to just be stalling to be deep in the barrel. You've got to be hitting heavy sections and nearly riding up the whitewash onto rocks. It just takes full commitment. And if you don't have that, if you don't go into your heat thinking that you're going to give the hardest performance of your life and just forget your fear, then you may as well not go out, because you're not going to have a chance to win. The performance levels here are just going through the roof, and it's going to be an insane day to watch for the remaining heats of this round.
Now, obviously, as event winner in 2004, that's probably one of your favorite moments here at Arica. But what are some of your more memorable moments here at this event?
Definitely, more than anything, just seeing the performances going down. Yeah, just seeing guys just going nuts in big waves, and especially like the most memorable moments for me are seeing some of the biggest moves go down. They're the most memorable, like seeing Hub's move back in 2007. He did a huge invert. It was the biggest thing I'd ever seen at that stage. It was like off an 8-foot section, went flying probably 15 feet above the flats and pulled it. And then Jacob Romero's boost back in 2013, which was my last year here. And, that was like a 10-foot wave going into an 8-foot section, which was just ridiculous. And then, of course, seeing Tamiga's winning performance, getting a massive 8-foot barrel and then rolling off an 8-foot closeout in front of dry rocks. That's the sort of shit you'll never forget. And, it makes you really stoked that you're proud to be a bodyboarder, and it makes you appreciate how radical this sport is.
Now, right now, out in the water, some riders capable of the radical performances. We've got Diego Cabrera, who, as we mentioned before, actually was sent to the hospital, suffered a brain injury out here at Arica a few years ago. He actually had to spend several months here until he was cleared by doctors to be able to actually fly back home to the Canaries. So, these guys, no strangers to putting it on the line. Also, Jared Houston, capable of some big performances, doesn't shy away from the heavy stuff. And we saw the other two riders rounding out this heat, Sepulveda and Alvarado, put on strong performances in some equally heavy conditions.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Definitely some threatening locals, and they really got good support. And here we got Jared Houston. This is one of the local guys. His local nickname is Rambito, Little Rambo. Going for a nice roll through the lip there, and that's all that wave's going to offer.
So a quick wave there for Francisco Alvarado, but meanwhile, right up behind him in the black jersey, we have Diego Sepulveda, and a little fade to glory inside that one.
Just getting ragdolled along the whitewash there, and we had some riders had a look at that wave, but just pulled out. A lot of these lefts are kind of walling up a bit too much and a bit too fast, so it's selection out here is crucial today, Jacko.
Now, you were saying 2013 was the last year you were here to compete. You've been a pretty busy guy back home in Australia, as well as other places in the world. Give us a quick rundown of what you've been up to. I mean, you've had a busy slate.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Well, while we've got this lull here, I'll keep you up to speed with what I've been up to. So, since I competed here last, I had my second child. I had my daughter Isabella, and just recently in the last few months, I bought my wetsuit company Reflex from a mate of mine that has owned the 6 years. So together with my wife, we've taken that, taken on a whole new team and developing a whole new range of suits, and that's really taking up a lot of time, but a lot of positive energy pouring into that. It's a real passion of mine. Yeah, something I'm really amped that I've taken on, and shooting videos and photos, and of course a lot of coaching between where I live in Margaret River and in Bali as well, where I'm based half the year with my family. Riders just paddling over a couple of sets there. You can see, it does look barreling and clean, but you'll see it nice barrel section there, but then it goes just a bit too fast, and the guys are just looking for a definite exit out there, Jacko.
Now, you haven't been competing a whole lot on the international stage, but you have been making the occasional appearance at ABA National Tour events in Australia. You actually won one of the events this past season, so flexing the competitive muscle every once in a while still.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that definitely felt good, yeah. Even though I haven't been competing much, it doesn't mean that I don't love it any less. And having that win in Mandurah in fun waves at the wedge against Australia's best, that felt incredible. And just reminded me that, hey, I'm not done yet putting the contest jersey on. I love it so much, and it's really amping and motivating. And I'll be entering contests for a long time to come. And you see a nice view there of the peak, and the guys sitting there. They're all going to be kind of looking for lefts and rights out here today, because we've got this new swell, and it's been quite hollow today on the rights. Yesterday it wasn't so hollow on the rights. There wasn't that many good barrels and good ramps, but today there's definitely a few opportunities. So the guys have got to kind of sit right in the middle of the peak and just stay sharp and try and pick whether the peaks that come in are going to be a hollow left or a hollow right, and with the possibility of a ramp.
And we're going to get into this heat a little bit more in just a minute. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
And welcome back to day 2 of competition, and out in the water, up and riding. It looks like rider in white, Jared Houston, taking a look at this right-hander.
He's going to draw a nice clean line and big slow motion roll. Pulls it clean out in front. The judges will like that. That's it. Jared's and here goes rider in yellow at the back.
Francisco Alvarado up and riding on this right-hander, trying to set it up, carving and trying to set his line for speed. It's going to get foamy and he'll just kick out. So that one really not lining up the way he had hoped. He'll kick out, make his way back out to the lineup. He already has a 3.75 for his first wave, looking to back it up. Unfortunately, that one is not going to be the magic ticket.
No, unfortunately not for Francisco, but a little history on Francisco, aka Rambito. He was one of the original bodyboarding pioneers here, along with the generation of locals here at Floppers, and one of the first riders that I met here back in 2001, along with Tamati, who is the actual organizer of this event. And so he's got a lot of people on the rocks here pulling for him, a lot of motivation, and you might not be able to hear it on the webcast, but every time he takes off on a wave or does something half decent, the whole beach, the whole crowd on the rocks erupts, and that's pretty intimidating if you're an international competitor going against that. So the guys, Jerry and Diego, have got a match for themselves.
So a little slow going here in the beginning of this heat. 7.0 for Jared Houston on that last wave gets him on the board. Now just waiting to hear from Diego Cabrera. Meanwhile, Francisco Alvarado with a couple of waves on his score sheet, waiting to dial into something a little more substantial. And Diego Sepulveda with a minimal score to start. There you can see Mike making his way to the water. He'll be coming up next in Heat 7, Round 3. He'll be going up against Pierre-Louis Costas, Dudu Pedra, and Alexander Whitman. Meanwhile, out in the water in red, Diego Cabrera getting on the board, trying to drive around the section. Much to work with on that one. So Diego on the board. We now have all riders accounted for out in the water. And again, Jared Houston getting the better of the wave so far. 7.0 on his first wave has him in control of the top spot right now. Now just looking for a backup score. Now, again, here in the booth with Ryan Hardy, you've been out here for quite a few events. How important is it to get that backup score to give yourself a little comfort zone between you and the other riders?
Oh, it's super important, especially at the start. Here's Diego now from Chile, getting a nice barrel, coming through the second section. You can just see him just getting sucked over the falls there, not quite coming through. But yeah, so for Jerry to get that 7.0 with a nice solid roll in the first, well, it's been a slow start in the first 10 minutes, so he's got 15 minutes left now. But that's super important, puts you in a good stead. Now he can go out, sit back on the peak, and know that if he gets one more solid score, then he's in good content. He's going to have a solid combination of two scores.
All right, so as you mentioned, counting down to just about down to the halfway mark in this 25-minute heat. And it's Jared Houston in the lead with the 7.0 looking for the backup score. And here we have Diego Cabrera up and riding again.
Takes a sick late drop and comes through two barrel sections, whips a quick spin. That's a nice score he needs to put on the board. And we got in yellow, we got Francisco, aka Rambo, out the back. What's he going to pull off this section? It's ramping up pretty solid. He's gone for the tube. That was a nice clean tube, Jacko.
You can see a little claim. Set that up, but he's still going, looking to get something else off of this. He's going to throw.
And we got Houston beelining out the back for a huge section. And it's just it's a bit tricky, that section sometimes, Jacko. It's going to go vertical right at the perfect moment, when you're coming off the bottom, but then it might just back off like it did for Jerry there, and it's really tricky to get a perfect launch off that right.
So Jerry hitting the eject button with some dramatic flair on that one. Again, he's trying to back up a 7.0. Unfortunately, that one was not cooperating with him, so he bails. We'll wait for his next opportunity.
So now Diego and Francisco both got a nice exchange with a left and a right there. They both got a good barrel, especially Diego with a double barrel, pretty deep on the left there. He's going to be looking in a good position now to go back out and wait for a second good one. And we're still waiting for Diego Sepulveda to start his campaign with a solid score. He's just got two low scorers so far, and I'm not sure if you can hear that out there in internet land, but there's a lot of support happening for the locals right now. Here we go.
A lot of cultural events tied in with this competition. Stuff going on every day. Now, in your years of traveling here for this event, I'm sure you've experienced a lot of passion and enthusiasm from the fans that come here and watch this event. What is it like for a rider coming here and seeing the kind of bodyboarding gets here in Chile?
Oh, it's definitely unique. All the people that come out here to watch the event are really fanatical about bodyboarding and also about gymnastics, it appears. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. There's Alexander Rinder trying to get the shot down the bottom there, which is, it's going to be great for all the people watching. The women are going to be out in the water in the next few days as well, and she's going to be definitely one of the riders to watch.
Meanwhile, riders to watch out in the water, Diego Cabrera dialing in an 8.0 on his second wave. He currently sits in the second spot behind Francisco Alvarado, who has a 3.75. He scored a 5.9 on his last wave. That's enough to hold the advantage over the rest of the field out in the water right now. Again, Cabrera in second. He's chasing a minimal score to overtake the top spot. Jared Houston looking for a minimal score as well. Meanwhile, Diego Sepulveda, he needs a slightly more substantial 7.21. So that's the situation out in the water. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick replay of Diego Cabrera's last wave. We'll have Ryan run us through this replay.
This is definitely by far the best way of the heat. Late drop, putting the legs in to try and lock in nice and deep from the start, and then speed race through that section. Because of this angle we're looking in, he looks deep, but if you were watching that from the front, he would have been really deep. So that's why the judges award that really nice with an 8-point ride. So that's put Diego in the lead, but still no one's got a solid two score combination. So this heat's really still open. And there's Pierre-Louis Costes going out for his heat. Definitely one of the danger men for this event, along with guys like Amaury Laverne and Jared Houston in this heat. And you've also got Diego Cabrera, who's also a dark horse out here, and you may not have seen him in the competitors area, but he is looking like an absolute machine right now. He's from being in Tenerife, that he's sponsored by a gym over there, and he's obviously been hitting it pretty hard. He's looking super fit, and it paid off in that last left-hander. He really controlled that really well, really strong style, and they're all sitting out the back there now, all four of them, and it looks like there's a little bit of action coming in now, Jacko.
Yeah, every once in a while it go a little quiet, and then all of a sudden the horizon turns into corduroy and sends our competitors scrambling and trying to dial in the scores they need out there. And here, scrapping into this one, Diego Sepulveda taking a look at the right-hander.
It's looking nice and clean, coming into a hollow section. He's got to decide here, tube or air, and he's gone for the tube and spat out, it'll be a decent score, but often on those shorter right-hand barrels, you're probably better off to get a more scoring potential if you go around that barrel and go for a big air. So Diego will get his best score so far in this heat, but if you're looking at a full scoring potential, he would have been better off going for a big air off that section.
Meanwhile, it looks like a nice right-hander rolling in, and it's going to be Jared Houston taking a go at this wave.
I'd say by the looks of the wedge at the start of this wave, he's going to be looking for something massive. No, it's just another. And he's popped out of the end, and that will fall into his top two waves. He's got a little section here a little quick roll.
So Jared Houston icing that one off with a roll off the end after squeaking through a pinch section, I guess you could say. So putting in some work on that one. This will be the backup score he's been looking for. This will be a little bit more to his liking. After starting off with a 7.0, now we'll just wait for the judges to finalize their decision and drop the scores in accordingly.
And we've got Diego and Francisco waiting out the back there. They're both looking to improve their combination score. Diego just having the one strong wave and an 8-point ride, and Francisco Rambo having his best score as a 5.9. So they're both out there using their priority to wait for a good set wave, nice clean wave with a barrel or air opportunity, or ultimately both.
Now, how does the priority system, 4-man priority, change the complexion of a heat when you're out in the water?
Oh, it's so crucial, Jacko, in a wave like this, where it's first of all it's a heavy wave, and second of all it doesn't break in the same spot, and it really moves around the reef. So it's so crucial to be able to just go out there and focus on where the waves are going to be breaking, rather than competitors are trying to paddle around and trying to snake you. And it's huge. And here we go. We've got Diego Cabrera paddling into a really nice looking left-hander out the back here. Scoops in really clean off the bottom, goes up high, comes out with a quick spin in the pocket. You might be looking for another roll here on the inside, but no, it's super close to the dry reef there. But still a decent score there, Jacko.
Now, how quick does that reef creep up on you out there when you're competing?
A little too quickly. Oh, we got a nice scoop up there, in there from the Chilean rider. You can see his flipper come through the back. He's not quite coming through that one.
And meanwhile, out the back there, you can see Yellow taking a look, but decides to paddle over it. Francisco, waiting for the next one. And the waves just keep on coming. We have another set out the back.
And we got Rambo having a look at this one. No, he's the only one on the peak now, and with his priority, he can really sit there and pick the best wave. And he's got a bit over 6 minutes left.
So we're talking about how quickly the reef comes up out there. We're going to take a quick replay, and we'll have you talk us through this, and then I'll get back to my question.
So here's a replay of Diego's second strong wave. Put a little bit of his legs in the water there to get deep in the first barrel section. Nice speed, nice spin, keeping speed through the spin. Yeah, it's a good second wave. And here we got two riders up. Got Diego on the left, and we got Francisco on the right. Francisco looking at the section, but no, just shut down on him there. That's showing the fickleness and showing the frustration there with a little head dip and maybe a Chilean curse.
And Diego not faring much better out there. He got caught up in the barrel, and that was a no-make for Diego. But his previous wave, a 6.15, that's enough to bump him up to the top spot. He's now holding the advantage over Jared Houston. Jared looking for a 7.16. Francisco trying to track down a 7.76. And now Diego Sepulveda in need of an 8.86 if they're going to take away that top spot and skip around, go straight to round 5.
Yep, that's where they want to be in the comfort seat, not having to surf the next round. But can you tell us about how the forecast is looking, Jacko, and what we can expect in the coming days?
From what I understand, tomorrow we're supposed to see a slight decrease in this swell, and then Monday the next swell is supposed to begin filling in, and the forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday is looking massive here at Flopos. So all of the riders, everybody involved, men's and women's, is going to have their work cut out for them out in the water here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Definitely. I mean, this is a pretty optimum size today, and the swell that's coming for next week looks probably double what today is, potentially bigger. So it's going to be interesting. But I think we could have a pretty good day on our hands tomorrow with this, because this is a great size for big barrels and some ramps if the guys are willing to hit them. But once you get it coming down to the 4 to 6 foot range, or even 3 to 5 foot, then you've really got some good air ramps happening. And with the coming into the higher seeded rounds and some of the best competitors in the world out there, I think we're going to see some high flying action tomorrow.
Now, we were talking about how quickly that rock ledge comes up on you when you're out in the water. Have you ever had any nasty run-ins in all your years here at Arica with that rock ledge? Have you ever gotten caught up in there?
I think it's impossible to surf here over the years and not hit the bottom at some stage, or get some sort of a washed up on the rocks sort of rock crab incident. I just remember one of my first years coming here, I just hit the reef really hard, and it's just such blatant hard rock. There's no seaweed there, there's no sponginess, it's just hard granite rock, and it hurts. And with so many people looking on through the competition, when you're one of the unfortunate victims that gets washed up with the surge on the rocks, it's entertaining from the grandstand. But I'll tell you, when you're in that situation, you're kind of fearing for your skin. And it's also the embarrassment factor as well that gets you. And we've got some big sets on the outside. Where now
stacking up.
These are the surprising sets that can often catch the riders just a little bit inside. We've got another one behind this, Jacko. Let's see if anyone's in position for this.
So sets rolling in, and it looks like we do have a taker. Francisco up and riding on the right.
He's drawing a fast line. He's going to be looking at a big section down the line. Whether he's going to... no, he's just stopped it. It's obviously closed out far too far down the line. We've got a paddler out the back in white. We've got Jared Houston making a late scoop on that left, but it's gone really tight.
Jared pulled into a big down the line left, and that thing just ran off with him inside.
Yeah, he's after that 7+ score that he's chasing, and he, unfortunately not getting it on that wave. But there's still a little bit of time. 1 minute and 50 seconds.
So time counting down the tail end of this heat. And right now it looks like Diego Cabrera holding onto that top spot. We'll see if there's anyone making a last-second charge for the top spot right now as we count down. But again, Diego Cabrera holding the lead. He will move on to round 5 if the situation remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Jared Houston, Francis Alvarado, and Diego Sepulveda will be moving on to round 4 and battle that out again.
That's a nice big roll from Jerry. That was in the last 5 seconds before the buzzer. And he's gone to bail out there just in time before he becomes a victim of the dry rocks. Smart move. So you want to get in front of the whitewash, just enough time to be able to show your judges you've made it, and then get the hell out of there.
Meanwhile, the horn has sounded, and we are underway with the next heat out in the water. Right now, Pierre-Louis Costas in red, Mike Stewart in white, Dudu Pedra in yellow, and Alexander Whitman, the Chilean, in black. So that's what's in the Heat 7, Round 3, non-elimination heats. We're going to take a quick look at the last wave, and we'll get hardballs to run us through this.
So this was the last wave of Jerry. This was here. The buzzer went about now as he was bomb turning. Nice, clean, projected roll out into the flats. You really want to have momentum going towards the beach when you do those rolls, so you get a nice bounce, land in front of the whitewash, get your score, and then get out.
And a 5.0 for Jared on that last-ditch effort. As you can see, actually this is results from the previous heat, but Jared Houston finishing second behind Diego Cabrera. Diego will skip around and go to round 5. The other 3 guys will battle it out once more in round 4. Meanwhile, again, underway out in the water. Here we go. On screen there you can see Cabrera with the 14.15 combined heat total takes the heat win. Jared Houston finishing second. Alvarado, Sepulveda, they will join Houston in round 4. Meanwhile, action out in the water, up and riding in white. Mike Stewart driving. Mike comes out, little turn adjustment there. Combos it with the roll. Textbook Mike Stewart on that wave.
Pretty excited for the replay of that one. And then out the back we got Pierre on the right. Just came out of the first barrel section. He's going to be looking to do something else on this second section. Gets a quick roll, maybe looking for a third. And a second roll there, yeah, on the third section of that wave. Yeah, let's stand by for this replay of Mike Stewart's wave. That was a really, really, really strong wave.
Quick wave exchange from the former world champions. Pierre-Louis Costas dialed it in for a world title in 2011. Mike Stewart, of course, the 9-time world champion. There you can see the rundown out in the water. Pierre in red, Mike in white, Dudu Pedra in yellow, Alex Whitman in black. And this is going to be a really interesting heat because Pedra and Whitman put on really strong performances in round 2 to earn their way here to the non-elimination round. And they're going up against a couple of world champions. So some work to be done for all of these guys out in the water.
Oh, definitely, yeah. You got some world champions in your heat. You know you've got a heavy matchup.
And we're going to take a look at the replay of 9-time world champ Mike Stewart getting things started on the first wave.
Here we go. This is going to be a nice how-to on how to execute perfect control in hollow waves, staying while keeping deep in the barrel. So we're still waiting for that replay. You can see the jet ski there just be making its way around to the right-hand side. Always crucial to have on board in an event like this where you've got dangerous conditions and guys losing their boards. We had Hellerton from Brazil lose his board earlier, and he got the jet ski lift around to the right-hand side of the channel, got his board back and back out there to the peak. So it's good to see those. But here we go, a replay of Mike Stewart's first wave. Didn't quite see the scoop there, but he's come with the perfect line there. Just analysing that last section, trying to stay smooth roll, classic style, and a little tail whip to finish.
A little tail whip claim, and why not an 8.50 registered for that opening wave for Mike Stewart. So getting started strong out in the water. not bad for a man who's been bodyboarding for quite a long time. Mike Stewart now in his early 50s getting things started, and we'll get a little deeper into this heat right after this commercial break. And welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. We are into Heat 7, Round 3, non-elimination heats. And I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined by Party. We're holding down the commentary for everybody tuning in Webland, watching live webcast coverage of this event. Again, Heat 7 on the water, non-elimination heats, 4-man priority in effect. Top rider will move on to round 5. The other 3, they'll battle it out in round 4.
Yeah, and no shortage of waves in the forecast, Jacko. It looks like it's going to be pretty much as good or better. Whether it drops or whether it picks up, you pretty much guarantee glassy conditions here, and it's going to be some epic heats going down. Some really, really good rounds of some of the world's best is going for it out here.
Now, we were talking about the forecast earlier. It really doesn't look like it's going to drop below 2 meters until the last 2 or 3 days of the event window. So it's going to get really big, and then it's going to hold, which is typical of here in Arica, one of the most consistent waves in the world. I mean, have you ever come here and seen this place completely flat?
Nah, the smallest I've seen it is 3 foot, which is still a fun size. Yeah, and so literally in the 11 years I've been coming here, I've never seen it below 3 foot. It's so consistent. Definitely the most consistent wave I've ever been to. And like you say, I think there's a lot of waves ahead for the forecast for the remaining days in competition, and a hell of a lot of action coming up, Action Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, here we are, day 2 of men's competition. We still have yet to see the women hit the water. Again, this is the first year in the history of the Arica Chilean Challenge that this will be a Women's World Tour event. So the ladies are going to go battle it out here at Flopos for the first time on the Women's World Tour. Looking forward to seeing that.
Oh, definitely, yeah. That's going to be it's going to really challenge them, and I definitely think there's quite a few of the riders that'll have a good crack, and it's going to really test their abilities and test how hard they can go in heavy, hectic waves like this. And we got Alexandra Whitman here coming strong off the bottom. Oh, that was a huge section there, but yeah, that's
probably a good idea to bail out on that one, as that was a pretty big section ahead of him. Meanwhile, up and riding Pierre-Louis Costas on this left-hander.
Stalling, throwing both legs in deep, trying to stay in deep. That's what you want to stay deep in the barrel. You want to stay in there as long as you can. And there's just a little salute just to say thanks for that one.
Chalk it up. And meanwhile, right behind him, Mike Stewart takes off.
Just opting out of that one and just shouldered off too quickly, but that wave of Pierre's, Jacko, that was...
Wow, Pierre stalling perfectly in there, manages to grab a little shade, and then comes out, finds daylight.
But really well ridden. That's the judges really want to see deep barrels and long barrels, and coming out clean, and Pierre just nailed that one. Really nailed it.
So we've seen today turn into a bit of a barrel fest. We're going to take a look at that last barrel ride from Pierre-Louis Costas.
Let's check out the technique. So he's come off the bottom. So he's really throwing the legs in hard, trying to stay deep in that barrel. He's come through that section, stalls a little bit more just to stay in there as long as he can. And he's happy with that one. That's a really good start.
And a 9.75 falls into place for that wave. Pierre coming out and dropping the big score on his first wave there. That puts him in the lead with the advantage. Meanwhile, Mike Stewart with an 8.50, still looking for a backup score. A 6.25 for Dudu Pedra, and a pair of minimal scores for Alexander Whitman. He's still trying to get going out there and register some scores more to his liking. But right now, PLC dropping the big one out there.
Yeah, that was one of the best barrels we've seen all day for sure. Alex Urunga did actually get a 10-point ride today, and that may not have been as sizey or as clean as Alex's, but it was definitely just as long, perhaps even longer. He really milked it well and stayed as long as he could in that barrel. And
yeah, we're
deep
seeing
from
some
the
guys
start.
drop some major scores out there today, 9s and 10s. One perfect 10 so far, but we've seen a lot of 9s, 9.25s, 9.75s falling into place. And these guys, really keeping the intensity going. And here Pierre again pulls in deep.
He was really driving hard that time. There was no stalling happening there, Jacko.
No, that was full speed ahead and still could not find the exit on that one. So there you see Pierre popping up, collecting his board. As this set wave unloads in front of him, he's going to have to duck a wall of whitewater out there. And I would imagine trying to duck under these waves is not fun for anybody out there today.
No, it's got so much power. It just mows you down. The best thing you can do is just try and paddle towards the channel and get washed in and towards that slight bit of safety, on the channel side of things. And here's Pierre dropping in again. No, sorry, it's Dudu Pedra. Perfect leg drag scoop into that one, but he might have just scooped it just a little bit, kept his legs in there a bit too long, and that section shut down on him.
So Dudu having a little trouble finding his way out on that one. We've seen him already earlier this morning in round 2, really dig into some solid scores, some solid barrel riding. And if anybody knows how to suss out a barrel, Dudu Pedra is the man. If you go on YouTube and look him up and look at footage for Shock and Ida Quachera, this guy knows how to chase them down.
Definitely, Jacko. An interesting fact is that he has actually been one of the main judges here at this event for like a lot of years. A lot of the years that I've been competing here, Dudu has been one of the main judges up in the judging tower. He's always been a guy that you can, real approachable, a good guy, and he just goes hard in the surf, and he's got a really good style. And here, just as a rider, he's not judging this year, and it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, so Dudu Pedra turning in the judge's hat and trading it in for a competition jersey this year. And he looked pretty solid at the Ida Quachera Pro, the opening event at his home break. And he's been putting together some pretty solid scores out here at Arica so far in the early going.
So where do you see Dudu's motivation coming from? Do you think, is this a bit of a late charge comeback, or is just enjoying putting the contest rashi on? Where's his...
Honestly, I would love to sit down and talk to him about it. I know he loves getting out in the water and chasing waves as much as possible. I also know that he enjoys working behind the scenes as a judge. So I guess it's the same for everybody. I can't speak for everybody. I know for myself, the urge to be out in the water is always there. And sometimes when you're working behind the scenes, it's just, you're so anxious to get out in the water. It's like, get me out of here. Get me out in the water.
Definitely.
Right now.
All those years of judging and seeing incredible waves like that one. The guys have just let that one go. Got some possible waves out the back. But yeah, all those years of judging at this event and seeing crazy waves that he knows that he can ride, and especially in the barrel, he's really strong in the barrel, as we saw in his earlier heat. He's got one of the best scoops on him of any of the riders here. He's really, really strong in heavy waves and in barrels.
Yeah, I'm sure the wave conditions that we had at Ida Quachera and the forecast for this event were added motivation. It's like, all right, it's going to pump. I may as well throw on the jersey and jump out there with 3 other guys and give it a go.
And how did Dudu actually place?
Actually, if I look real quick in the standings, I believe he went down in round 5.
Okay.
I would have to double check. I actually have the sheet somewhere here in front of me.
Well, that's a commendable performance. Let's see how he goes here in Arica. I mean, so this is the non-elimination round, so Dudu will go on to compete again along with each of the competitors in this heat. With the current heat standings, we got Pierre Louis in first place, Mike Stewart in second, Dudu in third, and Alexandra Whitman, the local, in fourth. But they've all just got the one solid score except for Whitman. So they're still fit. It's coming up to halfway point in this heat, and the guys, as you can see, are sitting out there. They've all got their priority. They know whose turn it is. They're all really calm. Well, I wouldn't say calm. They're probably very tense right now. But they know what needs to be done. They need a strong second wave. You can see the fishing boat going past out the back there. Sometimes that actually sends boat wake into the peak, Jack, and it actually can sometimes stuff the wave up. So let's see if that happens this time around.
Well, hopefully the boat will clear the competition area while we're away for a commercial break. We'll be back right after this. Actually, we're going to hold off on the commercial break. We have live action PLC on the right-hander, throws a spin, little check turn, and he kicks out. And now we'll throw into a commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Jackson in the booth here with Aussie legend Hardballs, Ryan Hardy. Join me here for a little commentary calling the action out in the water. And no shortage of action out there.
No, it's been a really strong start for Pierre-Louis and Mike Stewart and Dudu Pedra in this heat now. They all had nice barrels, and we're about halfway through the heat now, just coming at the halfway mark. Pierre doing a nice slow rotation backflip. You can hear the crowd screaming from here.
Textbook PLC on that one.
Definitely, yeah. He's renowned for his backflips. And here's Whitman now going for a solid tube ride coming through the inside section.
And finds the exit. Nice wave from Whitman.
And that starts Whitman's account. That'll be his first solid score on the board. And Pierre obviously there got his second solid score, which is going to push him well into the lead. And it's going to leave Stewart and Dudu Pedra. And also Whitman now, after having his first solid score, they're all going to be on the chase after Pierre now.
Yeah, just to recap what we've seen so far in this heat, a 9.75 on PLC's first wave started things off with a bang. A nice, solid barrel ride from PLC. That gave him the early advantage. He maintains that advantage. Meanwhile, looking to replace a 3.0, just waiting for that last score to drop, he holds the lead. Mike Stewart with an 8.5, still looking for a backup score to go with that. Dudu Pedra opened up with a 6.25, has a 2.0 as a backup. And Whitman with a couple of minimal scores to start things off, but now registering his first legit score of the heat. This will definitely help get him back in the mix. Just waiting for that to finalize. And we're going to actually take a look at the last 2 waves. So we're going to queue up the replay and take a look in just a second as we get ready to queue that up. And scores falling into place. A 6.40 to go with this 9.75 for PLC. He strengthens his lead, and here's a quick look at those last couple of waves.
Let's have a look. So this will Pierre's backflip. Yep. So he had his eyes on the prize from the get-go, and he delayed the rotation of his flip there, so he could land nice and flat. And then here we got Whitman coming through a nice solid tube section. He was in there for a while, and he was rewarded with that 6.8 score.
So Whitman improving his situation a little bit. He moves up to the 3rd spot. Right now, Mike needs a 7.66 to catch up to PLC for that top spot. Whitman and Dudu Pedra just looking for solid secondary scores. They really don't need a whole lot to overtake Pierre. But PLC with that 9.75, he came out firing, and now he has the backup score. He creates a little bit more distance between the other 3 riders.
That's it, Jacko. Now he's got the solid 2-wave combination. Now he's in a really good spot to sit out the back and choose the best waves that are going to be coming in. We've got some action on the outside here. No one looking at that one. Now it's the wind's starting to die down a bit. It's going to be you can see a little bit of flakiness in the lip. You're going to see the guys looking for more the 2nd and 3rd waves of the set. So we'll see if anyone has a look at this one.
So here we have Dudu Pedra up and riding on the right-hander, drops in, driving down the line for speed, a nice long drawn-out bottom turn, a little mid-face check turn, trying to set it up, and then decides to just bail out as that was going to run off.
Yeah, he just ran that wave, ran into a bit too much bump down the line there, and the tube section didn't hold up, unfortunately, for Dudu. And Dudu is only chasing a 3.26 for second place at the moment, but you'll see the distance of your screen there, Mike Stewart in white, just patiently waiting. Still got just under 10 minutes for him to lock in his second score.
So as you just saw on the screen graphic, PLC with combined heat total of 16.15, he leads the way right now. Mike Stewart again with an 8.50, looking to replace a 1 as his backup score and try and take a shot at PLC. So right now the top 2 spots, a battle between the world champions, but it's the 2011 world champ with the advantage, looking to catapult himself to round 5 and force these other 3 guys to battle it out again in round 4. Meanwhile, there you can see down along the wall out front here, perfect viewing here at Flopos, and we have a split peak. Staying with the right, Alex Whitman on this one. Meanwhile, PLC on the left, hopefully we'll get a replay.
Yeah, I heard the crowd go up down there. Something big's gone down, so Pierre's no doubt increased his 2-wave combination. Whitman unfortunately couldn't find a good section down the line on that right. You can see there Mike Stewart still at the back. 8 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Look, sitting with an 8.5. So Mike only needs a 7.66 at this stage to overtake Pierre. But by the sounds of the crowd's reaction to Pierre's last left-hander, that could well change. Mike may need a bigger score now.
All I can say, holy Christmas. I was cheating, looking out the window, and I saw what went down. We're going to throw into the replay. All of you at home can see this for yourselves.
So I didn't see this in the live action, so this is... Here we go, Pierre, he's got his eyes on the section from the very start. Looking, beautiful looping air forward. This is going to be interesting to see how the judges reward that, because that was a really technically hard move to do, and you did it really clean.
This may very well be the heat clincher for PLC, just waiting for the scores to finalize.
For sure, he'll be improving on his second score there, and we'll have that score coming through to you soon.
So again, just waiting for that last score of PLC to register. Maybe we can queue up that replay one more time. PLC on that last wave, his previous 9.75.
That's it, yeah. There's the judges, Jacko, rewarding the technical difficulty of that move. That's the first air forward we've seen all competition. And to be able to, on that bigger wave with so much speed, to be able to perfect the timing so that you go up and out and being able to loop it and complete the whole rotation in the air, that's really, really difficult and hard. And he pulled it off with complete, he pulled it off really, really smoothly. And the judges rewarded him for that, and that's good to see.
So PLC sitting on a combined heat total of 19.5 out of 20. Now Mike Stewart looking to get a solid secondary score. Pulls into a little bit of an avalanching wave and gets sucked over the falls there. So that will not really help the situation any. He has an 8.5 looking to replace a 1.0. Meanwhile, PLC not done yet. He's up and riding on this wave.
Now he's just having fun. He didn't quite come out of that one as smooth as he would have liked, but with 6.5 minutes remaining, this is going to be exciting to see what he's going to do, because he's in a situation where it doesn't matter what he's going to do now, he's through. Dudu scooping nicely, gone through a fast section on the inside. Can he come through this? No, it's just shut down on him too fast.
So Dudu getting gobbled up in the belly of the beast out there at Flopos, trying to dial in a wave good enough to overtake PLC, which is mission impossible at this point, it seems like. PLC sitting on a pair of 9.75s for a combined heat total of 19.50.
I believe that's a highest heat combination so far this contest.
Yes, that definitely is the highest total heat score in this event so far. We saw a 19 earlier from one of our competitors, but PLC topping that, going with a 19.5. So Pierre really doing some work out there. He's basically got everybody comboed at this point. On the screen, it's registering Dudu Pedro moving into the second spot on the strength of a 5.65 to go with the 6.25. But as you can see, he 18.26.
And here's Whitman here setting up the inside bowl. It's really bowling out hard. Can he come off the lip? No.
So again, the screen showing what everybody needs for first and then for second. But really with this non-elimination heat, PLC has everybody in combination situation out there. There you can see the combined heat total. And we're going to take a look at the last few waves on replay. Just to give you a quick recap of what we've been looking at. Here's Mike Stewart's last wave.
And here's another look at Pierre's forward off the lip. He was looking to go huge on that, but this section didn't quite allow. It didn't quite go steep enough in. And there's Whitman's nice barrel ride. No, Dudu's barrel ride, sorry, going through the second section.
Whoa! Meanwhile, back out in the water, PLC. I don't know what that was, but he landed it. We got to get a replay of that. So the horn sounds the end of that heat. PLC was just having fun at the end there. We'll see what this last wave is. It looks like it'll be a mid-range score, but it looked like he did like a reverse flip off of that wave. Couldn't even really tell you what it was. It happened so quick. Just glanced out the front window here. But it doesn't really matter as he already dialed in 9.75 ride to take the heat win in dominant fashion, comboed the rest of the field out there in the water with them. So while we wait to get into the next heat, I know Ryan's going to be stepping out momentarily, so real quick before you make your exit from the booth, and we're going to show a quick replay of that last wave from PLC so everybody knows what I've been rambling about.
Here we go. So it's just an inside wave. Got a perfect little bowl. Oh, and he's done a backflip, but the wrong way.
So Pierre getting creative on that one. And now before you head out of the booth, any shout-outs or closing comments you'd like to throw out to everybody?
I just hope everyone's enjoying the webcast and the competition here at Arica, and keep following it because the last few days are going to be awesome. There's going to be lots more action and plenty of big boosts and big pits going down, Jacko. So have faith in this world tour and we've got, because it's only going to gain momentum from here. And it's got to be a part of it. It's exciting. I'm so amped to be here live watching it, and hopefully I'll be back in here talking up some of the action with you soon, Jacko.
Oh, definitely. We plan on getting you back here in the booth for some more guest commentary. Meanwhile, we've got live action out in the water already underway. In the water, we have Sergio Luis in red, Israel Salas in white, Diego Barrios in yellow, and Zé Otavio in black. We'll get more into this heat in just a moment as we let Ryan duck out of the booth. We'll bring him back with as we get deeper into the competition. We'll have him back in for guest commentary. Thanks, Ryan, for taking time to jump in here this morning. Stoked to have you along for the ride and calling the action out in the water.
Cheers, mate. Yep, I'll be back soon, no doubt. And I'm just going to go suit up and have a little free surf after the day is done after this heat.
All right, so we'll thanks again. All right, so Ryan Hardy ducking out. He's going to go get ready for a free surf. We'll see what goes down with this heat, whether we decide to continue. I know the daily onshores have kicked in, which are going to make things a little more challenging riding-wise out in the water. But again, thanks again to Ryan Hardy for jumping in the booth for a couple of heats. So Action Jackson back in the booth, flying solo for a couple of minutes. We'll see who else jumps in for a little visit here in the booth. So glad to have you all along for the ride, watching this event, following along with the live webcast coverage here on day 2 of competition at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, right now out in the water, we have Heat 8, Round 3, non-elimination heat, 4-man priority in effect. The winner of the heat will advance on to Round 5. The other 3 guys will have to deal with competing one more Round 4. Meanwhile, outside, Zé Otávio on the left-hander drops in, slides up into the pocket trying to set up this barrel. And there he is. He's going to get squirted out at the end. Not the cleanest of exits, but he does make it out. So a nice wave there to get things started for José Otávio. Meanwhile, up and riding on the left, Diego Barrios, one of the local riders representing Chile, driving down the line on the right, tweaks out the invert, and you can hear the crowd down on the beach going wild. A lot of local support here for the Chilean contingent. A lot of national pride on the line here at this event, as is the case every year. So waiting for while Sergio Luis with a 1.0 on his opening score, a 3.50 to get things started for Israel Salas. And now Diego Barrios and Zé Otávio getting on the board here in Heat 8, the last heat of this round, non-elimination round. We'll see if we continue on for the day. Otherwise, we will pick up the next go-around with men's round 4 as we work our way through men's competition and draw ourselves closer to getting the women out in the water here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Meanwhile, we have a quick replay of that last wave. And here's Jose with a 6.0 on this wave. Again, not the cleanest of exits, but still managed to squirt out at the end. A 6.0 for his efforts. Meanwhile, a 7.50 falling into place for Diego Barrios, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. So the local Chilean rider getting the early advantage. He sits in the top spot. Meanwhile, we have more wave action roll. As look at this set standing up outside. We've got all of our riders paddling for position, trying to get over this one, get through the face, just trying to get the hell away. And yet another wave behind it. And while these guys try and get into position, we're going to take a look at that last wave from Diego Barrios. We'll cue that up in just a second. Again, Diego Barrios, here it is, the replay. Driving down the line, setting up this right-hander, finds the section, eyes it up, and boom, tweaks out the invert. 7.5 for his efforts. Didn't get a lot of upward projection, but projected out fairly well, and he managed to complete the maneuver. So a solid wave there for Diego on his opening wave. Meanwhile, up and riding, Sergio Luis drops in, pulls into the left-hander, and this one's just going to grind. So Sergio Luis, 2 waves to his name, still looking for his first substantial score out in the water. So again, quick rundown out in the water. Diego Barrios in yellow holds the lead on the strength of a 7.5 opening wave, waiting for a secondary score to register for him. Meanwhile, Zé Otávio, currently in the second spot, opened up his account with a 6.0. There you can see the current standings out in the water. Israel Salas with a 3.50 to start off his campaign in this heat. And Sergio Luis with a pair of waves, still looking for something solid to score. And here we have Israel Salas driving down the line on the left, throws the roll after a quick in and out barrel. This should improve upon his 3.50 opening wave. Still in the early going here in the final heat of round 3. 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored. To round 5, second, third, and fourth place finishers will battle it out again in round 4. Right now, Israel Salas moving to the top spot, a 6.15 on his last wave. We're going to take a look at that last wave, which helped move Salas to the top spot. Israel kicking into this one, drops in, sets his line. There gets the comes out. He's going to finish with the roll. Point 3.0 on that wave to go with the 3.50. That moves him into the top spot ahead of Diego Barrios. Barrios sitting on a 7.50, now looking for a secondary score to add to the mix and try and reclaim that top spot. Counting down to about the 17-minute mark, still plenty of time for guys to mix things up and trade places position-wise out in the water. But again, right now, Israel Salas holding the top spot with a 6.30, looking to replace a 3.50 as a secondary score and build upon his lead. And now Isaiah Otavio with a 3.50 on his second wave is enough to move him up into the second spot behind Israel Salas. Again, still waiting for Diego Barrios to add his secondary score to his scorecard and see what he can do to pair something with that 7.5 and improve his position. Meanwhile, Sergio Luis having a little difficulty getting into the groove out there. A couple of minimal scores to open up with. He'll look to improve his situation with his next wave riding opportunity. And down on the beach, I can hear people calling out to Diego, cheering him on. He needs to get that secondary score. He opened up strong, a 7.50 for the early advantage. He has since been bumped down to the third position. Now trying to track down a secondary score while we wait for the next round of waves to roll through. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this. And welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Out now in the water, we have Heat 8, Round 3, the last heat of non-elimination competition. The winner of this heat will advance on to Round 5. Second, third, and fourth place will battle it out one more time around in Round 4. Right now, Israel Salas from Brazil in the lead. Currently has a 3.50 and a 6.30 to maintain hold over the top spot. He is followed by Jose Otavio with a 6.0 and a 3.50. And in third, Diego Barrios, the local, the Chilean representative, with a 7.5 on his opening wave. Now waiting for his second scoring wave opportunity. See if he can move himself back up into the top spot. Meanwhile, Sergio Luis with a couple of minimal scores on his sheet so far, waiting to dial into something a little bit more substantial. And it looks like we have some waves possibly starting to line up on the outside. We'll see if anything rolls through that appeals to our 4 riders out in the water there. You can see patiently waiting for the next round of waves to come in. As the clock ticks down to about the halfway point in this 25-minute heat. We've seen a lot of heavy action out in the water, some big sets, some big scores as well. We've seen scores in the 9 to 10 point range today. We've seen heat scores totaling 19 and 19.50. That last heat, probably one of the biggest highlights of the day, a pair of 9.75s by Pierre-Louis Costas. Total heat score of 19.50. We also saw defending event champion, the 2-time world champion, Amaury Laverne, putting in a couple of solid 9-point rides to win his heat. So some big scores from some big names here in Round 3 non-elimination competition. Those guys, of course, punching their ticket to Round 5, forcing their fellow competitors, unfortunately, to battle it out one more time in Round 4. right now trying to avoid that situation. Zé Otavio, Diego Barrios, and Sergio Luis all trying to chase down Israel Salas. But it's gone a little quiet out there. It had looked like there might be some waves, but nothing really stood up or came to fruition. So these guys are out there waiting patiently for the next round of wave activity. Again, Israel Salas currently in the lead. Needs to replace a 3.50 as his backup score if he's going to strengthen his position out there. Meanwhile, everybody else trying to chase down scores, and here we have Diego Barrios on his second wave. Hits the roll off of the end section, but unfortunately not able to ride out in front of that. So an incomplete maneuver on that last wave from Diego Barrios. He's still looking to back up a 7.5 with the secondary score. He remains in third position as we count down to 11 minutes remaining in. And here we have a wave or two starting to roll in. It looked like Israel Salas was going to take a peek at that one, decided to let that roll on to the inside. And it's going to unload right in front of that rock ledge we've all been talking about. So it seems like we're getting to the tail end of our competition day today. The sun has come out. The onshore winds have kicked up. So it probably won't be too long before we put competition on hold until tomorrow. But we still need to draw to the conclusion of the last heat of round 3. That'll set the field for round 4 of men's, as well as give us the riders that advance past round 4 straight into round 5. Meanwhile, looks like a set finally rolling in for these guys. And all of them are going to get caught out of position through this wave. We'll see anything else behind it. And that last score for Diego Barrios, 1.75 again, he still needs a backup score to go with his opening wave, a 7.50 if he's going to get back into this. But right now it is the Brazilian Israel Salas in the lead. He holds the advantage over the rest of the field of competitors out in the water. Otavio Barrios and Sergio Luis all trying to chase down minimal scores. Sergio Luis a little bit more in a hole. He only has a pair of waves. None of them really solid scores. He needs to replace both of them. And here we have more wave action rolling in here at Flopos. And Zé Otavio took a look, but it's going to be Israel Salas up and riding, looking to improve his situation, holding the lead. Line on the right. Never really gets into the barrel, and he's going to, looks like he's going to kick into this and try and keep going, try and make something out of nothing. Hits the roll off of that section there as he heads down the beach and around the corner on the right-hander. And he just took himself way down the line. He's going to have a pretty lengthy paddle to get back out to the lineup. So it might be a couple of minutes before we hear from Israel Salas again, as that's a battle from where he is. And it looks like he's going to get a 3.75 to go with this 6.30. So he improves his score minimally, but still maintains the hold on the lead as we count down to the 8-minute mark. Zé Otavio in second, Barrios in third, Sergio Luis in fourth. And actually, we've got about 6.5 minutes remaining in this heat, so time becoming an issue for some of these guys. We'll see what they're able to put together in the closing moments of this heat as we get to the tail end of Heat 8, Round 3. There you can see on screen the current combined heat totals out in the water. Israel Salas maintaining the lead with a combined total of 10.05 on his two waves. Meanwhile, as I said, Sergio Luis on the other end of that spectrum, having a little bit of a shocker of a heat, a couple of minimal scores to his name right now. Still looking for something solid to register on his score sheet. And here, Sergio Luis taking a look at this one. Up and riding on the left, taking off pretty deep. He's going to drive down the line, try and get this barrel section. Unfortunate spin, and then kicks out. So it didn't really line up the way he wanted, but this will definitely improve his overall combined heat score, as this will be the best scoring wave he's had so far in this heat. We'll wait for that to filter in from the judges. Counting down to the 5-minute mark out in the water. And this will be a pretty substantial score for Sergio. The judges like the amount of time he spent in the barrel. We're going to take a quick look at Sergio's last wave while the score finalizes from the judges. So here we have the replay. Sergio kicking in, sets his line, and then off to the races. That's bit comes out, throws into the pocket spin, and a 7.50 for his efforts on that one. Him into the second spot behind Israel Salas. Now, with 3 minutes remaining, he's going to need to try and replace that 2.10 if he's going to have a chance of taking the top spot and skip. All right, so again, time counting right now. Israel Salas in the lead. He holds the advantage on the strength of a 6.30 and a 3.75. Sergio Luis moving into the second spot on the strength of his last wave of a 7.50. Now looking to replace a 2.10 to take away that top position from his fellow Brazilian. Meanwhile, in third spot, Zé Otávio with a 6.0 looking to replace a 3.5. And Diego Barrios opened up the heat with a 7.50, a 1.75. After that, he needs to replace the 1.75 with something a little more substantial if he's going to take the top spot and skip around. But right now, Israel Salas trying to fend off the other three riders and claim that top spot and advance on to round 5. And as we get down to about the 3:30 mark, it looks like we have a set rolling in. We'll see who can paddle into position and grab this wave riding opportunity. And it looks like we're going to have no takers on that one, as both Sergio Luis and Israel Salas taking a look at that one. So again, counting down. Salas in first, Luis in second, Otávio in third, and Barrios in fourth. As we get down to the last couple of minutes here in the last heat of round 3 non-elimination competition. And it looks like it's going to be yellow Diego Barrios on this right-hander, trying to put together a solid secondary score. He's going to roll off of this closeout section and come out clean. He needs to replace a 1.75. I think he definitely will do it with that wave. But again, we have to wait to see what the score comes in from the judges. Will it be enough? Waiting for the score to register. And there it is. A 4.50 is enough to move him back to the top spot. But we're not done, as Zé Otávio drops in, as well as Israel Salas split peak. We're going to stay with Zé. He pulls into the barrel. Unfortunately, cannot find the exit. Meanwhile, down the line, we saw Israel Salas taking off. We'll see if we can queue up a replay real quick. Meanwhile, a 4.50 from Diego Barrios, enough to move him to the top spot ahead of Israel Salas. Salas trying to answer back, so things getting interesting here in the last minute of the heat, waiting for scores to filter in. And it looks like not much falling into place for Israel Salas. Jose Otavio, meanwhile, waiting for his score to fall in. 2.0. That will not factor into his top two scores. So situation change out in the water. Barrios to the top spot. We're going to take a look at his last wave. Meanwhile, up and riding out in the water in red, Sergio Luis driving down the line. Busts out the big invert, lands it, resets his line, still going with the roll. A solid wave there for Sergio Luis. This could very well change the situation again. And now I believe we're going to throw the replay of Diego Barrios. So here's a look at the last wave for Diego. This was enough to bump him up. And actually, this is the replay of Israel Salas on his last wave. But again, counting down, and we're still waiting for that last score to register from Sergio Luis. This could very well change the situation out in the water. Diego Barrios sitting in the top spot, and we do have a situation change out in the water in the closing moments. An 8.0 for Sergio Luis catapults him to the top spot. He will advance to round 5. That bumps Diego Barrios to second, Israel Salas to third, Zé Otavio to fourth. They will all battle it out once again in round 4. So there you have it. Last minute change of situation out in the water. Sergio Luis to the top spot. And here's a quick look on the replay of Sergio Luis on his 8-point ride, which won the heat for him. Kicking into this left-hander, sets his line, driving, long drawn-out bottom turn, tweaks the invert, gets nice projection, resets his line after the bounce, finishes off with a roll. That was good for an 8.0. That catapulted him up to the top spot. He takes the heat win and will advance on to round number 5. The other 3 riders, we'll see them again in round 4 competition. Meanwhile, we're going to throw into a quick highlight reel. So we're going to go into that in just a moment. So there you have it. The last heat of round 3 ends in dramatic fashion. Sergio Luis with the come-from-behind score, an 8.0 in the closing moments to move ahead of the rest of the field. There you can see on the board a 15.50 combined heat score for Sergio Luis. The Brazilian jumping ahead of the Chilean in the last moment. Sergio will go to round 5. Barrios, Salas, and Otavio will battle it out again in round 4 competition. And now we're going to go into a highlight reel. So check out these highlights. All right, and there you have it, the highlights from rounds 1 and 2. We have just wrapped up round 3 here on day 2 of competition at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. We're placing the event on hold until tomorrow. Men's and women's are both on call for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for more live webcast coverage tomorrow. In the meantime, be sure to stay tuned to apbtour.com for all of the latest news, highlights, press releases, updates, and live webcast coverage. Until tomorrow, I'm Steve Action Jackson on behalf of the APB World Tour. We're out of here. Phew!
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.